Chapter 1. Blood dripped from his knuckle. It wasn't his blood, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. It was hard to miss, and the patrons in the busy tavern took notice. He wore dark woolen pants with tall, rugged boots that were covered with mud. His shirt was sweat-stained, but that was not uncommon in the marshlands. He had close-cropped hair, and his face was covered with stubble that wasn't quite a beard. Around his waist was a leather belt that was slung low, and on each hip hung a knife with knuckle guards that arched up and down over his fingers. The weapons were made to be held backward, so that the blade pointed down, and the stranger obviously used them frequently. Lorik was alone in a corner of the tavern and watched silently as the stranger made his way toward the bar. He wasn't surprised to see a man like the stranger in Point, which was full of pirates and outlaws. The only thing that made the man different was the state of his clothes, which Lorik recognized immediately as riding gear. From the mud on the stranger's clothes, Lorik determined that he had passed through the marshes, no mean feat for an outsider. The stranger ordered a drink at the bar. There was wine and meat available at the tavern, but most of the patrons ordered the strong rice liquor that was a speciality in the marshlands. The pirates who frequented Point sometimes traded their rum for the spirit the locals called sake, but it was an acquired taste that most visitors to the area didn't care for. The locals all watched to see what the stranger would order and how he would drink it. Lorik watched Marston as much as the stranger. Marston was the leader of the local gang known to the marshland inhabitants as the Riders. Most of the tradesmen in Point paid the Riders protection money, which made Marston the closest thing to law in the marshlands. Of course the Earl was the official lord, but the difficulty of crossing the marshlands made the area a haven for lawless types like Marston's Riders. Marston took special notice of the stranger. He was young, mid-20s Lorik guessed, but he had a lot of experience. The knives he wore were custom-made. Lorik had seen a lot of weapons, but never any with knuckle guards like the ones on the stranger's knives. He wore them lower than most weapons as well. The stranger ordered sake and was given a very small terracotta cup. He picked up the drink and sniffed it. Sake had a very strong aroma that would burn a man's sinuses if it was inhaled too sharply. The stranger didn't seem fazed by the sake. He tipped the small cup back, drank it all down, and ordered another. Marston looked over at his companions and smiled. They didn't seem pleased. "Go ahead and find out what we're dealing with here," he told them. "You ever seen blades like that, Mars?" "Nope," Marston said. "He wears them low, too. It's got me curious." "I got your back, go ahead and see what he's made of." Lorik double-checked his path to the door. He wasn't afraid of a fight, but he didn't see the need to get involved in the business of strangers. He wanted to finish his drink, and maybe have another. He also wanted to see Vera. She was a wench, but they had the only thing close to a relationship Lorik had time for. He'd been back in Point only a few hours and would most likely be heading out again soon. If a fight broke out in the tavern, he would have to find another place to drink. The two men with Marston stood up. They were both big men. Most of the local rice farmers were short and slight of build. The two men with Marston both carried heavy daggers that were shaped like cutlasses but only as long as a man's forearm. The blades were called hack's knives and were common in the marshlands. As much a tool as a weapon, the knife was easy to make and sturdy, resisting the oxidation that was so common in the wet conditions of the marshlands. The men wore leather vests and padded riding pants, which were a badge of honor among the locals. Horses were rare in the marshlands. Marston's crew were the only riders in Point other than Lorik, who was a teamster delivering the rice crops north through the marshlands to the Earl in Yorkshire. The two riders approached the bar on either side of the stranger, who acted as if they weren't there. When the tavern host refilled the stranger's little cup, Pazel, who was standing on the stranger's right side, snatched the drink away and drank it down in one scorching swallow. The stranger looked up at Pazel, who was several inches taller, and smirked. The smile made Pazel nervous. He wasn't accustomed to people being at ease around him. He was an imposing figure and he liked intimidating people. "Drinks for my friends here," the stranger said to the tavern proprietor, "they're thirsty." 2 cups were set on the bar, which was a sturdy structure, made from stone with a long, polished wooden top. More sake was poured and once again Pazel started to take the stranger's drink, but his hand never reached the small cup. The stranger's arm shot out, his fingers bent at the middle knuckle so that his hand was flat and rigid. The blow struck Pazel in the throat, and, even though it wasn't a powerful punch, the big man reeled backwards, clutching at his throat and gagging for breath. The man on the stranger's left was called Oki. He hesitated for just a second, as shocked as the rest of the locals at how quickly Pazel had been taken out of the fight. Then his hand dropped to his hacks, but the stranger's boot smashed into his knee before he could draw the blade. The leg flexed backward, the bones grinding and the tendons popping. Oki screamed in pain and fell to the floor, clutching his leg. The stranger seemed undisturbed. He had barely moved from his spot at the bar. He picked up his small cup of sake and drank it down in one quick gulp that was meant to keep the scorching alcohol from burning his throat. "You gonna drink this?" the stranger said to Oki, who was writhing on the floor. "Do you mind if I?" He gestured at the drink. When Oki didn't reply, the stranger picked up the drink and sipped it. Then he turned around to face the locals, leaning back against the bar. There were several wenches in the tavern, some serving drinks, others flirting with the locals. The stranger let his gaze move slowly across the room, taking in the scowls of the locals and the few pirates who were busy drinking in the mid-afternoon. Marston stood up. He was every bit as big as Pazel, but older. He had a scar that ran from his hairline down to his jaw. His hair was salted with gray, and pulled back into a long ponytail that was tied with a leather cord. He had a thick sash around his waist instead of a belt, and a delicate-looking dagger was tucked into the sash at an angle. It was the only visible weapon he carried. He walked up to the stranger and smiled. "I'm Mars," he said. "I'm what you might call the local overseer. I make sure that the people here understand what's expected of them." "Is that right?" the stranger said. Marston nodded. He looked at the stranger's knives. "Those are some interesting weapons," he said. The stranger moved his hand slowly down to the knife on his right hip. His fingers slid under the knuckle guard and wrapped around the hilt. His movements were slow and unthreatening. He drew the knife and held it up. The blade was pointed toward his elbow, thick at the spine which angled close to his forearm. There was a fuller groove that ran parallel to the spine to make the blade lighter. "They're useful in a pinch," the stranger said. "I can see that," Marston said. "Why don't you put them on the bar and come have a drink?" "I've got a drink," the stranger said, lifting up the little cup that was in his left hand. "And I don't leave my weapons lying around unattended." "That's dangerous." Marston smiled. "I like you. You say just what's on your mind, in a fashion, of course." The stranger raised his cup in salute. "I find that people don't make stupid mistakes about me if I speak my mind." "You aren't from around here," Marston said. "Although you drink sake like a local." "I grew up in a coastal dive like this one," he said. "I've drunk much worse." "You planning on sticking around a while?" "Maybe." "You kill anyone I know?" Marston said, pointing to the blood on the stranger's knuckles. "Didn't kill 'em, just bloodied their noses a little." "Locals or sailors?" "Sailors," the stranger said. "You ride in?" "I did. We've got a stable. Let me offer you a place to keep your horse, and maybe something a little better to drink." "That's kind of you." "You have a name?" Marston asked. "I'm called Stone." Chapter 2. "So, what did you think?" Vera said as she circled around behind Lorik and refilled his drink. "He's efficient," Lorik said. Vera smirked. "Efficient, that's all you thought, not dangerous or frightening?" She poured him more mead. The marshlands didn't allow for the growth of many crops, but there were abundant wildflowers, and many of the local farmers kept bees, making mead much more prevalent than ale. "Dangerous, yes, frightening, no," Lorik said. "How can you not be afraid of a man like that? He's just a man. When you work with large animals who can kill you with one kick, a man doesn't seem as frightening. Even one who took out 2 of Marston's thugs without breaking a sweat? Men like that make me nervous. So why don't you quit?" Lorik suggested. "There's plenty of other things you could do." "Like what?" She teased. "You looking for someone to ride on your wagon through the bogs? Come on, Vera, you've got skills. You can sew as good as the tailor. You know how to cook, how to brew mead in sake. You're the best healer in the point. You could make a living helping people, if you put your mind to it. But the problem with all those things is that I'm not a man," she said, trying to hide the disdain in her voice, but failing. She sat down on Lorik's lap, with one arm draped over his shoulder. "There's still one thing I can do that no man can," she said with a smile. She traced the outline of his jaw with a finger. His beard was thick and unkempt, giving him a scruffy appearance, but Vera knew Lorik well. He had never mistreated her, as some of her other customers had. In her younger days she could have worked at one of the waterside bordellos, but she was a local girl. The men in Hassel Point knew that her parents had died of the wasting sickness when she was young. She had no one to arrange a marriage or pay a dowry for her. She couldn't even get an apprenticeship since there were so few trades in the marshlands. So she had turned to the one occupation that she could do. It was a viable option for a young woman, and many of the locals had begun their adult lives in just the same way. A woman could earn enough money to get out of Hassel Point if she wanted to, but Vera had stayed and kept working long after most wenches had given up the life. Well, you are very good at that, he said, returning her smile. You should know, she flirted. You could marry, he said. Are you offering? Lorik grew uncomfortable. He loved Vera in a fashion, but so did half of the men in Hassel Point. Still, the thought of marrying her seemed wrong. He couldn't say why. He didn't think less of her because of her profession, but he couldn't see her waiting for him at home either. He knew it wasn't something she wanted, and he was too set in his ways. He liked living on his own. He liked taking his team through the marshlands and north through the forests and farmlands. There was a wild sense of freedom in his life, and marriage, he feared, might put too many restrictions on him. You don't want an old man like me, he said. We're the same age, Lorik, she said playfully. In years, yes, but not in experience. You think traveling through the marsh is more difficult than pleasing a man? Not all my companions are as easygoing as you, Lorik. I didn't mean it that way, he said. I just meant I'm set in my ways. I'm only good in small doses. There are plenty of young men in this town who would marry you. I don't want to be a farmer's wife, she said, sipping from his cup. You aren't the only one who likes a little freedom. I make my own rules here. Quaid doesn't steal my money and lets me do as I please. Yes, Quaid is a good man, and I'm glad you're here. I'm beginning to notice how glad you are, she said flirtatiously. Don't be silly. I'm not, I'm just good at what I do. I can tell how many drinks a man needs to get up the courage to pay my price. Is that so? Yes, it is. And you only need one more drink, she said, getting back to her feet. Once you see that Marston's men are carried out, you'll want to take me to my room. It's more comfortable, he said. Of course it is, and the company is better, too. She went to refill her pitcher of mead. Lorik watched as she moved among the other patrons. She refilled a mug here and there, never coming too close to the men the other wenches were flirting with. Pazel had recovered on his own, although he still coughed as he helped Oki up and supported the injured man as they hobbled out of the tavern. Lorik watched them go and wondered how long it would take before the stranger joined Marston's gang. Lorik didn't care for the riders and didn't pay them for protection. He didn't keep goods, just equipment, and he could take care of himself. His horses were Shire horses, used for pulling heavy wagons. They were too slow for outlaws and too heavy to make it through the marshlands unless you knew the firm paths. He knew how to stay out of trouble in Hassel Point and how to defend himself if he couldn't. His preferred weapon was a traditional longbow, but he carried a small axe on his belt which he could easily use in a close fight. Lorik was larger than most of the inhabitants of Hassel Point. He was used to loading and unloading his wagons, which was simply a necessary part of moving materials through the marshlands. Depending on the rainfall, certain paths could grow soft, and he would be forced to remove some of his cargo, sometimes all of the cargo, so that his wagon wouldn't bog down. He wasn't a hulking specimen like Pazel or Oki, but he was stronger than he looked. His father had been a teamster, but once Lorik had gotten old enough he turned the business over to his son. Lorik's mother had passed away several years ago and his father soon after that. Since then, Lorik had been on his own. He was a solitary person and didn't mind being alone. He made a comfortable living hauling cargo, mostly large sacks of rice, through the marshlands and returning with trade goods. His team wasn't as fast as sailing around to Quelton Bay, but it was safer. The pirates who frequented Hassel Point had no qualms about raiding the ships that sailed between the point and other cities. He also charged much less than the trade ships and would take his payment from the money earned when he sold the rice at market. It was an occupation that kept him busy, and he enjoyed his life, although there were times when he wondered if there was something missing. He tried not to dwell on such thoughts, but long periods of being alone gave him plenty of time for introspection. I'm done drinking, he said to Vera when she came back around. Oh, does that mean what I think it means? She teased. He smiled. It wasn't a broad grin, and his face certainly showed no cheerfulness, but she recognized it for what it was. He stood up and followed her through a small door that led to a set of rooms. In the back was a large room with plush furnishings. When Vera opened the door, she jumped back in surprise. Damn it, Grayson! She shouted. What are you doing here? The man in the chair had silver hair, but his face was smooth and wrinkle-free. He was clean-shaven, and although he wore riding pants and the leather vest that marked him as a rider, he also wore a silk shirt with flowing sleeves that tied at the wrists. He had no visible weapons, but he had a long, narrow dagger inside his vest and another in the leg of his right boot. What's he doing here? Grayson said. That's none of your business, Vera said. You can't just come into my rooms whenever you want to. Who's to stop me? He said, his slate-colored eyes never leaving Lorik's face. Lorik didn't speak. Seeing another man with Vera was hard, but he wasn't naive, he knew she got paid to spend time with men. That didn't bother him over much, it was the possessive way Grayson spoke to her that really got under Lorik's skin. He didn't like the writers, but he saw them as a necessary evil. They were outlaws, but they were familiar outlaws who occasionally helped the people of Hasselpoint. Of course, that didn't mean Lorik was happy about realizing they spent time with Vera. Grayson, leave, she told him. Now is not a good time. And why is that? You like being with a filthy mudwalker? Lorik's anger ticked up a notch. He was not generally bothered by insults, but being called a mudwalker, a derogatory term to describe people who lived or worked in the marshes, by a man who lived like a parasite off the hard work of those same people, was more than he could stomach. She said leave, Lorik said. I'd listen to her. Grayson stood up, his hand resting lightly on his stomach. In most people it would have been an innocent gesture, but Lorik knew the man was armed. He guessed correctly that the weapon was in the man's vest. Vera, Grayson said angrily. Send him away. Why don't we both leave? Said Lorik, trying to calm the outlaw down. No, said Vera angrily. Lorik wasn't sure if she wanted him to stay, or if she simply resented the loss of revenue if they both left. I'm not going anywhere, Grayson said. Go have a drink, Grayson, Vera urged. You'll still have time to visit me. Both men stared at each other, Grayson's hand inching toward his vest. You better make that first strike count, said Lorik, drawing the small axe that hung from his belt. If you don't, I'll carve you up and feed you to the eels. You really think you can threaten me? Grayson said. It's not a threat, just a statement of fact. You're a dead man, Teamster. Not by you, Lorik smirked. I don't think you're man enough without a gang behind you. I'll cut out your heart. Grayson screamed. Lorik didn't answer. He simply pushed Vera against the wall of the narrow hallway with a gentle nudge. She didn't resist. You're nothing but a clumsy, old wagon driver. You sleep in the mud like a pig, . We talking or killing? Lorik said in an icy tone that wasn't wasted on Grayson. The writer was angry, but he was also afraid. He wasn't used to direct conflict and preferred to stab his enemies in the back. I'm going to kill you, Grayson said, trying to keep his voice from trembling and failing. Vera, I'll leave, but you better make sure this fool has a good time. It'll be his last. Grayson stalked between them, his face blushing with shame. Lorik watched until the outlaw left the narrow hallway. Then he turned to Vera, who looked worried. I'm sorry if I'm getting you in trouble, he said. I could leave. No, I don't want you to leave, she said. Besides, he's probably waiting in the tavern for you. Let him have a few drinks and cool down. He'll forget he's angry soon enough, although I don't see why you have to goad them so. I didn't goad him, Lorik said. He's a bully. I called his bluff. It's no different from when we were kids. You remember that farmer's boy who started picking on you in essential school after your folks died? His name was Rufus, Vera said, leading Lorik into the room. She pulled him into a padded chair and began massaging his shoulders. Yes, Rufus. I had forgotten that. He was a bully, and there's only one way to deal with people like that. I remember he was several years older than you, and you broke his nose, she said. He shouldn't have been picking on you. My point is you push back too hard. You should try using words instead of fighting. You're a better person than that, Lorik. I used words, he said. No, you used threats. I used what was necessary. I could have talked him out of the room, and you wouldn't have to worry about getting a knife in your back. He pulled her around the chair and onto his lap, his arms holding her close and feeling the slight tremble in her body through the thin fabric of her dress. I'm not the one who's worried, he told her gently. She kissed him. It wasn't passionate as much as familiar. She knew she didn't have to pretend with Lorik, she had known him too long. They were good friends and he was a good customer. In a different time or different place, that might have seemed almost perverse, but in Hasselpoint it was a comfort. Thank you, she said in a sad voice. There's not many men who would fight for my honor, not anymore. Don't sell yourself short, Lorik said, smiling up at her. I think maybe it's time I leave the point, she said. When I'm ready, will you take me? Of course I will. I'll be leaving this life behind me, she said, her voice a little nervous. You understand? I understand and I approve, he said. You're a mystery, Lorik. Not really, I'm just a simple man. There's nothing simple about you. It was his turn to smile. Still, I don't have any secrets from you, Vera. You know that. Yes, I know that, she said, and kissed him again. Chapter 3. Marston led Stone out into the street. Hassel Point was not a major trade center. Everything was built around the harbor and most of the inhabitants were temporary visitors, sailors, pirates, or outlaws. The town had been created to ship rice from the marshlands northwest to Quelton Bay on the border between Ortiz and Falksis. From there the grain tax, which equaled half of the rice harvested, could be sent to Yorkshire, where the Earl of York, the official lord of the marshlands, lived. The rest could be taken and sold wherever the price was highest. Traveling overland through the marshes was difficult for those who knew the way, and almost always impossible for those who didn't. As long as the tax was paid to the Earl on time, the marshlands were left to fend for themselves. This made Hassel Point especially attractive to those with occupations that put them on the wrong side of the king's law. There were inns, taverns, gaming houses, bath houses, and bordellos all along the waterfront. There was one main street, paved with bricks made from marsh mud, that ran around the harbor on the landward side of the waterfront establishments. The town wrapped around the harbor so that it was shaped like a horseshoe. On the landward side of the main street were craftsmen, leather workers, tailors, blacksmiths, and bakers. There was of course a fishmonger, although eels made up most of his trade. There were warehouses to store goods that weren't ready for market, mostly stolen goods, but occasionally there were legitimate wares. There was one church, but the priest had died, and now the small building was being used by Marston and the other riders. The church was divided into two sections. What had once been the gathering place for worshippers was now a stable for the riders' horses. The other half of the building had been a dormitory for priests and missionaries, but now it served as the living quarters and gathering place of the riders. Marston waited while Stone untied his horse from the post in front of the tavern. The animal was covered in mud all the way to its withers. "Looks like you came through the marshes," Marston said. "Is it that obvious?" Stone said. "Looks like you were in a hurry, too." "I might have been," Stone said. "Would it make a difference if I was?" "Not to me, it wouldn't. Of course, if you made it through, others might think they can do it, too." "I doubt it," Stone said. "I find most of the Earl's troops are easily put off by hardship." "The Earl's men, eh?" Stone didn't reply. He felt he had given the local gang leader enough information. The riders were really just a band of thieves who had learned to extort the locals rather than steal goods that they would have to resell. All the local craftsmen and farmers paid the riders protection money, either in coin or in trade. The establishments along the waterfront had their own bouncers and guards, although they would sometimes hire the riders if they were short on manpower. The sailors and pirates who passed through Hassel Point understood the way things worked. There was no law other than the riders. Marston had enough men that he could enforce whatever rules he decided to impose. It was a predictable system. The riders frequented the local taverns, inns, and cafes. They knew who was in the harbor or in the town at all times. They made rounds through the waterfront establishments, too, but never stayed too long. They preferred to drink where they were known and respected. "How long you planning on sticking around?" Marston asked as they approached the old church. "Not sure," Stone said. "I'm not much of a planner." "I understand," said Marston, leading Stone into the makeshift stable. "There's nothing like the freedom of living day to day. I respect that." Stone had been studying the outlaw leader as they walked along. Marston was tall, with broad shoulders and a slightly protruding gut. He was an older man, well into his 40s, in a part of the world where living past 50 was rare. The marshlands were hostile to those who didn't know and respect the land. Disease often killed people in their prime years. The water wasn't clean to drink in most places, and mosquitoes bred in the stagnant waters. Still, Marston was obviously a deadly man, even though he was getting older. He had sharp eyes that seemed to take in everything around him. He had big, bony hands, and despite his age, he moved with the grace and veiled power of a big cat. He wore the vest and riding pants just like the other riders in his gang, but he also wore a golden torque around his neck. His arms were bare, revealing thick muscle and crooked, swollen veins that ran up and down his arms. His sash was made of silk from Osla, and he kept his long hair tied back in a thick braid. His beard was trimmed so that it stood out from his chin and angled back toward his jaws, where it was cut shorter. "Come on over and have a look around," Marston said, after Stone had his horse settled into one of the stalls. The old church dormitory looked like a tavern. There was a short bar at one end of the room. Several men in their riding vests were asleep on some of the furniture. There was a long wooden table that occupied one side of the long room, and groups of padded chairs took up the other half. There were women sleeping beside the riders. Most were obviously wenches, their scant clothing revealing more than it covered. "Some of us keep long hours," Marston said, waving to the men in the room. "We're the last free people in the 5 kingdoms. We don't bow down to some lord or king. We do what we want, when we want." We live each day to the fullest. How about a drink, Dot? Sure, Stone said. Marston went over the bar and pulled out a ceramic jug, sealed with a plug of soft wax. He pulled out the wax and poured 2 fist-sized cups of sake. This is the good stuff, he said, raising his cup. Stone watched his host drink the strong rice liquor. Then he took a sniff of the astringent brew. The aroma burned his nose, but he tipped back the cup and swallowed as quickly as possible. The drink burned its way down to his stomach and then spread its heat through his arms and legs. Nice, eh? Marston asked. Not bad, Stone said. Stone. That's an interesting name. Where you'd get it? The old man that raised me. He said I had a head like a rock. The name just stuck. Marston nodded and carried the jug over to a group of furniture where there was only one woman sleeping. He used his boot to push her off the padded chair. What? She said, not sure what was happening. Why don't you make yourself useful and let everyone know I want them here? Marston said. Okay, she agreed, tugging at her wrinkled tunic to see that she was covered adequately before getting up. Have a seat, Marston said to Stone, gesturing to an empty chair. Care for a refill? Not yet, Stone said, as he studied his surroundings. I have to admit, you showed some skill in the tavern. You didn't even break any furniture. I was expecting trouble, so I was ready to handle it. You handle yourself well. Stone merely nodded in acknowledgement. Tell me what you're doing in the point. I told you, I needed a place to lay low for a while. You have me intrigued, said Marston. I love a good story of lawlessness. Stone was in no mood to spin a yarn for the gang leader. He'd come to Hassel Point out of necessity, but that had been his plan all along. He was an outsider, and he knew that if he wanted to stay, he needed to find a place to belong. He just wasn't sure that he wanted his place to be with a group of outlaws. He'd done what he had to do in the past, both to survive and to exact justice. Those deeds had led him outside of the law, but he had hopes of finding a legitimate place where his skills, other than killing people, could shine. He was saved from having to answer when a big man with cold, dead eyes approached Marston. He ignored Stone completely. We have a problem, he said in monotone voice. Tell me, Marston said. A group of pirates are looking for your friend. A large group of pirates. Is that a fact? I'm sorry, Stone said. I don't want to involve you in my troubles. I'll leave. Don't be silly, Marston said. It's no trouble at all. In fact, if pirates are stirring up trouble in my town, I want to deal with it personally. Wake up, you louts. The big man shouted. He hurried over and kicked one of the sleeping men. The boss needs you awake and sober, Dot. Mert, Marston explained, referring to the big man with cold eyes, has his uses. I believe in surrounding myself with useful men. But I'd rather not be here when your pirate friends catch up to you. They've been known to burn down a building or two. Sailors have no respect for personal property, as you might have guessed. Let's go out for dinner. The women were left sleeping, some on the furniture, some on the floor. Most of the men were still drunk from the night before, but they didn't complain. A few stumbled outside to vomit, and more than one poured water over their heads. Then they saddled their horses. I know a place, Marston said. It's got good food. And Grayson has some unfinished business with one of the locals there. Dinner and a show, Stone said quietly. Marston laughed a long, hearty laugh. That's funny, he said. Dinner and a show, my sentiments exactly. The best way to spend an evening. Then he turned to the men gathering around him. Let's ride! He shouted. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was fully dark when Lorik said goodbye to Vera. They had spent more time talking than anything else. Vera always wanted to hear about his travels, about the people and places he had seen. He left the tavern and went to a small inn that was used mostly by the locals. It wasn't on the waterfront and did most of its business feeding people. Lorik enjoyed a meal of stewed vegetables and fresh bread. He drank mead and talked with the innkeeper, an older man named Chansey. There was always plenty of town gossip, and the story of the stranger Lorik had seen in the tavern was making the rounds. Apparently the man had first visited one of the seafront inns, but after being accosted by 3 pirates, he left. The pirates had been vicious men, but the stranger named Stone, Lorik supplied the stranger's name, which was a juicy bit of gossip in its own right, had beaten his attackers to a bloody pulp. Some of the townsfolk suspected that a gang of pirates were working up their courage to find the stranger. It was a reasonable theory, Lorik thought, especially if the pirates didn't know that the stranger had fallen in with the riders. It'll mean trouble for that one, mark my words, said Chansey. It might spill over and get some innocent folk hurt, too. I wouldn't worry about it too much, said Lorik. He looks like he can handle himself. Did you see the way he wears his weapons? Said Chansey, his years as a seaman showing up in his speech. Those knives of his look deadly. I've never seen anyone wear them low like that, Lorik admitted. You think that's to help when he's riding? I wouldn't think so. I've seen plenty of men carrying knives and riding horses, but never low on their hips like that. The night passed peacefully enough at first, but soon a group of riders came to the inn. They enjoyed taking what they wanted and never paying. It was part of the unspoken agreement that the gang had with the locals. Protection cost the townsfolk dearly. Marston was showing his newest recruit around. Of course, the stranger wasn't yet a member. Lorik knew they would let him hang around a while and continue to prove himself before they included him in their fold. Still, being seen with the riders was enough for most of the people in Hassel Point to treat him with deference. The riders came into the inn and ordered beef, which was rare and expensive in the marshlands. Some of the farmers had cows, mostly milk cows, but pigs and goats were more suited to the wet terrain. Occasionally a ship brought in cows, but they were few and far between, and the price was triple, sometimes even quadruple what it would be in most places. Chansey was the only innkeeper who kept beef on hand. He salted the meat down and stored it in large barrels. Marston and the stranger were accompanied by Grayson and another rider named Mert. Grayson was an assassin. Some say he was trained by the Meslin, but Lorik doubted that. He'd never heard of a Meslin leaving his ranks, and he knew the man was a coward. Grayson may have been ruthless and efficient killing men in the shadows, but he avoided open conflict unless he was surrounded by his friends. Mert, on the other hand, was the one rider who made Lorik nervous. He wasn't as physically big as some of the other men in the gang. He was completely bald and always wore a scarf tied neatly over his scalp. His arms, chest, neck, and face were marked with old scars. He was joyless, his face sporting a perpetual scowl. In fact, the only time Lorik had ever seen him smile was when he was fighting. There were rumors about his viciousness, and Lorik was certain Mert had no qualms about killing. They sat in the inn at one of the long tables drinking mead and talking loudly. The locals almost seemed to cower when the riders were present. Marston and the others ignored the townsfolk, all except for Grayson, who watched Lorik with a sour expression. That silver hair has it in for you, said Chansey in a hushed tone, after he had prepared dinner for the riders. He settled back onto the bench beside Lorik and leaned back against the wall. They both enjoyed flat-leaf tobacco, hand-rolled into thick cigars with an aromatic smoke. Lorik pulled two from inside his shirt and gave one to Chansey. Ah, you remembered? The innkeeper said in an excited voice. Do I ever forget? No, I can't say you ever have. Thank you, Lorik, this is one of life's small pleasures. He went to the fireplace, where a small fire was burning brightly. He retrieved one of the long, thin marsh reeds that were used as kindling. He lit it in the fire, then lit his cigar. He brought the burning reed back to Lorik, who used it to light his own cigar. What were we talking about? Chansey asked. Nothing important. No, it was important. My aging mind has trouble remembering things. Oh, wait, now I have it. The silver-haired rider, that's what we were talking about. It's not worth mentioning, Lorik said, exhaling a puff of thick, white smoke. I'd say it is. That one would sooner slide a blade between your ribs as look at you. And he can't quit staring at you tonight. What did you do to set him off? I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, Lorik said. That wouldn't happen to be at the Boggy Peat visiting a certain young lady, would it? Maybe, Lorik said. Ha, there's no maybe about it. Why don't you just marry Vera and have it done with? I've tried, she isn't interested. That's hard to believe, Chansey said. Why wouldn't she want to marry you? Doesn't love me, I guess. What's love got to do with anything? She's a woman, Lorik said, as if that were explanation enough. So, she's smart enough to know a good thing when she sees it. It's a shame she's had to live so long entertaining men. You should have married her years ago. I told you, she isn't interested in marrying me. I'm not a prize catch, you know. I'm never home. That's not much of a life for a woman. Oh, I think most women would enjoy it if their husbands left home more often. Lorik looked at his friend through the cigar smoke. Look around, my boy, this inn is full of men who have wives at home, and yet here they are, spending their evenings in idle talk and drink. Lorik wasn't sure what to say. He'd never thought of that before, but the inn was full of married men. That's what? Chansey asked. The ruddy truth, that's what it is. Well, Vera turned me down. I talked to her about it again today. She doesn't love me. Love simply has nothing to do with it. How many times do I have to tell you that? She just needs someone she can live with and fuss over. You're as good a candidate as anyone in the point for that. Well, apparently not, she turned me down, remember? You're saying you proposed? Well, Lorik said, going over his discussion of marriage with Vera. That's what I thought, Chansey said cynically. A woman needs a little romance, not just a roll in the hay. You need to let her know how you feel. I'm not sure how I feel about her, Lorik said truthfully. I mean, we're friends. We've always been friends, since we were young, but I can't honestly say that I love her. I don't know that I've ever loved any woman. Why do you keep talking about love? I'm not talking about love, and I'm not talking about your feelings. So what if you don't love her? You can protect her and provide a reasonably good life for her. A little security, that's what a woman needs. How much security would it be when I'm gone all the time? She'd have a home, a certain amount of respect in the community that comes from being a married woman. She could have children and get out of that filthy tavern. She likes the boggy Pete, Lorik said. That's what she told me. Besides, I think she has other plans. What other plans? I don't know, that's just the impression I got. I think you're blind, my boy. You just see what you want to see. They spent a while after that smoking quietly. They watched the fire burn down and occasionally studied the writers. Others had joined the small group, all wearing their distinctive writing gear. Chansey's wife served the men. There were no wenches working at Chansey's Inn, not even young serving girls. Chansey and his wife had always served their customers, at least as long as Lorik could remember. When their cigars were smoked down and the sweet smoke began to scorch Lorik's mouth, he tossed the small butt of tobacco into the fire. I think I'll turn in, he told Chansey. You making another run tomorrow? No, the day after, he said. Good, I'll see you tomorrow then, . Count on it, Lorik said. He turned from his friend to find Grayson standing up from the group of writers. Lorik tried to ignore the silver-haired assassin, but the writer called out to him. Teamster! He shouted. I have business with you. You need something hauled out of the marshlands? Lorik asked. I need you dead and thrown into the mud bogs where you belong. You're drunk, Lorik said coldly. Don't walk away from me. Grayson said loudly, causing Lorik to turn and face him. Lorik didn't want to fight. He was tired, and his head was a little dizzy from the combination of too much meat and the rich cigar smoke. But Grayson had drawn the long dagger from inside his vest and the other writers were watching curiously. I have no desire to fight you, Lorik said. I'm going home. Coward, Grayson said, smirking and drawing a laugh from the other writers around him. Run home and hide. It's nothing, Chansey said, pushing Lorik toward the door. Go home, my friend, all is well. Your time is coming, coward. Grayson shouted. It was the last straw for Lorik. He didn't enjoy hurting people, in fact, it turned his stomach, and he knew that starting a feud with the writers was stupid. But he couldn't stand to be called a coward. He spun back toward the assassin and drew his small axe. It was a short tool, the handle only as long as a man's forearm, the head the size of Lorik's fist, sharpened on one side and blunt on the other. Shut your mouth, or I'll shut it for you, he said angrily. Chansey was standing in front of Lorik, between him and the group of writers. Lorik pushed him gently aside. The innkeeper was short and thin, with thick hair around the crown of his head and a shiny, bald pate on top. He moved over against the wall of the common room, as did the other locals, none of whom wanted to get caught up in a fight with the writers. You've stuck your nose in my business for the last time, mudwalker. Lorik didn't answer. He just walked forward, toward the group of writers. Several stood up and drew weapons, but Marshland waved them down. I want to see this, he said to the others. One by one the other writers sat down, and Lorik saw doubt flash in Grayson's eyes. He had been working up the courage to confront Lorik all evening and had obviously been counting on having several of his fellow writers backing him up. Now it was just the assassin and the teamster, and Lorik liked his odds. Lorik was almost within striking distance when Grayson lashed out. He dove forward, thrusting his dagger straight at Lorik's heart. The burly teamster twisted and batted the dagger offline, but it still gouged through the fabric of his shirt sleeve and sliced a fiery gash along Lorik's shoulder. The writers cheered for their man, expecting Lorik to stagger back in pain and dismay, but Lorik kept moving forward, throwing his weight against the assassin, who grunted as he backpedaled, trying to stay on his feet. As Grayson slashed out wildly for Lorik's face with the long dagger the assassin favored, Lorik ducked down and swung his axe at Grayson's knee. When the axe struck, it bit deep, slicing through the leather pants and crunching between the bones of the knee, shattering the kneecap. The scream Grayson made chilled everyone's blood. He fell to the ground, writhing in agony as Lorik pulled his weapon free. His bloodlust was gone and his stomach was twisting at the sight of what he'd done. "You might as well finish him," Marshland said in disgust. "Put him out of his misery." "No," Lorik said, turning for the door. Chansey was giving Lorik a nod of sympathy when Marshland spoke. "Mert," was all he said, but it was enough. Chansey's wife was hurrying forward with a bandage for Lorik's shoulder. Mert stood up from his place at the table and quietly took hold of Grayson by his silver hair. He smiled and then slid the assassin's own dagger into the groaning man's eye. The blade sank deep. Grayson twitched several times, then lay still. The smell from his bladder and bowels, which had released when he died, began to fill the room. "This place needs a major cleanup," Marshland said, rising from the table. The other writers followed their leader, although most shot hate-filled stares at Lorik. "It was a fair fight," said Stone, loudly enough for everyone to hear. "That's right," Marshland said, "so what?" "I'm just saying, Grayson had it coming. No need for retaliation, not the way I see it." Marshland looked at Stone for a moment and then over at Lorik, who was being helped by Chansey's wife, Opal. Then he nodded and said, "You're right, no need to get even. You got lucky this time, Teamster. I hope your luck holds out." They filed past Lorik as they left. The writers either stared hatefully or looked away, but Stone nodded as he passed by. He looked almost friendly. "Good riddance, I say," said Opal. "One less thief to worry about." "I'll help you clean up," Lorik said. "Oh, no, there's no need for that," said Chansey. "You need your rest. Why don't you stay here tonight?" "No, I'll be fine at home. Besides, if there is trouble, I don't want it coming down on you or you're in." "We aren't afraid," said Opal. She was a stout little woman, with bright eyes and a round face. "No, I can see that. But I'd feel better at home." "I'll rest better," he explained. "You shouldn't be alone all the time," Opal chided. "It isn't good for you. You need a wife to go home to." Lorik knew then that Chansey and his wife had been talking about him. She was obviously hinting about Vera. He was thinking about what she had said when there was a commotion outside the inn. They went to investigate. It was late, and most of the locals were asleep, but they could see the riders sitting on their horses in the middle of the road. They were quiet, but the crew of pirates coming down the street with torches and cutlasses weren't. Marshland's riders drew weapons but didn't make a sound and didn't move their horses. The commotion was from a few townsfolk shouting as they ran to get out of harm's way. Stone urged his horse forward just a little and then climbed down from the saddle. He looked over at Lorik and smiled. "Teamster, would you mind looking out for my horse? She's a bit skittish." Lorik's arm was throbbing, but he walked out into the street and took the horse's reins. Stone nodded in thanks, and Lorik looked up at Marshland as he turned the animal away and led it back toward the inn. The outlaw looked grim, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. The pirates hesitated for only a few moments, gauging the riders, deciding they had enough men to press the attack. When it came, it was brutal. The pirates wore ragtag clothing, their pants loose and short, their hair plastered with oil. They were hard men, strong but not big, each one scarred from countless fights. They ran forward all at once, without an order and seemingly without fear. If they had simply converged on the stranger, he would have been quickly overcome, but only a few moved toward Stone, the rest spread out to attack the riders. Normally, Marshland would have stayed away from the action. Stone wasn't a rider and didn't require protection from the gang, but Marshland was angry, and the opportunity to release his frustration was too good to pass up. Lorik watched Stone. The stranger stood still as the pirates barreled forward, screaming at the tops of their lungs. It was a terrifying sight, but Stone seemed unfazed. Just before the pirates reached him, Stone drew his knives. They were polished and honed, the steel glinting in the light of torches and lanterns. He spun so quickly it was hard to keep up with his movement. He held the knives with the points angling backward and out from his forearms, instead of the blades pointing up and forward like a sword. He held out the blades, slashing as he spun. The pirates were unprepared for Stone's speed or precision. He opened the bellies of 3 sailors so fast it shocked everyone present. Men watched as their own entrails spilled out onto the ground in front of them, then they toppled. Stone didn't stop, his dance of death cutting through the pirates like a farmer harvesting wheat. He sliced with his knives, never stabbing, so that his blade didn't lodge in bone. The pirates had no armor, and their cutlasses were clumsy defensive weapons. The motley crew parted before Stone, preferring to face the riders on horseback than to venture too close to the stranger. Stone punched out with the knuckle guards of his knives, and the brass splintered bone, opening thick gashes in his targets with every impact. The pirates who rushed to attack the riders fared no better. The outlaws were practiced killers, and the sailors had very little experience fighting men on horses. The big animals reared, kicked, and danced from side to side, forcing the pirates to keep their distance or risk being trampled. Their weapons were too short to be effective, while the riders all had long swords. They hacked and slashed, fighting from a higher position, so that the movement of their horses and even gravity gave their blows added force. The sailors had to hold up their heavy cutlasses to defend themselves, and their guards were easily battered down. Most of the riders were content to swat away the pirates who came too close, but Marshland was in a blood fury. He had 2 swords and was equally deadly with each. He guided his horse with his knees, moving the animal first one way and then another, looking for opportunities to strike a killing blow. The pirates scattered, over half of their number either dead or wounded, and the rest lost all interest in the fight. They ran into the darkness, most toward the harbor and the safety of their ship. But Marshland wasn't done with the fight. He spurred his horse and gave chase, hacking his sword into the backs of any pirate he caught. Lorik stood watching the macabre scene. The darkness of night and the uncertainty of death seemed to press in on every side. The pirates had dropped their torches and most had sputtered out, leaving only a dim light. Lorik felt his stomach twist hard and he bent over, heaving. "That's a bloody waste," said Chansey. "Men killing each other, and for what? What did that stone fellow do that a whole ship's crew would come after him?" "You saw him," Lorik said. "He's like a death reaper with those knives of his." "I've never seen anything like it, that's for certain." "I know," Lorik said in a grim voice. "I don't think I'll ever be able to forget it." Chapter 4. The next day, Lorik slept late. He had spent most of the night helping move the bodies of the slain pirates. The stranger named Stone had left the scene with the riders, leaving their gruesome mess for the locals to deal with. Lorik had brought an old wagon, hitching to it Sultan, a stud horse he rarely used on his travels. He, Chansey, and several other men loaded the bodies into the wagon, while several others gathered brush and driftwood to build a pyre. They burned the corpses, and Lorik saw the sun rise as he dashed the wagon with cold seawater and scrubbed it with an old brush to get the blood and gore out of the wood. It was mid-afternoon when he heard the soft knock on his door. He didn't want to get up. He didn't often have the luxury of sleeping on a bed, spending most of his nights sleeping on or under his big wagon. He was tired, his stomach hurt, and his shoulder was very sore, the blood having seeped through the bandage that Chansey's wife had made for him. He rubbed his eyes and smoothed his hair back out of his face. Then he went to the door. He was bare-chested, wearing only light woolen pants. He opened the door and found Vera waiting for him. "You're hurt," she said, stepping inside without being invited. "We need to get that bandage off, but I better soak it first." "What are you doing here, Vera?" he asked. "I heard what happened," she said angrily. "You're lucky to still be breathing. It had to happen sooner or later. There's no way to live so close to outlaws and not step on someone's toes sooner or later." "Later would have been just fine with me, thank you," she said, bringing over a basin to the small table in Lorik's kitchen. The house had been his parents' and was small but solid. It had 2 bedrooms, a sitting room, and a kitchen. It was luxurious by the standards of most people living in the marshlands. There was a large stable on the property where Lorik kept his wagons and the big Shire horses that pulled them. There was also a corral, although it was small. The property was set back from the city proper, but close enough that Lorik could walk wherever he needed to go in Hassel Point. "You don't have to do this," Lorik said, sitting down at the table and propping his wounded arm on it. "I know that, but I can't let you get blood poisoning and die," she said in a mocking tone. "You're my right out of this place. I need you healthy." She situated his arm across the basin and then poured clean water from a pitcher over the bandage. The water wasn't hot, but it made the cut sting and burn. Vera then cut the bandage and slowly pulled it free from the wound. The cut was straight, and there was no sign of putrefaction. She sniffed it and then washed it with more water. The dried blood was slowly rinsed off and Vera repeated rinsing and dabbing at the wound with a clean cloth until fresh blood oozed. Then she packed the wound with salve she had brought with her in a small crock. Finally, she rewrapped his shoulder. The entire time she worked, Lorik sat with his eyes closed, feeling her soft hands as they skillfully helped him. He wanted to love Vera, and in a way he did. He certainly enjoyed making love to her, but their love was a warm, deep friendship. He knew he would do anything for her and he enjoyed being with her, but he did not love her, not the way she deserved. He would have married her, but it wouldn't have made either of them happy, he knew that. The truth was, as wonderful as it felt to have Vera fuss over him, Lorik doubted that he would ever fall in love with a woman. He was too old, he told himself, too set in his ways. "You didn't have to fight Grayson," Vera said when she was finishing his bandage. "It wasn't my idea," Lorik said. "I just mean, you don't always have to look out for me. I do just fine on my own, you know." I know, he said truthfully. I don't worry about you, but I wasn't going to let that popinjay think he could do whatever he pleased with you. Some men get possessive, Vera said. It comes with the job. He wasn't the first, you know. In fact, you tend to get that way yourself. Well, I don't mean to. I just want you to be happy. Who says I'm not happy? Me, Lorik said. I've known you too long. There have been very few times when I've seen you happy, and for the last few years I haven't. She sat down across from him and looked at the table. He was used to seeing her in the tavern, all made up to entice the men who came to drink, or lying in bed with him, after she had taken care of his needs. Now, she looked older, the weight of hard living was beginning to show. She was still beautiful, but there were a few silver hairs sprinkled into her light brown hair. It was pulled back into a tight braid and tied with a simple, pink ribbon. She looked tired. What can I do to make you happy? Nothing, she said, and there was a note of resignation in her voice. I can't say why I'm unhappy, Lorik, but my life has grown dull. I don't want to be an old lady, still wenching when no one wants me. I'm lucky in some ways, she said. I never had children. And that's lucky? He asked. Children would have forced me to make decisions I didn't want to make, she explained. And I'm not sure I could bear the thought of something happening to a child. You would make a great mother. It's not too late, you know. If it was meant to be, it would have happened by now. I've been careful, but I'm not perfect. I'm barren. I know it, and I'm okay with it. Lorik's heart ached for her. She had compromised so many times and lost so much, each time doing whatever it took to make the best of a bad situation. Now, she would not even know the joys of motherhood. So where are you planning to go? He asked her. I don't know, she admitted. I've got some coin saved up. Enough to let me find a place I like. I've never been outside of the marshlands before. I want to see a bit of the world before I settle down. And what are you going to do? I mean, how will you make a living? I'll get by, she assured him. I always do. I thought you were leaving this life behind. I am, she said. In fact, I don't think I'll be able to keep at it much longer. So stop, Lorik pleaded. You can move in here until you're ready to leave Hassel Point. I have an extra room, you know. My parents would have wanted you to have it. No, I still need a little more money, and I don't want to leave Quaid in a pinch. He's looking for a replacement, but it takes time. You always think of everyone but yourself, he told her. That's why you're unhappy. And being selfish would make me happy? No, not selfish, just human. Everyone needs to take care of themselves sometimes, otherwise they won't be around to help others. That's what I'm doing, she said. I'm leaving. I'm going to see a few things other than the shabby old harbor and the endless blue ocean. I want to see mountains and snow. Maybe even a dragon. A dragon? Lorik scoffed. You know that isn't true. It's just rumors. There are no such thing as dragons, not in Yelsia or anywhere else. Probably not, she said, smiling. But I like to think it's possible. Anything is possible, I guess, Lorik said. Are you sure you won't change your mind, about staying here, I mean? There's plenty of room and I won't bother you, I promise. No, Lorik, I can't. You're a good friend for offering, though. You came here to take care of me and I've done nothing but tell you what you should do with your life. I don't think that's being a good friend. She smiled, and for a moment she was so beautiful that Lorik's heart ached. He would have liked to have made her smile like that all the time. He knew he would have done anything to make her smile, even if that meant cutting off his own legs. Perhaps the fact that being with him didn't make her smile was how he knew they weren't in love. Come on, she said, walk me back home. He stood up and tested his arm. It was still extremely sore, but the salve was helping already. It was a thick, greasy mixture and it kept the bandage from aggravating the wound. I'll just get my shirt and boots, he said. After he dressed, they walked back to the boggy peat. People smiled and waved when they saw them. Lorik couldn't help but wonder what people would think when Vera left the point. She was a vital part of the harbor town's life, and he knew he would miss her, miss their long conversations, and the way she made him feel at ease. There were other wenches, but no one could take Vera's place. She was more than just a wench, she was his oldest and closest friend. He hated the thought of losing her. At the tavern she hurried back to her own rooms while Lorik sat and had a drink. He felt like getting drunk. He wanted to forget the melancholy that Vera's decision to leave town had cast on him. He ordered sake and sipped it slowly. He watched as the light faded in the windows and the atmosphere in the tavern changed. It went from being a lazy, quiet place in the late afternoon to being a lively, loud place once night fell. Lamps were lit on the tables and groups of people began to arrive. They laughed and talked, their voices rising louder with each round of mead. Lorik was hungry and was about to leave when Stone came into the tavern. He was alone again, but instead of approaching the bar he looked around the room until his eyes settled on Lorik. He made his way through the crowd, and Lorik felt his stomach tightening with tension. He had his axe, but he doubted he could match the stranger's speed. Stone had suggested that no retaliation was needed from the riders, since Grayson had challenged Lorik and the two had fought fairly. Still, it was not uncommon for the riders to challenge new members to do something to prove their loyalty. Killing Lorik in retaliation was just the sort of deed that would cement his place in their gang. "Do you mind?" Stone asked, pointing at the seat across from Lorik. "No, I was just about to leave," Lorik said. "Stay for a moment, if you can," said the stranger. "I'll buy you a drink." "I prefer a straight fight," Lorik said, steeling himself for the confrontation. He had to admit that fighting made him nervous, if not outright afraid, but he'd learned at a young age to master his fear. He could shove it down and do what he had to do. The images of the men he'd seen slaughtered the night before tried to rise up and embrace him in terror, but he shook the feelings off and pushed the memories out of his mind. They wouldn't help him survive in a fight with the stranger, and so he discarded them as quickly as they came. "I'm not here to fight you," Stone said with a smile. "Why would I want to do that? I've no illusions that Marston will let things slide after I killed Grayson." "You didn't kill Grayson, Mert did that." "Marston won't see it that way." Maybe not, but I'm not here to fight you. I don't do other people's dirty work." "What do you do?" Lorik asked. "Oh, a little of this, a little of that. I hear you are a teamster. You make runs through the marshes?" "Through them, sometimes around them, it just depends on the weather and what people need." "You do it alone?" "Yes," Lorik said, his suspicions rising up again, "since my father died." "Would you consider taking on a partner?" Lorik sat staring at Stone. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and thought it must have been some sort of joke or con. He looked at the question from every angle, wondering just what the stranger meant. "Look," said Stone. "I won't lie to you. I've spent as much time on the wrong side of the king's law as on the right side. I really only care about two things, a good blade and a fast horse. But I'm not a killer for hire. I don't rob people, maybe the occasional lord, but that's neither here nor there. I know horses. I can fight. If you'll teach me, I'm sure I can learn the paths through these marshes. I just want something new, something I can be proud of." "What about the riders?" Lorik asked. "What about them? Marston will want you to join them, you know that." "Yes, I do. That's one option, but like I said, I don't do other people's dirty work. I'm not a killer, like some of his men. If I stay with Marston, I'll have to kill half of his gang just to keep them from slitting my throat while I sleep. That's not the kind of life that I'm looking for." Lorik sat back, thinking. Vera came out of her rooms and made her way around the room. She knew everyone and they knew her. She poured drinks, winking and smiling at the men who were potential companions for the night. Then she approached Lorik's table, saw the look of consternation on his face and the stranger sitting across from him, and immediately put her hand on Lorik's good shoulder. "Is everything okay?" she asked in a fierce voice. "Yes," Lorik said. "Are you sure?" she said protectively. "Yes, we were just talking." "About what?" she asked. "About a job," the stranger said. "I'm called Stone," he said. "A job? What kind of job?" "He wants to partner with me," Lorik said. Vera's hand tightened on his shoulder. "Everything is okay," he told her. "We're just taking about things. Why don't you bring us some mead?" "You sure?" she asked. "Yes, of course I am," he said, smiling up at her. "I don't keep secrets from you." She seemed a little reassured and went to fetch their drinks. "Is she your woman?" Stone asked. "No, just an old friend. We've known each other since we were children." "Is she a wench?" "I mean, she looks like a wench, but I don't mean to offend." "No offense taken," Lorik said, not sure what he wanted to say about Vera. "She's very pretty," Stone said, his voice thick. Lorik wasn't sure if the stranger was trying to be nice or if he was as smitten with Vera as he seemed. Usually, the riders kept to the younger wenches and Vera made her living with the locals, but Stone was watching Vera closely. "Yes, she is," Lorik said. "And yes, she's a wench." Stone nodded. "I'm not sure what to say about your offer. You certainly have skill with those knives, maybe too much skill. Where did you learn to fight like that? Here and there, Stone said. I learned a lot from an old swordmaster when I was young. My father died when I was just a boy and I had to learn to take care of myself. And where did you learn about horses? I worked in a livery stable and even did some animal husbandry for a while. Apprentice work really, but I learned a lot. You ever drive a rig? A little, Stone said as Vera walked back up to their table. Never a long haul though. Vera poured 2 mugs of mead and then gave Lorik a look that he recognized. He waited until she sauntered away from their table. I'll need to think about it, Lorik said. The main problem is that there isn't much money. Having a partner won't make my trips much shorter. But you could eventually haul twice the amount of cargo, Stone said. I've got coin, I wouldn't approach you otherwise. I'm guessing you have a wagon that sits idle when you're gone. I could purchase more horses and once I've learned enough, we could both drive wagons. That's true enough, Lorik said. You'll have to forgive me for being a little suspicious, but I really don't know you at all. I understand, said Stone. Let me show you what I can do. What about Marston? What about him? I doubt he'd just let you walk away. That's not really his style. He doesn't own me, Stone said. He helped me out in a pinch last night, but this is my call, not his. Lorik nodded. He appreciated Stone's honesty and his level head about the riders. Still, Lorik didn't trust that this wasn't some elaborate scheme to get him to drop his guard. Reason told him that Stone didn't need to con him if he was going to murder him. Stone was a skillful fighter, and while Lorik could hold his own against most men, he knew that Stone wouldn't have much trouble killing him. Of course, Lorik didn't put torture past the riders. They might be setting him up so that they could take him alive to make his death slow and painful. But Lorik didn't sense any dishonesty in Stone. He seemed completely sincere. Why don't you drop by my place in the morning? You can help me with the horses and we can talk about it more then. Fair enough, Stone said, sipping his mead. I'll pay for the drinks, Lorik said. See you in the morning. Stone nodded and watched him walk away. Lorik paid Quaid a few coins for the drinks and then went to find Vera. She was waiting for him in the kitchen, a look of worry on her face. What are you doing? She asked. Just talking. To that guy? Why? You don't really believe he wants to partner with you, do you? He's a writer, Lorik. You killed Grayson last night. It's probably some scheme to pay you back. I know all of that, but he seems sincere. You've got to be kidding me. No, I'm not kidding. He was polite and honest, as far as I could tell. He wants to earn an honest living. What's so hard to believe about that? Maybe it's the fact that he killed half a dozen people last night. Did you think I wouldn't hear about that? No, I figured you knew when you showed up at the house this morning. Yeah, I heard about it. I heard he killed as many as all the other writers put together. You saw what he did to those 2 thugs in here yesterday. Why would you even consider it? I don't know, Vera. A lot is changing around here. I didn't make any promises, but I'm not getting any younger. It might be a good fit. He would certainly be handy in a pinch. Well, you be careful, she hissed. You're the one good thing in this hateful place. I don't think I could take it if something happened to you. I'll be careful, I promise, he said. All right. I'll see what I can find out about him. You be careful, Lorik said, imitating her tone. I'm always careful. Now get out of here. I can't work with you around. Lorik smiled. He didn't like to think about Vera being with other men, and it made him feel good to know that she had trouble doing it when he was watching. The truth was, he didn't like to watch her flirting with the other patrons, either, and was glad for an excuse to leave. I'll be at Chansey's if you need me, he said. She kissed his cheek and he left. Stone gave him a little wave as Lorik walked out of the tavern, but then the young warrior's attention turned completely to Vera. Chapter 5. When Lorik opened the door to Chansey's Inn, he immediately saw a welcome face. Yulver was captain of a small trading ship. His vessel was fast and light, so he was able to outrun most of the pirate ships, and he made a living navigating the Sailor's Boneyard, a long section of the eastern coast of Ortiz that was filled with large rocks. Most of the rocks were hidden just beneath the surface of the water, but their jagged edges could rip enormous holes in the stoutest ship's hull. Most sailors gave the Boneyard a wide berth, but Yulver was known for being able to navigate the dangerous waters. Yulver had been born in Hassel Point, and although he was only in harbor once or twice a year, he always stayed with Chansey. The 2 older men had been friends since childhood, and they both enjoyed Lorik's company. Lorik shook the small sailor's hand. Yulver was built like most of the inhabitants of the marshlands, short, with a thin, almost fragile build. But he was a strong, determined man and a savvy sea captain. He only took on legitimate loads and had only been boarded by pirates twice. Both times Yulver had fought so ferociously that his vessel wasn't considered worth the price in manpower for the pirates anymore. They preferred the larger merchant ships that surrendered without a fight. "What are you doing here?" Lorik said as he sat down next to Yulver. "I bring strange news, my friend," Yulver said. "Perhaps it won't have an adverse effect on your trade, but I'm glad I caught you in town." Chansey arrived just then with 2 heaping plates of food. He had roasted a small pig and saved the back ribs just for them. He set the plates down and hurried off to fetch Lorik a flagon of mead and a loaf of fresh bread. "What news?" Lorik asked. "War, or so it seems." "War? What are you talking about?" "King Over is marching west," Yulver said. "Rumor has it that the Council of Kings declared war on Yelsia." Apparently, the rumor of dragons was just the beginning. Now, there's stories of a wizard in Yelsia, and people are saying that the prince was spying on the other kings. It seems bad. "That's hard to believe," Lorik said, surprised by the news. "They say armies from Aslan and Felxus are sailing north, and King Over is to sail north on the Great Sea and meet with the army from Baskla, to invade Yelsia from the west." "That can't be," said Lorik. "What about the treaty of peace among the 5 kingdoms?" "They say that Yelsia broke the peace by recruiting a wizard. My guess is, if the rumors of dragons are true, that wizard had something to do with it." Just then Chansey returned. He set the meat and bread in front of Lorik and took a seat beside Yulver. He smiled at Lorik. "How's the shoulder?" the innkeeper asked. "It's okay," Lorik said. "Vera cleaned the wound and gave me some salve that seems to be helping." "What happened to your shoulder?" Yulver asked. "He was attacked by one of Marshland's men," Chansey said proudly. "They fought it out right here. The outlaw was a sneaky bastard, but Lorik showed him what marshlanders are made of." "So what happened to your shoulder?" Yulver asked again. "The outlaw tried to stab him," Chansey said, warming to his tail as Lorik tore off one of the ribs on his plate and began eating. "He had a long dagger, but it was obvious he was used to stabbing men in the back with it. He dove at our young teamster here, thrusting the blade out as quick as vipers strike. Lorik twisted out of the way and the dagger cut into his shoulder. I tell you, I was sick with worry and considered rushing to his aid." Lorik had to look down and fight the wave of laughter that threatened to overcome him. He knew Chansey wasn't a fighter, and as much as he would have liked to, the innkeeper would not have rushed to his aid, even if it meant Lorik's death. But then Lorik took the fight to the silver-haired assassin. That's what I called the man. I think his real name was Grayson. He had silver hair even though he was younger than Lorik. Anyway, Lorik threw a shoulder into him and sent the outlaw flailing off balance, then he drew the deadly axe of his. When Grayson leveled a savage blow at Lorik's head, he ducked under the slash and nearly cut the assassin's leg off. The outlaw dropped to the floor, screaming for mercy. Chansey finished his story with a smile of pride, but Lorik just looked at his plate. The truth was he wasn't proud of what he'd done. He had no intention of letting Grayson or anyone else hurt him or those he cared about. He didn't regret standing up for Vera or even fighting when he had to, but the memory of the pain he'd caused made him feel ill. His blow with the axe hadn't been all that strong, but it was enough to cripple Grayson for the rest of his life. He could still hear the crunch of bone and the way the ligaments popped as they severed. The blood had poured out of Grayson, and the thought of it made Lorik queasy. "Why do you look green?" Yulver said in a teasing voice. It wasn't as glorious as Chansey made it seem. "What?" cried the innkeeper. It was an amazing feat of strength and skill. "Don't sell yourself short, Lorik. Very few of us would stand up to the riders." "It cost that man his life," Lorik said. "And to be honest, I'm now sleeping with one eye open." "That's a good trait no matter what," said Yulver. "You can't be too careful nowadays." "So what does all this talk of war mean?" Lorik asked. "It means lawlessness is at an all-time high. I don't think I've ever seen so many pirates as I have the last few days. There's not much work, either. People are holding on to what they've got until they see how things play out." "That's not a bad idea," said Chansey. "How long are you staying in the point?" "A while," said Yulver. "Unfortunately, I don't have any work." "Well, you can stay here as long as you like," said Chansey. "What about you, Lorik? Are you still heading north soon?" "Yes," he replied. "Tomorrow." "The strange thing is, that stranger in town, the one called Stone, he claims he wants to partner up." "You don't say?" said Chansey. "Who is he?" Yulver asked. A warrior by all accounts. He's new to the point. Wears twin knives, real low on his hips. He waylaid some pirates on the waterfront yesterday, and their entire crew came looking for him last night. He killed 8 or 9 men right out in the street and didn't even get a scratch. He killed 8 men? Yulver asked. Maybe 9, Chansey said. He's a deadly fighter, that's certain, said Lorik. He claims to know about horses, too. You think it's a trick? Chansey asked. Maybe Marston's way of getting close to you before he sticks a knife in your ribs? I thought of that, but it doesn't make much sense. If this guy wanted to kill me, why wait? Like you said, he killed over half a dozen pirates without getting a scratch. Well, you're no pirate, said Chansey proudly. I doubt he wants a direct fight with you. Or maybe they don't want you dead, said Yulver, thinking things through. It might be that Marston wants you alive. I thought of that, but it could also be that Stone really wants to partner with me. Why, though? Chansey asked. I mean, why come to the Marshlands just to partner with a teamster? No offense, Lorik, but the kid could have gotten work anywhere. Maybe he saw something in Lorik that he liked, said Yulver. What are you going to do? I don't know yet, Lorik said. I'm meeting him in the morning to see what he really knows about horses. Well, I don't know the Stone character, but you can guarantee that outlaws will be as thick as thieves due to this war. If the man is as good a fighter as you say, having him on your side wouldn't hurt. That's what I was thinking, said Lorik. Perhaps I could take him with me tomorrow just to see how things shake out. That way, I find out if he's sincere and get a little extra protection in the process. Makes sense to me, Yulver said. Whatever you do, Chansey added, you be careful. This Stone is no one you want to tangle with, and neither is Marston. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Stone watched Vera for over an hour, nursing his mead. She was beautiful, he thought. He liked the way she moved, the way she laughed and flirted with the other patrons. When the other wenches came around his table he shooed them away. There was something about Vera that was authentic and enticing. Stone had known his share of women, mostly young wenches. They had all been pretty in their own way, but Vera had a lasting beauty that he thought was intoxicating. Normally, the young fighter kept his guard up, but the outlaw life was behind him. He wanted to find a place to belong. He liked the teamster named Lorik. He had first noticed the man in the tavern when Marston's goons had attacked him. He had noticed everyone in the tavern, but Lorik stood out. He was bigger than most of the men in Hasselpoint, but he carried his weight well. The axe that hung from his belt was a tool more than a weapon, but Stone had seen plenty of men heinously wounded by a small axe just like Grayson. Stone didn't grieve the loss of the silver-haired outlaw, he'd found the man to be a bore. Grayson was full of himself and could talk of nothing except the revenge he was planning for the teamster. When they found Lorik dining in the inn where they had their own supper, Lorik took note of how long it took the outlaw to declare his intentions. After hours of boasting, Grayson was too afraid to make good on his threats immediately. Then, during his own fight in the street, Lorik had held his horse. It was obvious that the teamster didn't trust him fully, but neither did he judge Stone too quickly. He had taken Stone's horse and held the animal carefully, even when many of the other townsfolk had run from the scene of the fight in fear. Stone respected that Lorik didn't let fear keep him from action or let it dictate what he would and wouldn't do. So, are you going to nurse the drink all night, or order something else? Vera said. She had seemed intimidated by Stone earlier, but after talking with Lorik she treated him the same as everyone else. I'd like another mead, if it isn't too much trouble, he said. That's what I'm here for, she said, then walked back to the bar and let the owner refill her pitcher from the large barrel of mead he had tapped. Stone watched her, the graceful way she moved, the way her dress seemed to cling to her curves without revealing too much. Most wenches in Stone's experience didn't really know how to seduce a man. They wore clothing that revealed all their secrets and were clumsy as they offered their wares. Vera was different. She acted less like a wench and more like a hostess. When she flirted, it was in a playful way with none of the desperation or lewdness most wenches employed. She came back, and Stone placed a gold coin on the table. Are you planning to drink the place dry? She asked when she saw the coin. No, but I was hoping I might spend some time with you. Vera smiled, and poured him more mead. I doubt you're up to it, she teased. I might surprise you, he said. Why me? There are plenty of younger girls who would give you whatever you wanted for a gold crown. I'm not interested in the other girls, Stone said. Of course, if that isn't what you do, I'll understand. Lorik said you were a wench, but if there's something between the two of you, I won't interfere. No, Vera said quickly. We're just old friends. She studied the young fighter. He had a few scars around his eyes, but they only made him seem more mysterious. He was handsome and polite. It was not what she was expecting. All right, she agreed. I have a room in the back. Let's talk first, he said. If that's okay with you. Most men aren't interested in talking, Vera said. I'm not most men. I can see that. Take the coin. It's yours no matter what. I just want the chance to get to know you better. I'm sure you know your business. We'll get to that, but I'm not in a hurry. I'd rather enjoy myself without you feeling like I'm taking up too much of your time. All right, I'm yours for the night, but I'm not much of a conversationalist, she said. Most people find me too straightforward for their taste. I like straightforward, Stone said. Really? We'll see about that. Let's go someplace where we won't have to shout to be heard. She held the pitcher of mead in one hand and extended the other to Stone. He took it and stood up, scanning the room one last time as he did. His paranoia was probably out of place, but he couldn't be too careful. Vera held his attention like few others were able to do. If he didn't keep his head, he might end up in a bad situation. Bring your mug, she told him, then, still holding his hand, she led him back toward the room she kept. As they walked past the rooms of the other wenches, they heard the sounds common in any bordello. Normally, that might have excited Stone, but for the first time it seemed tawdry and unpleasant. He was surprised to realize that he didn't like to think of Vera occupying such rooms. She unlocked the door to her room and led him inside. It was bigger than he expected, with a sitting area and a large four-poster bed with curtains. Vera sat the picture on a small table and waved at a chair for Stone to sit in. What do you want with Lorik? She asked, her tone severe. Stone was shocked for a second, and then he smiled. You are direct, he said. I warned you. Okay, I can live with that. I want a job. I think I can help Lorik and learn his trade. It suits me. I don't think staying in one place, doing the same thing day after day, would sit well with me. I get bored too easily. But I like horses, I like traveling, and I like a bit of excitement. So I asked him to partner with me. But why Lorik? Why come to Hassel Point at all? This isn't the best place for honest commerce. He took a long drink of mead before answering. Why don't you have a drink? He suggested. Don't change the subject. I'm not, but you don't have to take everything so seriously. In fact, I'll make you a deal. You loosen up and stop giving me the disapproving parent routine and I'll answer any question you ask. But will you answer truthfully? Of course, he said, and realized at once he had spoken a little too quickly. I don't believe you. There's only one way to find out, he said. All right, she agreed. She pulled a small wooden cup from the cabinet under the table where she had set the mead. She poured herself a drink and sat back in her chair. Then she studied Stone. He didn't think she disapproved, but Vera was hard to read. It was one of the things he found fascinating about her. I've lowered my defenses, she said. Now, it's your turn. What do you mean? Your weapons, she said, raising an eyebrow. I don't think you need them tonight. He looked down at the knives strapped to his thighs and smiled. He was so used to wearing them that he had forgotten he had them on. Normally he wore them all the time, and kept them close to hand even when he was sleeping. He stood up and untied the leather thongs that secured the long sheaths to his thighs. Then he unbuckled the belt and took it off. He buckled the belt back together and hung it on the back of his chair. That better? He asked. It'll do for a start. Why are you called Stone? I know that's not your real name, but... How do you know? Because no mother would name their sweet baby boy after a rock. Maybe I wasn't a sweet baby boy. No, Vera said. That isn't a possibility. You're too handsome to not have charmed your own mother. So what's with the name? Just a nickname, he said. I picked it up when I was a kid. It stuck. Why? Why does anyone get a nickname? Most people get nicknames they don't like. I'm wondering why you do. It fits, he said. I have a hard head. In a fight I'm hard to beat. I'm stubborn, not too bright, just take your pick. My mother called me Liam. I like Liam much more than Stone, she said. You can call me anything you want, Vera, he said, emphasizing her name. Her forehead furrowed as she looked at him. Why are angry with me? He asked. Who said I was angry? I did. You look angry. I don't understand you. I don't know if you're an outlaw or just misunderstood. I don't know if I can trust you. I've heard the stories of how many men you killed last night. It was self-defense, he said. You didn't start the fight? No, not with the group of pirates and not with the pirates on the waterfront. They attacked me. But you killed at least 7 men. I didn't have a choice, he explained. They were trying to kill me. I didn't kill the pirates on the quay, just as I didn't kill the outlaws who attacked me in your tavern yesterday. I still don't understand why you want to work with Lorik, she said, her stern manner fading just a bit. I want to do something with my life, he said. I want to settle down, at least a little. I want roots. What does that mean? It means I want a place of my own, somewhere I can call home. I want a wife, children, friends. I want to feel like I belong. His words were sincere and he could tell that his honesty finally broke through Vera's wall of doubts about him. Now I have questions, he said. What kind of questions, Dot? I want to know who you are. I want to know what you're doing here in this tavern when you probably have half of the town begging for your hand in marriage. I don't want to be married, Vera said simply. I'm here because I choose to be. And, Stone prompted. And that's all I want to say about it. Come on, I was honest with you. You told me a good story, she said. I admit it was very convincing, but that doesn't make it true. That hurts, he said. Why do you think I'm so untrustworthy? Maybe it's because of who you associate with. I didn't choose Marston, he said. You saw him approach me. But you went willing with him. I find it hard to believe you didn't know what kind of man he was. I knew exactly what kind of man he was. I knew he sent his thugs to push me around and see how I would react. I knew he would want me to join his gang, because I know what kind of man I am. But I didn't want more trouble, so I went along with him. I didn't come here looking to join the Riders or any other outlaw gang. You have an answer for everything, she said. No one is forcing me to do anything. I make my own choices. I believe having a reason for what I'm doing is essential, don't you? Yes, but I don't think most people have reasons, at least not good reasons. Like I said, I'm not most people. I think you're beautiful. She said, trying to deflect the compliment. You know you don't have to do that. Do what? Compliment me. I took your gold, remember? Although I am flattered. It's been a long time since anyone offered gold to be with me. Then they're foolish, he said. I knew the moment I laid eyes on you that you were different. There's so much more to you than a common wench. Is that right? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, I won't argue, but I'm reserving judgment on you, at least for now. That's fine, he said, finishing his drink. She started to pour him more mead, but he stopped her. He took hold of her hands, and he could feel her trembling slightly. I hope you aren't afraid of me, he said quietly. I can't help it, she whispered. You aren't what I expected. What did you expect? That I would slap you around or force you to do something you didn't want to do? It wouldn't be the first time, she said, looking down. It's a risk I have to take to do what I do. You never told me why you do this, he said, pulling her up from her seat and wrapping his arms around her. At first because I didn't have a choice. Then, it was just to keep my independence. I want you to know that I respect you. I'm going to kiss you and then I'm going to leave, but I don't want you to leave. I paid for a full night, so no one else can have you. I don't understand. Sure you do, he said. If you think I'm just going to sit around in my room all night, you're wrong. You can take your gold with you, Dot. They were standing eye to eye, his arms holding her close to his body, her hands on his arms. For a long moment neither spoke. Is it wrong for me to want you all to myself? He asked. You paid me. You can have whatever you want. What I want is for you to want me the way I want you. You aren't making any sense. Kiss me. Maybe then you'll understand. She kissed him. Lightly at first, the way she did most men who wanted to kiss her. It was detached and passionless, but he was patient. He knew he needed to break through her expectations and the experience of how men in the past had treated her. He slowly began to let his own passion move him forward as he felt his desire for her growing, then he slowly backed away. She was no longer trembling and he could feel the heat between them. I'd better go, he said. Where are you going? She asked, for the first time letting her own desire show. I need to disassociate myself from some people, so that you'll know I'm sincere, You don't have to do anything for me. Yes, I do, he said. He stepped back and looked at her. She stood still, letting him look. She knew some men liked to do that. Then he picked up his belt and strapped it on. I hope you understand that I meant what I said tonight. And I really do want to work with Lorik. It's obvious you have sway with him. I'm not asking you to do anything but trust me. I think you're a little insane, she said. I am, he agreed. You really want to be a teamster? Yes, I think so, he said matter-of-factly. All right, she said. All right, what? He asked. I'll stay in tonight. I won't go back to the tavern. He was tying the leather thong around his right leg, but he stopped and looked at her. Thank you, he said. Chapter 6. Stone enjoyed his walk back through town. The night air was cool with a breeze blowing in off the ocean that smelled of salt and grilled meat from the inns along the waterfront. He felt light and happy. He had been pleasantly surprised to find that Lorik was open to the possibility of partnering with him, and even more surprised to learn that Vera wasn't his woman. Stone had been honest with Vera. He hoped to find a place where he could belong, even though he had fled into the marshlands to escape the troop of soldiers that had been chasing him. It seemed he was always drawn back to the sea. He wasn't a farmer and could never be happy working the land. He didn't have any desire to risk his life upon the open sea, as he'd seen the cruel nature of the ocean since he was a boy. Even the most skilled seamen were lost at sea. He had no real vocation and no hope of earning a living as a tradesman, at least not in the traditional sense. He had useful skills, they just weren't traditional. But he knew he didn't want to steal from people. Profiting from someone else's loss went against the deeply rooted sense of justice he'd had since his father had died. He pushed those thoughts away. They weren't pleasant thoughts, and he didn't want anything to intrude on his feelings of hope. And he needed to keep his head if he wanted to survive. When he told Marston he was leaving the Riders. Had he been planning to leave Hassel Point, the news would not have been dangerous, but he wasn't going anywhere. He was going to stay, and if his suspicions were correct, he expected Marston wouldn't be happy about it. He knew before he arrived at the old church that something was wrong. His mind shifted from the pleasant daydreams of the future to a state of high alertness. He checked his knives to be sure they were settled on his hips where he wanted them. Then he walked boldly into the compound. The churchmen had built a low wall around their property, which was on one end of the horseshoe-shaped main street. There were torches lit in sconces all along the large building. Outlaws were saddling their horses and checking their weapons. They paid him very little attention as he passed. He wasn't well known, but most of the men had seen him with Marston the night before. He had stayed with the outlaws after their fight in the street with the pirates. They drank until almost dawn while the women in the old church served wine, mead, and sake, tended their wounds, and took care of their more basic, physical needs. There were rooms, but many of the outlaws did their business in the large common room. Stone was surprised, but he had mixed with outlaws before. They rarely abided by society's rules and preferred to flaunt their freedom, almost daring someone to call them on their outrageous behavior. He had fallen asleep on one of the many wooden benches with only a thin cushion under him and no blanket or cloak. He woke up around midday feeling tired and sick. He had found fresh water in a well behind the converted church building and had washed as much of the blood and road grime off of him as he could. Then he'd gone in search of information. He visited the small market, where craftsmen from the marshlands came to hawk their wares. He didn't need their goods, but he wanted gossip and information. He had learned Marston's true nature, although he'd seen enough to know that the man was savage. He also learned as much as he could about Lorik. The teamster was well liked and trusted by the people in Hassel Point, so he had gone to find Lorik in the boggy peat. Now he needed to find Marston and learn what was going on. It didn't take him long. The gang leader had been looking for him. "Ah, there you are," said Marston. "I have some good news." "What is that?" Stone asked. "It seems that King Over and his fellow kings are off to wage war in Yelsia, and we are going raiding." "Raiding?" Stone said. "Where?" "We'll take a ship south, to the coast of Osla. I know a few places where we can have some fun." "You're going to attack villages?" "That's right," Marston said. "I'm going to pillage and burn, until I've filled our small ship with treasure." "What for?" "What do you mean?" Marston asked. His good nature was beginning to fade. "I mean, what is the point? Don't you have everything you want here in Hassel Point?" "No, of course I don't. I have plans that are much larger than this mud hole." "Don't get comfortable, Stone, this is just the beginning. With the kings and nobles away, justice will be the edge of our swords, or knives, in your case." "Have you ever been on a raid? You aren't afraid of sailing, are you?" "No," Stone said. "But I'm not going. I have plans here." "What kind of plans?" Marston said, growing suddenly suspicious. "I'm going to partner with Lorik." Marston stared at Stone, dumbfounded for a moment, and then burst out laughing. "Oh, that's rich," he finally managed to say. "You really had me going for a moment. I'm not jesting." I appreciate your hospitality, but I won't be going. You really want to be a mudwalker? Marston said, angrily. You can't be serious. I am, Stone said. I just came to get my horse. Marston's eyes narrowed, and Stone tensed. He hadn't expected the outlaws to be leaving the city, and he wasn't sure if that made his defection better or worse. We'll see, said the outlaw leader. I plan to sail just before dawn. When I get back, we'll settle our accounts. There is nothing to settle, Stone said. He held out his hand, revealing a gold coin. For your trouble. Marston looked at the young fighter. He wasn't smiling anymore, and his voice held a veiled threat. I don't want your gold, Marston said. Although I'm curious who you killed to get it. I didn't kill anyone, Stone said. I don't want trouble. Mert appeared silently behind Stone, as if the very mention of trouble had summoned him magically. Mert was a killer, and Stone knew that neither Mert nor Marston would lose any sleep over his death. Still, he knew that even among the outlaws, he was an intimidating figure. They could all still clearly remember his dance of death among the pirates, and it was highly likely that only Mert was unafraid of what might happen if Marston pushed the young fighter to violence. Trouble has a way of finding us all, said Marston. It's too bad you won't join us. I like you, Stone. You always said what was on your mind. I still do, he replied. Yes, I suppose you do, said Marston, but for how long? Stone didn't reply to the threat. He simply stepped away from Marston at an angle, so that he didn't run into Mert. He felt a burning sensation running up and down his back, as if fiery ants had been set loose on his skin. His neck tingled, and the temptation to turn around was almost more than he could stand. Every muscle was tense as he moved slowly away, expecting to feel the agony of cold steel plunging into his flesh. After several steps he turned and walked quickly away. Most of the outlaws were watching him now, but he moved deliberately, even though he felt exposed. He went into the outlaw's stable and hefted his saddle. He didn't want to spend any more time than necessary in the compound, but he didn't want to leave his horse intact where the outlaws could steal or destroy it. He spread a blanket on the horse's back and then set his saddle on top of it. He cinched the girth straps and settled the bridle over the horse's head and slipped the bit into its mouth. Then he stepped up in the stirrup and swung his free leg over the saddle. The horse seemed to sense his nervousness and sidestepped anxiously. There, girl, he said softly, patting the horse's neck. Let's go, nice and easy. He nudged the horse forward and the familiar feeling of being on horseback helped him relax. The horse felt strong and steady underneath him, and he let that strength rise up into him. The church's main doors had been large, but the outlaws had made them taller so that a man could ride out of the converted stable without ducking his head. Stone was grateful that he could stay upright in the saddle. He rode outside and made his way immediately to the street. The other outlaws were once again busy readying their gear, but Stone noticed Marston watching him from the back of Marston's large, black charger. The horse was pawing the ground, but Marston was as still as a statue, his eyes never leaving Stone. Once he was in the street, he nudged the horse into a canter and rode away. It felt good to leave the riders behind. Stone didn't want to raid villages or pillage innocent families. The truth was that he wanted to stop the riders from doing it as well, but he knew better than to challenge the entire gang. He had to ride away and hope that he could settle into a new life in Hassel Point. If he was lucky, the sea might swallow Marston and his gang. It was possible, he thought to himself. Marston had even mentioned moving on from Hassel Point. Perhaps he would sail away and never return. Stone needed a place to stay for the night, but didn't have any desire to be around the rowdy crowds in the waterfront inns. He decided instead to go back to the small inn where he'd had dinner with the riders the night before. He tied his horse to the post outside and went into the large common room. There were several groups sitting in small clusters, eating and drinking. The innkeeper rose from his seat at one of the tables and hurried forward. I need a room for the night, Stone said. And a place to keep my horse. I have rooms, but no stable, Chansey said. He can keep his horse in my barn, Lorik said, walking up behind Chansey. I was just getting ready to walk home anyway. You can pick your animal up in the morning, if you're still coming by. I am, Stone said. Good, I'll see you then. Lorik went out, and the innkeeper hurried to the kitchen to bring Stone something to eat. Stone wasn't interested in having a long conversation, even though he could see that the innkeeper was about to burst with curiosity. I heard you are wanting to partner with Lorik, Chansey said. I'm Chansey, by the way. And this is Yulver. Nice to meet you both, Stone said around a mouthful of food. That's an interesting get-up on your belt, said Yulver. I've never seen anyone carry weapons like that. It's custom-made, Stone explained. You're a leathersmith then? Chansey probed. No, not really. I just needed something I couldn't find and had a leather worker make it for me. That's fascinating. So what is your interest in becoming a teamster? You ask a lot of questions, Stone said. Oh, forgive me, said Chansey. I'm just naturally nosy. And after last night I took you for a new writer. It's not often you see outlaws seeking legitimate work, but... What makes you think I'm an outlaw? Stone said, ignoring his food. Oh, I meant no offense. We don't judge on the point, do we, Yulver? I just assumed that because you were with Marston and riding a horse that you were part of there. He searched for the appropriate word. He didn't want to say gang, but group seemed too pedestrian. Bunch. No, said Stone, taking another bite of his supper. Well, forgive my mistake. I, for one, am glad to hear that you'll be helping Lorik. He's a good friend of ours. I hate to think of something happening to him all alone in the marsh. I worry more about bandits in the north, said Yulver. I guess you've heard that the king is marching his army east? I have, said Stone. If what I've heard about your fighting skills is correct, you'll be a useful addition to Lorik's business. From what I saw last night, he does pretty well on his own, Stone said. He doesn't take anything lying down, Chansey said. But he'll need help if he's attacked by a group of outlaws, Yulver added. They continued to talk about Lorik, the king, and what the future might hold. Stone ate his meal and finished his mead, then asked for his room. Chansey led him to a small room in the back. It had a narrow bed, a small table with 2 chairs, and a large basin for washing. There was a lamp, which Chansey lit, and an open window. In the dark, Stone couldn't see what was outside. What's out there? He asked. Not much, Chansey admitted. There's a pretty large bog and then the path that leads to Lorik's property. Stone closed and latched the window. He knew the room would be stuffy, but he would sleep better knowing that no one could get into the room without him knowing it. Is there anything else you need? Chansey asked. No, Stone replied. Well, then, I'll see you in the morning. Breakfast is free to all my guests. He left the room, and Stone locked the door behind him. It was a simple metal bolt, small but effective. He knew that no one could get into the room without him knowing. He pulled off his boots and took off his belt, then stretched out on the small bed. It was clean and soft, which was a pleasant change. He was used to sleeping outdoors, or in barns and sometimes abandoned homes. When he did stay at an inn, they were usually filthy, vermin-infested, and noisy. Chansey's inn was clean and quiet, and he felt safer than he had in years. He blew out the lamp and lay back on the soft bed, wondering if he would ever lie down to sleep without worrying that someone would try to rob or kill him in his sleep. He didn't dream that night. It seemed as if he just closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, sunlight was streaking the sky with pink and gold. He sat up slowly, stretching and rolling his head on his shoulders. Then he washed his face in the basin and pulled on his boots. Once he had his belt on and his sheaths tied in place around his thighs, he left the room. Chansey was waiting with freshly baked bread in the common room. Despite the fact that he had obviously been up late in the night and had risen well before dawn to start baking bread, Chansey didn't seem tired at all. And how was your night? Restful, I hope, said Chansey. It was, Stone said. I'd like to stay here, if things work out with Lorik. I know I'll be gone a lot, but I'll need a place to stay until I find a house of my own. Splendid, said Chansey. I'll hold a room for you. Stone paid with a gold coin, which wasn't rare in Hassel Point, since many of the pirates and outlaws had stolen gold in their purses. Chansey rarely had gold, though, as most of his patrons were locals who came to the inn only for food. Chansey's wife was a good cook, and he usually charged only a few coppers for a meal and mead. This will cover your room and board for a month of stays, said Chansey. Good, I won't need a full breakfast. Just a loaf of bread will do. He got directions to Lorik's property from the innkeeper and set out soon after. He munched the bread as he walked. It felt good to stretch his legs, and he enjoyed the thought that he was going to do something positive and productive. Much of his life had been spent in an effort to right the wrongs he had experienced in his childhood. Although he often thought of his deeds as beneficial, they were rarely positive. Now that was changing. He was looking forward to doing work he could feel good about. Lorik's property was on a slight hill. There was a road that led from the town proper to Lorik's property. Mud bogs lined the road, and it was obvious that Lorik had to work to maintain the road, which was just wide enough for his large wagons to stay out of the mud. The house was not large, but it was bigger than a cottage. The barn behind the home was much bigger, and there were horses in the small corral. Lorik was sitting in a chair on the home's small porch, drinking a steaming cup of tea. Good morning, Stone said. And well met, said Lorik. How was your stay at Chansey's? I slept well, Stone said. Good, let's get started then. They walked out to the barn. It was well built with a large hayloft, stalls for a dozen animals, and room for 3 large wagons, as well as a work area for repairs. Stone saw that his own horse was occupying one of the stalls. From the looks of her, she'd had a nice rubdown and was currently enjoying a small feed bag of oats. My father built this place, Lorik said. His father started delivering the rice tax, and the Earl of Warwickshire gave him his first wagon. Before that, most of the farmers hauled their rice taxes out in handcarts. Through the marshes? Stone asked. Yes, in the winter months. The trip would usually take a month, and they often lost as much rice as they delivered. Now there are several good paths through the marshes, depending on the weather and where you need to go. If things work out, you'll learn all of them and how to tell what the marshes are doing. What do you mean? Most people don't realize that the marshes migrate. There's a lot of water under the ground, and when that water shifts or moves, so do the marshes above them. You'll have to learn the difference between a bog, sucking mud, and quicksand. We've got it all in the marshes, along with some venomous snakes and toads. There's also mud dragons, I suppose you've heard of them? Yes, I even saw a few on my way to Hassel Point. Well, said Lorik as they approached the first wagon, they generally don't bother us. They're territorial, though, and they will attack if they feel threatened. They're fast, and their bite is so powerful it can take off your hand if you get too close. You make it seem so glamorous, Stone said sarcastically. It can be, once you know your business. But it isn't easy work. I know a lot of people who think I just drive a wagon around. That's only a small part of what I do. I load and unload cargo, care for the horses, keep up the maintenance on the wagons, and probably most importantly, I protect the goods I haul. I know the lay of the land beyond the marshes up to Warwickshire pretty well, and the Earl does a good job of keeping outlaws at bay, but there are dangers to cargo besides thieves. Especially if your load is rice. Moisture can ruin rice, from rain to a little water splashed on the grain sacks as you cross a stream. Well, I'm a fast learner, Stone said. And I'm not afraid of hard work. Good, let's get started. I've got 2 types of wagons. The first is called a marsh schooner. Have you ever heard of it? No, I haven't, Stone said as he slowly circled the wagon. These 2 are marsh schooners. See how they angle up in the front and the back, just like a boat? In the marsh, you never know when the path might plunge your wagon into the water or into soft mud. With this design, we protect the cargo. It's watertight and sealed on the inside, with space between the bottom of the wagon and the floor where the cargo is carried so that it can float. It also has these steel pins along the axle, so that if worst comes to worst, you can actually pull the pins and float the wagon off the chassis just like a boat. Who made these? Stone asked. My father designed them, and the Earl of Warwickshire had them built. They work great though the marshes, although they take a long time to build. The other kind of wagon is called a manhwa wagon. Lorik walked over to the other wagon. It's built for long hauls. I keep one here and one hidden on the far side of the marshlands so that if I have a long trip, I can swap the cargo over and make better time on the open road. In the driest summer months I sometimes take this wagon through the marshes. It has wooden axles, and the wheels are made of wood, too. If it's really wet the axles can warp and have to be replaced, but the difference in weight is worth the risk sometimes. The manhwa holds just as much cargo, but is much lighter than the marsh schooner. And that's just a farm wagon, Stone said, pointing to the small wagon in the back of the barn. That's right. Let's take a look at the horses. They went out to the corral where there were 6 very large horses. Most of them were reaching through the wooden fence to nibble the grass that was growing on the other side. Can you identify them? Lorik asked, leaning on the fence. They're Shire horses, Stone said. 5 mares and 1 stallion. Good, you do know your horses. The older 2 are broodmares now. I usually only take 2 horses out at a time. I have a boy in town who comes out to feed them when I'm away, but... What kind of harness do you use? Come on, I'll show you. They went back in the barn and looked at the harness and braces. Stone took his time looking at the tack, since he was less familiar with it than anything else. So how do you see our partnership working? Lorik asked. I need to learn as much as possible, so I was thinking I would just ride with you. I'll be your apprentice. I have a little gold set aside. I can buy my own horses when I'm ready for that. What about pay? Lorik said. I can always use the help, but the folks around here can't afford for me to increase my rates. I was thinking you should keep your gold, and when my mares give birth, you keep the horses. I'll even help you train them. I've got an extra room in the house, too, where you could stay until you find a place of your own. Once you start running your own loads, we'll split the commission. How's that sound? Do you think there's enough business to keep us both busy once I'm ready to go out on my own? Sure, there's always a need, whether it's goods going out or goods coming in. The main crop in the marshland is rice. We can grow other things, but rice is our specialty. There are very few places in Ortiz where it can grow. Most farmers get in 2 crops a year, and half has to be sent to Yorkshire as taxes. Most teamsters merely haul cargo, but I usually sell the surplus rice at some of the smaller markets and trade for goods we don't have. Timber is hard to come by in the marshlands. We have trees, but they're usually short and crooked, making them hard to mill. So you haul out rice, pay the tax, and sell the rest. Then buy goods for your clients and haul them back. Yes, and quite often I work on commission. I'll take a percentage of their profits as my pay, rather than require money up front. Sometimes I work for trade, but not often. In the fall I usually make a haul or two just to bring back hay and oats for the horses. And sometimes I haul out trade goods from the craftsmen in town. It's easier for them to let me haul it, since they don't have enough to pay for freight on a ship. Enough goods? Goods or money usually. Have you ever lost a load? Only once, Lorik said. I ran into a bunch of outlaws. That isn't altogether uncommon, but most are desperate men with no real idea of what they're doing. They're rarely mounted, and the first rule of hauling cargo is not to stop unless it's absolutely necessary. A fully loaded wagon moving at speed is a force to be reckoned with, but if you stop you're vulnerable. I was on a return trip with a load of freshly milled lumber. A group of outlaws tried to stop me, but I just kept moving. They shot crossbows at the horses. One missed, one didn't. I was able to get away from the outlaws, but the horse went lame. I had to put her down and convert the harness to a single horse. We hit some sucking mud and the horse couldn't pull the load out. So I left the wagon and rode the horse back home and then took another team out to get the lumber, but when I got there everything was gone but the wagon. It was not my finest day, but there are a lot of folks living in the marshlands who will take everything you have and leave you bleeding in the mud if you aren't careful. There are people you don't know? Stone asked. Sure, there are a lot of them. They know the swamps and marshes better than anyone. They live off the land and have very little contact with the outside world. Which also means they have very little regard for outsiders or the king's law. That's not a settling thought. They're mostly nice people, just different. And a load of quality milled lumber left untended in the marshes could be seen as abandoned. But that's the only load I've ever lost. So you don't have much trouble with outlaws? Oh, sure, there's been some trouble. Just nothing I couldn't handle, Lorik said. I've found most outlaws to be cowards. What about you? I've known a few cowards and a few killers. Speaking of killers, how did Marston take the news that you wouldn't be joining his crew? What makes you think he wanted me to? I've known Marston a while, and I've known his type my whole life. He's a cruel man, but he has ambitions, and he knows he needs talented fighters to get what he wants. If he didn't want you after your little performance in the Boggy Pete, he certainly wanted you after you fought the pirates. Well, he's taking the writers out raiding. I wouldn't have done that even if I wanted to join his gang. That's interesting. What prompted that, I wonder? The king's marching to war, Stone said. Apparently, Marston thinks that means he can do what he wants without any kind of consequences. And what about you? Lorik asked, looking Stone in the eye. The first time I saw you there was blood dripping from your knuckles. But not my knife, said Stone. I was attacked by 2 pirates in the street. I had to defend myself. Well, at some point I'm going to know what really brought you to Hassel Point, but we'll have plenty of time to discuss that on the trail. For now, you need a second pair of boots and provisions for a week if you're going to join me on my next cargo run. When are you leaving? Stone asked. This afternoon, Lorik said. I just need to see someone before I go. All right, I'll get what I need. Do I need provisions for you, too? No, I'll get my own food. I want you ride escort at first. Your horse up for that? She sure is, Stone said. But why escort? 2 reasons. First, there may be more trouble on the road with the rumors of war going around. I want you to be able to run interference if that happens. Plus, I won't have to worry about you adding extra weight to the load. We're hauling rice, and it should be a big load. All right, where can I get boots fast? Try Outride Shop, across from the market. You can't miss it. Good, I'll see you in a couple of hours. Chapter 7. Lorik watched Stone ride away from the barn. He had been a little nervous that the younger man's interest was just a ruse, but if Marston was after Lorik he could have captured or killed him easily by now. Of course, if the outlaw wasn't angry over losing his assassin to Lorik, he would certainly be over losing Stone. As a teamster, Stone seemed motivated and bright, but as a killer he was unparalleled. Lorik had seen his share of fights, both those he'd been involved in and as a bystander. He'd never seen anything like what Stone had done to the pirates. He moved like a vengeful spirit with absolutely no fear, and he possessed a combination of skill, strength, and speed the likes of which Lorik had never imagined. He knew he should have been nervous around Stone, but for some reason he wasn't. Perhaps it was the respect the young warrior showed him, or maybe his enthusiasm for the job. Either way, he felt that their prospective partnership had a lot of potential. He went into the small house and gathered enough coin from his various hiding places to get the supplies he needed in town. Lorik rarely carried more than a few copper coins and 1 silver mark, but he needed to get a few more weapons before leaving the point, as well as provisions for the journey. He walked to town, making his first stop at the Boggy Peat. He went inside and made his way back to Vera's room. It was still early in the morning, but, since he was leaving, Lorik didn't expect Vera to mind if he woke her up. He knocked gently on the door. It took a few moments, but eventually he heard Vera stirring inside. She opened the door just a crack, then stepped back and let Lorik in. "Did you get a chance to dig into Stone a little?" he asked. "Yes," she said. She wasn't sure what else to say. Over the years she had experienced her share of suitors, but she simply couldn't get Liam out of her mind. She had replayed their conversation over and over in her head. With the gold crown he had paid her she had more than enough money to move on from Hassel Point, but now she wasn't sure if she wanted to. She had gone to work when her parents died out of necessity, but she had remained a wench for a reason she wasn't sure of. She knew she had been searching for something, as if there was something missing from her life. It was why she had turned men away over the years, why she had refused to accept Lorik's proposals. She had never thought that what she was waiting for was a man. In fact, she had very little respect for most men. Even her regular clients, who were almost entirely locals, seemed more like boys than men. Lorik was different, but he was the exception to the rule. Now, she couldn't stop thinking about Liam. She could still feel his lips on hers, soft and warm, passionate but not possessive. He wanted her, she knew that, but he also respected her. It was a new feeling, and she wanted more than anything to see him again. "And," Lorik said. "He's okay," she said at last. "I asked him about Marston but he seemed to have no interest in the writers. As hard as it is to believe, I think he wants to work with you." Lorik nodded and sat down. He had the same feeling himself. "Did you spend much time with him?" "Yes," she said. "He's different, isn't he? Maybe it's because he isn't from the point, or maybe it's just that he's still optimistic, but I like him." "I do, too," she admitted. She was afraid to say what she was really thinking but more afraid not to. "I want to move into your house," she told Lorik. He looked at her in surprise. "You've changed your mind about marriage, then?" he asked, and she heard a note of worry in his voice. "No," she said, smiling at his fear. She knew he had offered to take her as his wife, but that wasn't what he wanted. If she had ever doubted it, she knew the truth now. "But I don't want to stay here. I think it's time for a change." Lorik looked at her for a moment. She seemed different somehow, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. She had said she needed a bit more money before she left the point, and he wondered how she planned to earn it if she stopped working. Still, he would never turn her away, and he was glad that she wasn't ready to leave town. He wasn't ready to say goodbye, and with the rumors of the king marching to war, he wasn't sure it would be safe to take her north yet. "Well, Stone and I are leaving today. I certainly don't mind you moving in. But I already offered the spare room to him." "That's okay," she said, and immediately wished she hadn't. Of course she was thrilled at the thought of living in the same house with Liam, even though she knew she was acting like a foolish young girl. She hardly knew him, but what better way to get to know him than living in the same house with him, she thought. "What's going on?" Lorik asked. "Yesterday you were irate that I was even going to speak with him about partnering with me. Now you're okay with it?" "I spent some time with him," she said. "Like you said, there's just something about him." Her face was red, and she was looking at the floor. Lorik finally put things together. She was infatuated with Stone. It wasn't that hard to believe. He was young and handsome, intelligent and even charming, but it wasn't like Vera to fall for those things. There must have been something else, something that he and no one else in Hassel Point had been able to give her. "He was interested in you yesterday," he said. "Tell me what happened." "It was nothing," she said, afraid he would be jealous. The truth was Lorik was jealous, but not of Vera's love. He had been the one man she had depended on and trusted over the years. Now, she was keeping secrets. He wasn't in love with her, but he loved her in a fashion, and he felt as if he were being replaced. "Please," he said gently. He wanted to be with me and paid for the privilege in gold. I was skeptical at first and kept my distance, but he promised he would tell me whatever I wanted to know. So I asked him about you, what his real name is, and about his plans. He was completely sincere. "His name isn't Stone?" "Of course it isn't," she scolded. "What mother would name her sweet baby Stone? So what is his real name?" "It's Liam, but don't go spreading it around. If he wants to be known as something else, that's his business." Lorik was uncertain how to feel. He knew that Vera was a wench, she had been for a long time. He had always hated the idea of her being with other men, but he himself had been a loyal customer, and the hypocrisy of his actions had always kept him from saying anything to her. He hated it when the writers visited her, but he had kept quiet. Now Stone had come to her, and he felt strange. Two men with affection, even merely strong friendship, for the same woman, could spell disaster. He told me he didn't mean to fall in with Marston, but you can see that he didn't have much choice. He told me he didn't want trouble, and sometimes going along with their sort is the best way to deal with men like that. The whole town knows it's true, that's why they pay Marston protection money. "I understand," Lorik said. He stood up. "I have things to do before we leave. Do you need help moving your things to my house?" "That would be nice," she said. "You aren't angry, are you?" "Why would I be angry, Dot? I won't be wenching anymore. I've been trying to get you to stop for a long time." "I think I may have feelings for Liam," she said, her face turning even more red. "I know that," he said. "How?" "It's obvious," he said with a chuckle. "I've known you a long time, and I've never seen you this way." "I can't help it," she said. "I feel like a teenager." "You deserve to be happy," he said. "I'll admit I don't like change. And you not being here will take some getting used to. But I would never stand in the way of what you want." "Oh, Lorik," she said, her eyes shining with tears. "You are too good to me." "No, I'm not. Wouldn't you do the same for me?" "Of course I would. Nothing would make me happier than seeing you with a woman who made you happy. That's how I feel. Even though we can't be together? Once I leave this room, I'm through. I need to know that I can trust you." "Of course you can, and don't pretend like you don't know that. We've been friends a long time, and I care about you, of course, but I can step aside. If Liam is who you want to be with, then I support you completely." "That means the world to me," she said. He smiled and put his hand on her shoulder. "I'm happy for you. Do you think he feels the same way?" "I don't know," she said. "Men keep their feelings so guarded. He paid me in gold but didn't sleep with me. He just kissed me and asked me not to work the rest of the night." "How very chivalrous of him," Lorik said. "It doesn't mean anything," she said. "If anything, it's probably a bad sign." "But you don't think so, I can see that." "He kissed me and she hesitated, feeling foolish. "I just think that maybe there was something in that kiss. Maybe I imagined it, but it felt like more than just a kiss." "Well, I'll be sending him to help you get settled," Lorik said, clamping down on the strong emotions that were springing to the surface of his mind. "I've got to go collect a load, but I'll send him here with the old wagon. So be ready when he gets here. We'll be gone for a couple of weeks." "Good, that will give me time to get the funky smell out of your old house." "There's no smell in my house," he said indignantly. "Oh, don't get upset. You're a bachelor, and you're gone most of the time. Your house could use a good cleaning. It's the least I can do in exchange for you letting me stay there." He smiled. "All right, make yourself at home. I'll see you when I get back." She kissed him, and although it was fast and friendly, it surprised him. "You're a good friend, Lorik." "Thank you." He just smiled and left. He found in those moments that it was better to get busy with something he could see and touch. He walked down to one of the blacksmith's shops. Hugo was a huge man with thickly muscled arms and bushy beard. He was also one of the gentlest men Lorik had ever known. "Lorik!" Hugo cried. "What brings you around today? Are your horses needing new shoes already?" "No, I was looking to get a few weapons." "Have you got some you can part with?" "Weapons, eh? Well, of course I do, you know that. I hope all is well." "It is, but there are rumors of a war." "I've heard that, yes. And chances are the roads may not be as safe if the Earl has sent his men away from Yorkshire. Better safe than sorry, you know." That is correct. What did you have in mind? I need a bigger axe, Lorik said. Double-bladed if you have one. And maybe a few javelins. Oh, I have just the thing. Here, let me show you. Hugo went into the storage room where he kept his supplies and finished projects. He came out with a beautiful axe. It was big, the handle was as long as Lorik's leg, and the twin blades were as wide as both of his hands side by side. The axe blades curved around so that there was almost a circle around the head of the axe. What do you think, Dot? It's beautiful, Lorik said. Feel the balance, Hugo told him as he handed the weapon over. The handle was oak and wrapped in pig skin. It had heft, but it wasn't as heavy as Lorik had imagined it would be. The length and weight of the handle counterbalanced the axe head and Lorik could wield it with both hands. I cored the handle, Hugo said, and there is a beam of steel that runs from the axe head down the handle. You could block a sword stroke with the handle and not have to worry about it snapping. It's perfect, Lorik said. Do you have javelins too? Sure, he said, stepping back into the small room. Lorik had used a javelin his whole life. He carried a longbow when he traveled, but he'd learned to use a javelin as a boy before he could draw a stout bowstring. In the marshlands, javelins were used for hunting and even fishing for some of the larger fish, but they were essential in fending off the mud dragons if the need arose. Hugo came out with half a dozen javelins. They're all honed and balanced. Good. I'll take them all. How much do I owe you? He paid Hugo and then went to the market where he bought bread and smoked eel for the trip. He was just tying his provisions in a sack to the end of one of the javelins when Stone called to him from the street. I'm glad I ran into you, he told Stone. I need you to do something for me. Vera is moving into my house. Can you hitch the farm wagon up and help her move her things? Sure, Stone said, but he looked as if he wanted to say more. Don't worry, he said. She's been talking about leaving town for a long time. She'll just be staying with me for a while before she goes. We're just friends, he paused for emphasis and then continued with a smile, Liam. Stone's face turned red. She told you my name, he said, a little sheepishly. We've been friends a long time, Lorik explained. I told her you would be coming, Dot. I might need a little help hitching the horse to the wagon, Stone admitted. Well, then, come back with me now. You'll still have time to get provisions before you leave town. I'm going out to pick up our load now. You can catch up to me on your horse later this evening. All right, that sounds good, said Stone. They walked together, Stone leading his horse and neither man talking. Lorik knew that Stone was trying to work out what to say, but Lorik felt it was best if he let Stone say what was on his mind in his own way and in his own time. They were almost back to the barn before Stone spoke up. So, I need to say something, he said. I have feelings for Vera. Is that going to be a problem? Not with me, Lorik said, even though he wasn't sure if that was completely true. Can you tell me if she has been seeing someone else? She doesn't have any suitors if that's what you're asking. I've seen her turn down good matches in the past. I've even offered to marry her, but that isn't what she wanted. I did promise to take her north soon. She was planning on starting a new life. Oh, was all Stone managed to say. Let me show you how to hitch up that old wagon. It wasn't long before Stone drove the wagon away from the barn and Lorik once again watched him go. Normally the path to town from his property had to be carefully navigated to keep the wagon wheels from veering into the mud where it could get stuck, but the farm wagon wasn't as wide as the others, and Lorik figured Stone could keep the wagon on the path. He was relieved to get busy, since his emotions seemed so troubling. He didn't love Vera, he knew that was certain. What he couldn't figure out was why her feelings for Stone bothered him so much. She seemed happy, although Lorik knew that romance could evaporate as quickly as it sprang up. Vera and Stone hardly knew each other, but he had heard that sometimes love struck as quick and powerful as lightning. It wasn't his place to doubt Vera's feelings, and he would have plenty of time on the road with Stone to get a good sense of the other man's character. Perhaps all he felt was grief. His friend was leaving, perhaps not leaving the point, but she would no longer be the welcoming confidant she had always been. She had seen him through the death of his parents and comforted him. Whether things were good or bad, she had always been there for him with open arms. Now, things were changing, and he didn't like change. Once he had the marsh schooner ready and 2 of the Shire Maras were in their braces, he set out. The open road had always had a way of rejuvenating him. He loved the beginning of a trip. He stopped at Chansey's Inn and got a large keg of mead, which he secured to the bench seat beside him. It would give them something to drink in the marshes where fresh water was sometimes hard to find, and it would also serve as an armrest. He propped the big battle axe on the floor with its handle pointed up and resting against the keg of mead. His own rations and the 6 javelins he placed in the bed of the wagon just within reach of his seat. The Holist farm was one of the biggest producers of rice in the marshlands, and the main farmhouse was sited right on the path that led out of Hassel Point. There were other villages in the marshlands, but Hassel Point was biggest. The other villages had very little interaction with the outside world. Other than a delivery or two, usually made by Lorik, they had no contact with anyone outside of the marshlands. Holist was waiting at the farmhouse with 3 of his sons. They already had the rice dried and bagged. Holist could have sent his rice by ship. He was close enough to the harbor, hardly an hour's ride by wagon. He had the money to pay for the cargo to be shipped as well, but like most of the people in the marshlands, they preferred to have one of their own moving their goods. It was not unheard of for a shipment of rice sent by sea to go missing, in which case the rice tax wouldn't be paid and the farmer could lose everything. Holist's sons loaded the rice while Lorik got specific orders from the farmer about what he needed from the north. Once everything was settled, Holist and Lorik shook hands. Then Lorik set off in his wagon again. There were perhaps 2 hours of daylight left, and while Lorik was able to keep his emotions about Vera from bubbling to the surface at first, before long he couldn't help himself. He was sad and he wasn't sure why. He wasn't the type of person given to sentimentality, nor was he comfortable with lying to himself. He thought about what was bothering him again, and once more he ruled out the possibility that he had stronger feelings for Vera than he thought. He was concerned for Vera, he didn't want to see her get hurt, and as much as he liked Stone, neither of them knew the young warrior very well. But his emotional anguish was more than just concern. He was upset about something, and he decided that pretending he wasn't upset was not going to help him. Then, out of the blue, it hit him. He wasn't bothered by the fact that Vera was leaving him or seemed to be falling in love with Stone, he was upset because he and Vera had always been the same. Neither of them was satisfied with life, but it was easier to take the disappointment when he could spend time with someone who understood how he felt. It wasn't that Lorik didn't like living in Hassel Point or even like his trade. He felt lucky to have all he had, but there was something missing. It was easy to look at Vera and see that what she was missing was love. She had never found the person she wanted to share her life with until perhaps now, but Lorik was different. He didn't think love and marriage were what was missing from his life. Finding someone to share his life with might have been pleasant, but he didn't feel like his life was incomplete because he spent most of his time alone. He pondered his situation, and while he couldn't put his finger on why he wasn't happy, he did feel that he knew why Vera's decision to leave Hassel Point and her strong feelings for Stone upset him so much. There was a measure of relief in being able to identify his problem, but he still wasn't sure how to proceed. As night began to fall, he stopped and made camp. The main path from Hassel Point into the marshes was an old road of sorts. It clung to the high ground, although it occasionally dropped into the little valleys between the low hills. In those troughs the path was susceptible to muck and clinging mud, depending on the weather. It had been reasonably dry for the last week, and so far Lorik had experienced no problems on the trail. He expected to see Stone come riding along any time. The young warrior may have taken his time loading and unloading Vera's belongings, but he would make much better time on horseback than Lorik would hauling a heavy load of rice. He made a fire, then saw to his horses. He unhitched them and made sure to give each of them a proper rubdown before hobbling them for the night. Then he secured a tightly woven cover over the rice. He wasn't expecting rain, but he couldn't be too careful. Thieves were also a problem in the marshlands, and wagons left uncovered were easy to steal from. Eventually, Lorik would make his bed on the load of rice. It wasn't a feather bed, but it was more comfortable than sleeping on the cold, soggy ground. Finally, with his work through for the day, he settled next to the fire and had a mug of mead. He rarely cooked much on the trail, preferring dry rations. He ate one of the small, hard-crusted loaves of bread that the bakers in Hassel Point made and sold to the ships that came into harbor. The loaves resisted moisture and could keep for nearly a month before becoming too moldy to eat. He had cheese, smoked eel, and some fruit in his provisions, too, but he wasn't hungry. He normally got to sleep quickly after seeing to his horses and eating a bite, but he decided to wait up for Stone. It made him nervous to have to sit and wait. His mind wandered to unhealthy ideas. The young warrior had made his way to Hassel Point through the marshlands on his own, which was no mean feat still. He could have wandered off the path in the darkness and dropped into a pool of quicksand, or gotten stuck in the thick, sucking mud. Some men had gotten so bogged in the sucking mud that they had died without ever getting free. Lorik pushed the thoughts away and watched the fire as it died down. There was plenty of scrub brush around to keep the fire going. It smoked profusely and sometimes it even stank, but it burned, and that was the important thing. It would attract Stone when he got close enough. Lorik just hoped that it wouldn't attract anyone else in the meantime. Chapter 8. When Stone got back to the boggy peat, he found the tavern filled with people. There were men and women, all coming to see what was happening with Vera. More than just a wench in Hassel Point, Vera had been working in the same tavern for so long, people were shocked to learn that she was quitting. When Vera had told Quaid, the stoic owner of the Boggy Pete actually shed tears. The news had spread through the town like a wildfire. Of course, most people assumed that she and Lorik were finally getting married. They came to wish her well, and most stayed for a pint of mead. When Stone arrived in the wagon to get Vera's things, he was met by many angry looks and furious whispers. "Are you ready?" he asked Vera. "Yes, as ready as I'll ever be," she said. "I'll load the wagon," he told her. There weren't a lot of belongings to load up, mostly clothes and a few personal items. Vera had a large mirror, 2 sitting chairs, and the table that Stone remembered from his visit to her room the night before. She had given most of her fanciful belongings, such as the silk-lined pillows and the satin bedsheets, to the other wenches who worked in the Boggy Pete. She knew they would soon be fighting over her room because it was by far the largest in the tavern, even bigger than Quaid's own quarters. But she didn't care who took the room she had lived in for over a decade, nor did she care what happened to the other furnishings in the room. There was a thick rug, and heavy drapes that she had purchased herself and hung from the large four-poster bed. She no longer needed or wanted these other furnishings, so she left them behind. She had saved as much money as she could over the years, and most of it was already hidden in Lorik's home and barn. She had entrusted him with it and he had hidden it away for her. In fact, she didn't know how much she had all told, but she had enough with her to make a new life, so the rest would just be security. She climbed up into the wagon, ignoring the stares from the locals who sat watching and drinking. Being a wench was not scandalous in Hassel Point, but her association with Stone apparently was. He had made a big impression when he fought the pirates, Vera assumed, and now he was taking Vera away from them. She feared it might hurt his chances for making a decent life for himself in Hassel Point, but then again, she secretly hoped he would leave the Marshlands with her. As the wagon rumbled along the cobblestone street, Stone looked over at Vera. He was thrilled that she was leaving the tavern, but he didn't want to read too much into it. "So, you're moving in with Lorik," he said, hoping to prompt her into conversation. "Yes," she said. "He's a good friend and he's been offering for years. I hope that doesn't inconvenience you too much. He told me he offered you the spare room, too." "Oh, don't worry about it," he said. "I already made plans at the inn, anyway. I'm happy for you." "Happy for me? Why?" she asked. "I'm just glad you don't have to work in that tavern anymore. Maybe I'm going to open my own bordello, what do you think of that?" Stone was taken back by Vera's proposal. The fact was he didn't really have a bad opinion of the profession, but he didn't want anyone else to be with Vera. He had come to Hassel Point to start a new life. He hadn't expected to find someone that excited him the way Vera did, but now that he wasn't sure how to deal with the way he felt about her. "I hadn't thought of that," he said. "I was just hoping that you might be giving up that life. Lorik said something about you leaving Hassel Point." "Lorik doesn't know everything," she said. "Are you the jealous type, Liam?" He was surprised at how hearing Vera say his given name shocked him. He liked it. The sound of his name on her lips gave him goosebumps. "Never have been," he said. "But I've never met anyone like you before. I find that hard to believe, unless you were stranded on a deserted island all your life." "No, I've been around. And known quite a few women like me, I would guess. With your looks you probably didn't have to try too hard to get them into your bed, either. So what makes me so different?" "That's hard to say," he said honestly. "I'm just hoping I get to spend the rest of my life figuring it out." Vera blushed and was glad when they reached Lorik's house. She had always loved the old house. It had been a haven for her through the years. She had stayed there when she was young and had been beaten by a mean-spirited man who had sought out her services after his wife had passed away. That had been when Lorik's parents were still alive, though, and her own parents weren't long dead. She had felt at home there, and even though Lorik and his father had been away, she felt safe with his mother, who nursed her back to health and tried to get her to stay on with them after she'd healed. But Vera had a need to do things herself. She didn't like relying on other people and was always afraid they were going to let her down, the way her own parents did when they died so suddenly. She didn't want to depend on Liam either, even though she enjoyed being close to him. It was the first time any man had made her feel so giddy, and the truth was that she was terrified. She knew she couldn't keep servicing men in the Boggy Pete, not when she had such strong feelings for Liam. But she didn't want to rush into anything with the young stranger either. "I'll unload your things," he told her. "Just the big items," she said. "I know Lorik is waiting on you, but..." "Okay," he said, smiling up at where she sat on the bench of the wagon. It took her a few minutes to really believe that she was here. It wasn't permanent, she knew, but she felt like she was finally coming home. It seemed to take Liam only a few minutes to move her belongings into the house. She wouldn't let him move everything and insisted that she could unhitch the wagon and see to the horse. "I like doing it," she told him. "Horses are good listeners. And I've seen Lorik do this hundreds of times. I'll be fine, you go on." "You're sure?" he said. "I can help." "No, it'll be getting dark before long and you don't want to get lost in the marshes. Just get your horse ready and then ride out on the main path." Lorik said he was getting a load at the Hollist farm. "It's only an hour or so away. If you hurry you can catch up to him there." "All right," he said reluctantly. She watched him walk to the barn, then she got busy unloading the rest of her things. It didn't take her long, and when she finished she found Stone waiting for her outside. He had his horse saddled and ready. There were 2 large canteens tied to the saddle horn, a bedroll, and a large sack of rations for the journey. "I need to know something before I leave," he said. "Will you be waiting when I get back? I mean, waiting for me?" She touched his arm and looked into his eyes. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. "I don't want to interfere if you love someone else," he said, his mouth dry and his stomach feeling like a stone. "I don't love anyone else," she said. "Does that mean you love me?" he asked. "How can I love you? I hardly know you. You know more about me than anyone else in the world." "That's impossible," she said. "No, it's absolutely true. There have been only 3 other people who have known me any better, and they're all dead now." "Oh, Liam, I'm sorry." "It's okay," he said. "Things are looking up for me, Dot." "Is that right?" she said with a smile. "Yes, it is." He leaned forward and kissed her lightly on the lips. Then he quickly swung up into his saddle and rode away. He turned back as the horse made its way toward town and saw Vera, leaning against the wagon, watching him. He was deep in thought about Vera and what the future might hold as he rode out of town. The main trail that led into the marsh was easy to follow. The ground was covered with wispy, yellow grass that grew in thick tufts on either side of the trail, but the path itself was hard-packed dirt, wide enough that Lorik's wagon could easily traverse it. He let his horse pick its own way along the trail and didn't notice the group of men coming quietly up behind him. One had a longbow, and they were obviously pirates. Shooting didn't come naturally to any of them, and the bow looked out of place among the group, but the arrow was just as deadly. Stone heard the missile an instant before it slashed across his arm. He reacted on instinct, first crying out and dropping the reins as the shock of pain hit him, then twisting in midair as he moved away from the source of pain and his horse shimmied in the other direction. He couldn't stop himself from falling, but he did manage to keep himself from being hurt too badly by the fall. He landed on his back, with the wind knocked out of his lungs. He was trying to get back on his feet when the group of pirates tackled him. He struggled, but he didn't have the strength as he gasped for breath to break their hold on him. "Take his knives," one of the pirates said. He felt his weapons being yanked free. There were 5 men attacking him. 1 stood back, giving orders. 3 were busy holding him, and the 4th had taken his weapons. The pirate on his legs was having the most trouble, as Stone kept kicking and writhing in an attempt to break free. "You aren't so tough now, boy," said the vile-looking pirate who was giving orders. The man had a scraggly beard, and his teeth were blackened, his gums swollen. He had very little hair on his head, and what he did have was slicked back with some type of grease. His clothes were tattered, and there were permanent sweat stains under the arms and around the neck of his shirt. "Let me go," Stone hissed. "Oh, not so fast. We owe you, boy," the pirate said. "You killed some very good friends of ours, and we mean to make you pay. You and them that helped you." Stone managed to get one leg free and kicked the pirate trying to hold his legs down. The blow was with the heel of his boot and it landed on the bottom of the pirate's jaw, slamming his teeth together and knocking the man backwards. The 2 men holding his arms shifted their weight in an effort to control him, and Stone bucked, slipping one hand free. "Give me one of those knives," he heard the lead pirate say. Stone knew he didn't have much time. If he fought too hard they would kill him quickly, but if he didn't they would kill him much more slowly. It wasn't a difficult choice. His only chance for survival was to get away. On his feet, he could probably beat them. The pirates showed no real skill for fighting. They were willing enough, but they had no training and he did. He stabbed a finger into the eye of the pirate who was trying to regain control of his arm. He felt the wet splash of blood and fluid as the eyeball ruptured. The man screamed and toppled backwards. Stone then slammed the palm of his hand into the chin of the man holding his other arm. The man took the blow just as the pirate with Stone's knife came hurrying forward. Stone knew his time was running out. He twisted so that his back was off the ground and hit the pirate holding him with the flat of his hand again, this time in the side of the head, making solid contact with the man's ear. The blow stunned the pirate long enough for Stone to get his arm free and roll away. He was on his knees when the lead pirate leaped at him, swinging the knife in a deadly arc. Stone had no time to evade the blow, so he threw up his hand to catch the pirate's arm. The momentum of the pirate sent Stone falling back again, but he kept the blade, which he knew was razor sharp, from cutting him. The pirate was heavy, and he landed hard on Stone, making it difficult for the young warrior to breathe. Still, he was able to twist the pirate's wrist and shove the knife back toward his attacker's body. The blade stabbed into the pirate's opposite shoulder, inflicting a wound that wasn't grievous but was enough to send the man rolling back away from Stone, who rolled with the pirate. He knew he couldn't afford to give the pirates time to gang up on him again. He needed to create space and do as much damage as he could in as little time as possible. Stone slammed his elbow into the pirate's nose as hard as he could. The impact was so hard that it jarred his arm and caused the pirate to drop Stone's knife. The young warrior grabbed the knife and sprang away, turning just in time to see the man with the longbow taking aim at him. He dove to the side, falling headlong into the mud, and he heard the whistle as the arrow passed him. Then he was up again, moving back toward his attackers. The big man he'd hit in the ear was lumbering toward him now. Stone recognized his type. The man wasn't all that big or strong, but he was used to taking punishment and would be hard to stop. Stone raised the knife, and just as he had hoped, the man's eyes followed the deadly blade and never saw the boot that kicked him between the legs so hard it lifted the pirate off the ground. The pirate had grunted and fell to one knee, but Stone knew he wasn't finished. He used his whole body to power a massive punch that landed square on the man's jaw. His knife was in his punching hand, and the impact of the brass knuckle guard was unmistakable. The sound of the pirate's jaw shattering was like the pop of a dried stick smashed over a person's knee. The lead pirate was on his feet again, screaming for the pirate with the longbow to shoot. Stone spun in front of the lead pirate, and the arrow missed Stone by mere inches and buried itself in the other pirate's stomach. The man growled and fell to his knees, clutching the arrow. Stone ran forward, and the pirate with the longbow staggered back. He lifted the bow in hopes of warding off the blow he knew was coming, but Stone's arm was curved so that the blade of his knife was standing out, and it slashed through the pirate's throat before the bow stopped the arm's progress. Blood fountained, and the pirate dropped his weapon and clutched at his throat. The man Stone had kicked was only just now starting to move. The pirate leader had slumped over onto his side, his jaw clenched and his eyes bulging in pain. The pirate with the ruined eye was still writhing and screaming in pain. The man with the shattered jaw was unconscious in the mud. Stone looked up and saw his horse 100 paces down the path. It had stopped and was looking at him now. Stone wasn't sure what to do. He didn't know if it was wise to let any of the men live. The pirate leader with the arrow in his gut would soon be a dead man, and there would be nothing but pain that increased the longer he lived. The others had a chance, though. Stone walked up to the pirate and looked down in disgust. "You deserve the pain," he said angrily. "But I'll cut your throat if want me to." The pirate had hissed, but he was hurting too much to speak. Stone bent down and slashed the man's neck with one quick movement. Blood poured out onto the ground, forming a dark muddy puddle as the man's eyes glazed over and his face relaxed. Stone turned back to the pirate with the bow who had taken his other knife. It lay on the ground now. He picked it up, inspected the blade, then wiped it on the back of his leg. Then he slid the blade into the sheath and walked over to the pirate leader, who was wearing a long silk sash. Stone cut the flimsy material off the dead pirate and used it to clean the blood off his knife blade. Finally he looked at the wound in his left shoulder. The arrow had cut a furrow through the muscle, but it had missed the bone. His shirt sleeve was soaked in blood. He cut it away and then cut off the other sleeve. Half of it was muddy, but he used his knife to cut a strip of clean material free and fashioned a bandage for his left shoulder. He had trouble tying the strip of cloth, but he did the best he could, and then trudged down the path to his horse. It bothered him to leave men alive who might come looking for him again, but he figured the sailors would probably sail away from Hassel Point by the time he got back with Lorik, so he left them on the trail. Stone's horse was nervous and could smell the blood that was seeping out from under the makeshift bandage. Stone approached it slowly, his hand held out toward the animal and all the while speaking in a soft voice to the horse. It neighed at him, but it didn't run away. Stone was grateful to have caught the horse so easily. He was tired, and his back was aching from the fall. He swung up into the saddle and let the horse canter away from the scene of the attack. As Stone took a long drink from his canteen, he scolded himself for not being more careful. He had assumed that the pirates would simply leave him alone, but his mind had been too focused on Vera to really consider the situation. It was a stupid mistake and he'd gotten lucky, but the next time he might get really hurt, or worse, Vera might get hurt. He knew he couldn't live with that. The next hour was uncomfortable, and by the time he reached the Hollis farm he was dizzy with fatigue. His horse had slowed its pace to a walk, and Stone was too tired, his body too shocked from his wound in the fight, to keep the animal moving at speed. He saw the farmhouse and rode onto the property. Hollis saw him approaching and came out to see who he was. Stone tried to get off his horse but ended up falling again. He was dizzy and weak when Hollis reached him. "What the hell happened to you?" Hollis said. Stone mumbled an incoherent reply, but the rice farmer wasn't listening. He called for his sons, and they came out to help with the wounded warrior. They carried him into the house, where Hollis's wife fussed over his wounded shoulder. She poured strong wine into the swollen wound to clean it and then packed the cut with a poultice before wrapping it in a clean bandage. Sometime while he was being tended, he passed out. When he woke up, it was late. He found himself on a bed, with nothing but his undergarments on and a heavy quilt draped across him. He was hungry, his mouth incredibly dry, but his mind was clear. His arm ached, and his back was sore, but he sat up in the bed anyway. He moved slowly and the dizziness didn't return, so he cast around for his clothes. "They're hanging by the fire," said a voice in the dark room. "What are?" Stone asked. "Your clothes. My girls washed them for you. Although I doubt that shirt will be of much use." "I've got another in my saddlebags," Stone said. "Who are you?" Hollis, the man in the dark, said. "Are you the man Lorik calls Stone?" "Yes. I was riding to catch up with him. And you got waylaid on the trail." "That makes sense. Lorik will be worried about you, Dot." "I should get going," Stone said. "Well, that's not very smart," Hollis said. "I don't think you're all that familiar with the marsh, and unless you are, wandering around in the middle of the night is more than foolish. Besides, your clothes aren't dry yet, and I guess you're hungry." "I could eat." "Sure, you could. Here." As Hollis approached, Stone could see his shadowy form in the darkness. He opened a door, and firelight from the next room poured in. Hollis was short, with thick, black hair and a kind face. There were streaks of gray in the black hair that caught the dancing light and seemed to shimmer. Hollis walked into the main room of his farmhouse and brought back a cup of meat and a tin plate full of thick stew. "It's goose stew. I hope you like it. It may be a little cold, but it'll fill you up." "Thank you," Stone said as he took the plate and sat back down on the bed. The meat was an immediate relief, and he drank half of his mud before taking a breath. "You might take it easy on the mead," Hollis said. "We brew that ourselves, and it's a mite stronger than what you'll find in town." Stone nodded and dug into the plate of food hungrily. "Now, it's a few more hours till daylight," Hollis said. "You might as well get a little more rest. I'll wake you at dawn and help you get moving in the right direction." "Thanks," Stone said, yawning. "Forget it, just keep that shoulder clean. If it gets dirty, you could get blood poisoning and die." Stone lay back down and Hollis left the room, closing the door behind him. It was dark, and Stone fell asleep almost immediately. The next morning he found his clothes laid on a chair beside the bed. As light slowly filtered through the thick glass of the little window in his room, Stone could see that it was well furnished, although it looked like most of the items in the room were made on the farm. There was a long, low table, with a thick, gnarly wood top. A wicker-seated rocking chair was in the corner, and a tall wooden cabinet was near the bed. Stone pulled on his clothes and boots, then stepped out into the big main room of the farmhouse. It had a large stone fireplace, with a big, black cookpot hanging over the flames. There were also small ovens made of clay built into the fireplace, so that it served as the central place for cooking and heating the home in winter. There were 4 young girls and 1 woman scurrying around preparing breakfast. "Thank you for your kindness," he said to the woman, obviously Hollis's wife. "Think nothing of it," she said. "My girls washed your clothes. I just dressed the wound in your shoulder. Keep it clean and it should mend fine." "I will," he promised. "Hollis is outside with your horse." "Thank you," he said again, not sure what else to say. He went outside and found Hollis smoking a long-stemmed pipe and watching the sun come up. His horse was saddled and ready to go. He approached the farmer and stuck out a hand. "Thank you for your help," he said. "It was nothing," Hollis said. "I refilled your canteen from our well. It's clean water. And I packed your ruined shirt in the saddlebag when I fetched the good one. It might not be in good shape, but it's better than nothing in the marshes. I appreciate it. It was no trouble. Now take this path and ride hard. I'm not sure which path Lorik will take, but this trail forks about 3 hours from here. You'll want to catch up with him before that if you can." "I will," Stone said, swinging up into his saddle. One of Hollis's daughters came out with a round loaf of freshly made bread and some hot sausage. She held it up to Stone, smiling but not speaking. He reached down and took the food. "Thank you," he said, as she hurried back into the house. "Better ride hard, stranger. I will, Stone said, holding the warm food close and urging his horse into a gallop. He ate as he rode, once the horse had run long enough. He slowed her pace, keeping a sharp eye out along the trail, but, other than the occasional animal, there was nothing to see. The swamp was murky and in some places emitting a very foul odor. The trail turned and twisted, the trees around it growing in stunted, unnatural shapes. The leaves were gray and seemed lifeless. It was not a pleasant ride, but he kept moving. It was almost midday when he finally saw Lorik in the distance. He kicked his horse back into a gallop to catch up. What took you so long? Lorik said sourly. He had stayed up late into the night, catching only a few hours of sleep. He was tired, worried, and more than a little annoyed. I was ambushed, he said. The pirates didn't get the hint the night before. What happened? Lorik asked. They were riding side by side now, Stone on his horse and Lorik in the wagon. I got shot in the shoulder. If the pirates weren't such lousy bowmen, I'd be dead, I suppose. Well, let's hear about it. We've got a long trail ahead, and a good story helps the time pass more quickly. Chapter 9. Stone told Lorik about the attack in terse details. In some ways, Lorik wasn't surprised. Pirates weren't honorable men, but he had to admit he hadn't expected them to come after Stone again. Being in a fight was scary anytime, but after seeing what Stone was capable of with his knives, taking him on seemed more like suicide. Lorik was glad that his new partner was okay, but he had worried through the night that he'd made a huge mistake. If Stone had just dropped out of their partnership, Lorik would have been disappointed, but not all that surprised. But he had worried about Vera. What if Stone was working with the writers or even just working some kind of con on his own, and Lorik had left Vera right in the young warrior's hands? He had debated turning back, but in the end he knew he had a job to do. He had been entrusted with Holist's future, and the truth was that Vera had made her own choices. So, after a restless night, Lorik had pushed on. When he finally saw Stone hurrying to catch up, he hadn't known what to expect. How's your shoulder? He asked. Better. Still hurts, though. I wasn't in very good shape and ended up at Holist's farm. They took care of me. I should be fine in a day or two. Alright, well, I'm sorry about that. I guess splitting up was a bad idea. It's okay, it wasn't your fight. It should be over now. I hope so, Lorik said, thinking again about Vera, all alone in Hassel Point now. Before, when Vera was working, it certainly wasn't an ideal situation, but at least she had people around her. Now she was alone at Lorik's home. It wasn't far from town, but it was far enough that she could be hurt or kidnapped without anyone knowing it. He had spent most of his life looking out for Vera. It felt strange now that she was moving out from under his protection. He knew he needed to let her go, but it was difficult. Even though she hadn't left the point yet, her impending absence made his own uncertainty about the future even more difficult to bear. They were nearing the end of the main trail. The high ground had disappeared, and the thick, stinking muck was crowding in on both sides. After an hour of travel, Stone was forced to follow behind the wagon, rather than beside it. The trail was winding even more now, and progress was slow. Lorik had to carefully steer his way through the soggy ground. When they came to an area where the ground was covered in shallow water, Lorik called a halt. Let's take a short break, he said over his shoulder to Stone. Lorik stood up and stretched his back, then climbed down from the wagon. He was used to moving through water in the marshlands, but he had a heavy load, and he knew it was better to walk his route through the mud and water before attempting to drive the wagon through it. I need to walk this path and make sure it's good, he told Stone. Ready to get your feet wet, literally? Sounds like fun, Stone said sarcastically. It's not, but it's necessary. Come on and I'll show you how to find a way through standing water like this. The water smelled of rotten fish and vegetation. The ground was muddy, but their boots didn't bog down in it. They walked slowly, side by side, as Lorik pointed out things that Stone needed to know. You can tell the difference between mud and sucking mud just by the way it clings to your boots. Sucking mud will also make a squelching sound when you pull your foot free. Hence the name, I suppose, Stone said. That's right. You don't usually find it in places like this where the ground is just too saturated for the water to drain off. It doesn't even feel that muddy, does it? No, Stone said. What you do need to be aware of is what may be under the surface of the water. There can be holes or rocks that will damage the wagon, and you might not see them until it's too late. There are also some nasty snakes that like to stay hidden in the water. In most instances they won't try to harm you, but if the horses see them they'll be frightened. In deep water there are other creatures, but I'll show you how to spot them when I see one. So basically, we're checking the mud and making sure there's nothing around here that might damage the wagon or spook the horses. Yes, nothing better than walking the path to make sure everything is okay. I usually walk up one side and back down the other. And this is why I needed a second pair of boots, Stone said. This and the sucking mud, Lorik explained. If you happen to get caught in some, you may have to leave your boots behind. How did I make it through the marshes without knowing any of this? You got lucky, I suspect, Lorik said. Of course, riding a horse helps, and if you're traveling light it can be done. You didn't fall into any quicksand and didn't get bitten by anything venomous, but most importantly, you didn't lose your sense of direction. I've always had a good sense of direction, Stone said. But these winding trails make it more difficult. You'll get used to it. Once you know what to look for, they stand out. The hard part is remembering which ones get you somewhere and which ones are dead ends, so that you don't waste too much time wandering around. The key, though, is understanding that the marshes and swamps are always changing. So if you took a path today that was clear, it might not be clear the next time. You have to be willing to double back and change your route if you run into the unexpected. They returned to the wagon, and Lorik drove it across the flooded plain. Stone led his horse for a while after that. He hated the water that squished in his boots, but he knew there was nothing he could do about it. The air was warm and very humid, so changing his boots would give him dry feet for now, but his first pair wouldn't dry, and he might end up with 2 wet pairs of boots on the first day of the journey. They didn't have any other problems that day, and when evening came, they made camp in a fairly dry spot. There was plenty of scrub brush for a fire. Stone saw to the horses while Lorik situated the camp. There was a pleasant fire crackling when Stone was finished with the horses, and Lorik offered him some mead. I'm surprised you drink on the road, Stone said. I don't ever get drunk, Lorik said, settling down beside the fire. But finding fresh water can be difficult. I usually don't bring an entire keg of mead, but with 2 of us I thought it might be wise. Also, I rarely cook, so having a bit of meat or wine makes the dried rations easier to stomach. That's a fact, Stone said, pulling a small loaf of crusty bread from his pack. Do you regret coming along? Lorik asked. No, why would I? It's not glamorous work, Lorik explained. Being in the marshlands can be depressing. How so? Just look around, everything seems stunted and wilting. The weather is always wet and muggy, the colors bland. Not to mention there are a lot of dangers out here. Some people don't like it. I don't mind. I didn't grow up in the marshlands but might as well have. We were close to the sea, and the streets in the poor section of town were always covered in thick mud. It stank of garbage and refuse. And I'll take natural dangers over the humankind anytime. In comparison, the marshes seem like a haven of peace and safety. Does danger always follow you around? Lorik asked. No, I'm hoping to move past all of that. All of what? I guess it's time for my story, eh? I was hoping you might be willing to let me in on a little bit of your history. Well, my father was killed when I was young. We had always been poor, but with my father gone we were destitute. I did whatever it took to survive. My father gave me the only bit of good advice that ever passed his lips right before he died. A man with a sword can have whatever he wants, he told me. No king or lord can own him. So I found someone to teach me how to use a blade, only it came with a price. I had to do some unpleasant things to earn my lessons. In the meantime, my mother was an easy target for brutish men. When I was old enough I set out to settle the score with them. When my sword master was killed, I avenged him and robbed the lord who had ordered his murder. Then I came here. Well, that's more truth than I was expecting, Lorik said. I'm hoping the Earl of Warwickshire wasn't the lord you stole from. No, it was farther north, said Stone. Good, we don't need to stir up trouble if we can help it. I really do want to put that life behind me, Lorik. I didn't know what to expect to find at Hassel Point. I didn't know if I'd stay in Ortiz or book passage to another of the 5 kingdoms. But I want to make a good living, not just enemies. I want to have a life and not end up with a knife in my back. Or an arrow, Lorik said good-naturedly. Or an arrow, Stone agreed. I got lucky. Well, luck is usually earned through skill. I'd say that training in your youth has served you well enough. It has served its purpose. I want a quiet life now. Do you think that's possible? Probably not, Lorik said, breaking off a piece of bread and dipping it into his mead. The pirates should sail away soon enough, but Marston will not be as easy to deal with. You think he'll be angry? It's in his nature. He can't allow an offense, real or perceived, to go unanswered. Men like that have a need to ensure no one gets anything over on them. I can't imagine he'll just let bygones be bygones. So how do I avoid it? Move away from Hassel Point. That's one way, said Lorik. In the end, the only way he'll let it go is if he gains something he feels is of equal value to the offense. What do you suggest, that I offer him something? Coin or trade goods, maybe? I don't know. If you come back to the point and start offering to buy him off, he'll think you're scared. He has to respect you before he will deal with you fairly. And how do I earn his respect? Stone asked grimly. Men like that respect only one thing, and that's power. How do you know so much about all this? I've seen it before. Marston wasn't always in Hassel Point. In fact, the Riders are only the latest gang to set up shop here. All my life I've seen men like Marston bullying everyone around them to get what they want. I try to stay quiet and out of everyone's way, but I'm always watching. And I've been lucky enough to avoid crossing the wrong people. Until now, Stone said. That gray-haired man you fought was a Rider. Your axe crippled him. How do you think Marston will respond to that? Well, you said yourself it was a fair fight, no retaliation needed. It might have been enough to get me by for a day or two, and with Marston going raiding he might have let the incident go altogether, but not now. Because we partnered up? Yes, he'll paint both of us with the same brush, so to speak. I'm sorry, Stone said. Don't be. I made the decision, and I knew what I was getting into. So what do we do? I plan to mind my own business, Lorik said, then drank the last of his mead. And if Marston won't let you? I figured you would take care of that, he said with a smile. I would if I could, Stone said. I've taken on worse odds, but that was when I had nothing to lose. And what have you got to lose now? Stone looked at the fire, his face a mask, but Lorik could see the conflict just beneath the surface. Look, Vera is not in love with me. You can talk about her whenever and however you want. It's not that, Stone said. It's just that I do have things I don't want to lose. I want to have a home, a legitimate business, a family. I'm not taking for granted the fact that you were willing to take a chance on me. I've found more in Hassel Point than I dreamed. And now you're afraid of losing them, Lorik said. I've lost everything else I've loved, Stone admitted. That's the chance you take with love. You can't open your heart up and not risk being hurt. Well, I won't let Marston or anyone else hurt Vera. And I'm not going to do anything to harm our partnership. That's good to know, and on that note, I'm going to bed. Should I take watch or something? No, not as long as we're in the marshes. We'll be safe enough. I generally sleep on the wagon, depending on what cargo I'm hauling. Bags of rice aren't soft, but they're better than sleeping on the ground. Stone stood up and crammed the last of his bread into his mouth. The dry bread seemed to suck all the moisture out of his mouth, and chewing it wasn't easy. He sipped some more mead to help get the bite down. Lorik checked the horses and then arranged himself on one half of the wagon. Stone kicked dirt onto the fire and drank the last of his mead. He had to admit having something to drink besides water made a big difference. Then he climbed up onto the wagon. It was hard to see details in the darkness, but he could make out Lorik on one side of the wagon. The older man seemed to be asleep already. Stone wrapped himself in a blanket and lay down on his side with his wounded shoulder up the air. It was aching slightly, but as long as he didn't make sudden movements or touch the wound, it didn't hurt too badly. He fell asleep thinking of Vera. The next several days passed much as the first had. Lorik was not in the mood for being a big conversationalist, and other than showing Stone things he thought the younger man needed to know about navigating the marshes, he remained silent. They shared the meat each night, each eating the rations in their own packs. One night Stone boiled some water from his canteen and made a stew, which he offered to share with Lorik, but it was really only enough food for one man and Lorik declined. At night they talked about life in Hassel Point and occasionally the world beyond. Stone had never been outside of Ortiz. Lorik sometimes ventured into Falxus on business, but he preferred to stay close to home. They talked about what the war would mean, if the rumors were true. It would make their job harder outside of the marshlands, but little would change in Hassel Point, except that the busy port might see a lull in business. Most of the pirates would want to take advantage of the kings being off to war. It would bring out the lawless side in more men, but there was nothing Lorik or Stone could do about it. On the fourth day, they were halfway through a swamp when a mud dragon swam close enough to get Lorik's attention. Keep your horse calm, he warned Stone. There could be more than we can see. They were in water that was as deep as Stone's knee, so he was riding his horse. The ground was rocky, so the wagon was able to get traction and roll through it. More what? Stone asked. Mud dragons, see? He said, pointing. Isn't that just a log? Nope, not in the marshes. Have you seen a tree that's straight since we started this trip? No, I can't say I have. That's a mud dragon. Some people call them other things, but it all means danger. They can swim underwater and you'll never see them. If that one goes under, we could be in trouble. Surely they won't attack the horses? Stone said. The horses, you or me, even the wagon if they're hungry enough. If that's a female, there'll be more around. The males are territorial, and they will run off any other mud dragon that tries to hunt in their territory. How do we kill it? We don't, if we don't have to. Their skin is thick and hard to penetrate. Anything but a killing blow only makes them more dangerous. They have a soft spot on the back of their skull if you're close enough to hit it with a crossbow. What about your longbow? Couldn't you kill it with that? No, I'm not that good a shot. Besides, they don't usually sit still long enough for you to take careful aim. You've got javelins, right? What about killing it with those? That's what I got them for, Lorik said, but mud dragons strike so fast that it's hard to drive them off without some type of casualty. I don't want to lose my horse, said Stone. She's been with me through a lot of tight spots. Well, maybe we'll get lucky. Keep your eye on that one and I'll see if I can find any more. Let me know if it submerges. All right, Stone said. He was riding his horse slowly through the muddy water. He watched the mud dragon and rubbed his horse's neck, speaking soothingly to the mare. Oh, hell! Lorik said. There's another one on the bank. I can't see it very well, but the mud slide from it is plain as day. What's that mean? It means that there could be more in the water that we can't see. Our best bet is to make a run for it. He flipped the reins and shouted at the big Shire horses, who thundered ahead, splashing water in all directions. Normally, Lorik wouldn't risk getting the rice wet by rushing through the swamp, but he didn't really have a choice. They were almost to the far bank, if it could really be called a bank, as it was little more than a muddy swell rising up out of the swamp waters, when a mud dragon launched itself at Stone's horse. The mare reared onto its back legs, avoiding the snapping jaws of the mud dragon but tossing Stone into the water. The horse scrambled to the side and galloped out of the swamp, leaving Stone and Lorik behind as it ran into the wilderness beyond. Stone was so surprised that he hit the water flat on his back, but his instincts kicked in, and he rolled to his feet immediately. Lorik jumped off the wagon with a javelin but didn't have a chance to catch Stone's horse. He ran back to the water and saw the mud dragon swimming toward Stone, who had both knives drawn. Lorik threw the javelin and turned to grab another without even looking to see if the first hit the mark. He wasn't trying to kill the beast, just get one javelin into its thick skin so that it couldn't hide beneath the water. He turned around after grabbing two more javelins and saw that his first had lodged in the mud dragon's side. It rolled, snapping the lance, but there was still enough wood standing up that they could see it. There was also blood in the water now, which would draw the other mud dragons. The animals weren't opposed to eating their own kind when the opportunity arose. Go back, Lorik shouted. Stone obeyed instantly, moving slowly backward through the knee-deep water. The wounded mud dragon was thrashing, and Lorik hoped it would distract the other creatures from attacking Stone. In only a moment there were 3 pairs of eyes moving slowly through the water toward the wounded mud dragon. Then, without warning, a huge mud dragon jumped out of the water in front of Stone. He fell back to avoid the massive jaws, which snapped closed where he had been a moment before. The sound of the teeth clacking together sounded like the crack of a whip. The beast's momentum carried it forward so that it came down on top of Stone, who was busy slashing at the mud dragon's soft flesh under its jaw. The mud dragon scrambled backward, and a javelin buried itself in the water beside Stone, who was on his feet in the blink of an eye. He grabbed the javelin, pulled it free from the muddy soil, and turned it on the mud dragon. Lorik had thought all was lost when he saw the monster leap from the water at Stone, but he threw the javelin to the young warrior's aid anyway. When he saw the mud dragon thrash backward, he threw the second javelin. It came down in the middle of the creature's back. This time when the mud dragon rolled in the water, the steel head of the javelin was pushed deeper into the beast's back, mortally wounding the beast, who spasmed and then stopped moving. Stone didn't hesitate for a second but turned and ran back to the far side of the swamp. When he reached the muddy bank, he jumped up and landed in the mud on his hands and knees, crawling forward until he could stand up again. He turned and saw the carnage in the water. The first mud dragon was losing a deadly battle with 2 other beasts, while 2 more converged on the dying creature that had almost killed Stone. You okay? Lorik yelled. Yes, just a little shook up. You're damn lucky to be alive, Lorik said. I'm sorry. Just part of the job, right? They watched for a few more moments as the mud dragons devoured each other. Then they moved away from the scene of the attack, and Lorik stood ready with his remaining javelins while Stone made his way across the swamp. Moving through the water was unnerving, but Stone didn't give in to the fear he felt. He knew that the best way to overcome fear was to face it as soon as possible. And while he didn't run into any more mud dragons, crossing through the swamp on foot, as harrowing as it was, gave him a sense of mastering the fear. His heart was racing as he slogged through the water, but he forced himself not to panic or hurry. He moved cautiously through the water, alert for any movement, and when he reached the other side he and Lorik both breathed a sigh of relief. "Why don't you take a turn in the wagon?" Lorik said. "Get those wet boots off and let your feet dry. I'll lead the wagon and see if we can't find your horse." Stone accepted and climbed up into the wagon. He had just pulled his boots off, having to pour water out of them, when Lorik handed him a wooden cup of mead. "I don't know if it's strong enough to calm your nerves, but it's worth a try." "Thanks," Stone said. "We'll need to remember this if we keep you on horseback," Lorik said as he turned the horses back toward the trail. "It might be better if we both stay on the wagon next time." "I won't argue," Stone said, taking a long drink of mead. The warmth spread through his arms and legs, which had been chilled from the swamp water. "Thanks for throwing that javelin. It saved my life." "Forget it," Lorik said, as he led the team of horses back toward the trail. "I should have found a better place to cross. I didn't think about the mud dragons attacking your horse. We both made it out alive, and I won't forget to check for mud dragons at any body of water ever again." They trekked on and found Stone's horse half an hour later. It was covered in mud, but unhurt. They tied the mare to the back of the wagon and let it follow behind them for a while without a rider. When night came they made camp and built a bigger fire than usual. Stone's boots were still very wet, so they set them near the fire in hopes of drying them out. They both had an extra cup of mead that evening, and Stone struggled to sleep. He had faced death many times, but the memory of the mud dragon's dripping maw and the rotting stench of its breath haunted his dreams. The next day they met Varn. He was a little man, short and thin. His hair and beard hung down past his shoulders. He wore a vest that was brown and leathery. It took Stone a few minutes to realize the vest was made from mud dragon hide. He carried a javelin and a small skinning knife. Varn was a true Marshlander, living off the land, rather than in a village. "The water's up, east of here," Varn told them. "But you should have an easy trail north." "Thanks for that information," Lorik told him. "I've got some mead here. Would you like a cup?" "I never turn down good brew," Varn said. "It's rare in the marshes, that's for certain." They all had a drink as they traveled along. Stone was surprised that they didn't stop or that Lorik didn't offer Varn a seat on the wagon, not that there was much room with the keg of mead on the bench seat beside him, but it seemed somehow rude that they just kept moving as they talked. "I never thought I'd see you with a partner," Varn told Lorik. "I thought you were too nasty to have any friends." "It was his idea," Lorik said, pointing back toward Stone. "Although we had a run-in with a pack of hungry mud dragons yesterday. He may have changed his mind." "Trekking through the marshes isn't for the faint of heart, is it?" Varn called back to Stone. "No, it isn't. I've had a run-in with a few mud dragons myself," he said, holding up his left hand and revealing that his ring and pinky fingers were missing. "Nasty brute ate my fingers, but I had the last laugh." "This is his hide right here," he said, rubbing the vest. "They've got tough skin, but it can be softened up. I usually use it to make the soles of my boots. The old folks can shape it so that there aren't any seams, which makes the boots waterproof." Varn turned back to Lorik. "When will you be back through?" "A week or so," Lorik said. "We have supplies to trade for, then we're coming home. You think you could pick me up some wool? Marna down by Ola's village is having a baby soon. She could use something warm for the little one." "Yours?" Lorik asked. "Could be. We'll have to wait and see." "Just one bale of wool?" "That would be more than enough," Varn said. "All right, I'll keep an eye out for you on my way back through. In a week or so." "I'll find you," Varn told him. "Good luck, mate," he called to Stone. "And you as well," Stone replied. Then, without warning, Varn turned into the thick brush that lined the trail. "Did he give you something to trade for the wool?" Stone asked. "No," Lorik said. "Varn's a Marshlander. They don't usually make trade goods, and I doubt he's even seen more than a few coppers in his whole life." "So you're just going to buy the wool for him?" "Yes and no," Lorik said. "I trade with the Marshlanders, mainly in information. They know the marshes better than anyone else. If you have a problem out here, they're about your only hope. It never hurts to do them a favor when you can." Stone nodded. He agreed that it made sense to keep a man like Varn on your good side, but he didn't like being taken advantage of by anyone. He was used to living in a world where nothing was given for free, and the strong took what they wanted from the weak. There were no more incidents in the next 3 days it took them to cross the marshes. There were mud bogs that had to be circumvented, but they made good time. Stone was surprised as the terrain suddenly changed. The swampy marshes disappeared and vegetation changed from shrubs and wilted grass to rolling hills with tall trees and short, green grass that the horses nipped at whenever they had a chance. They had to turn west to find the road that led from the marshes to Yorkshire, although they didn't plan to go all the way to the large city where the Earl held court. Instead, they planned to stop and trade at Paulson, a fairly large village less than 2 days' ride from the marshlands. The road was little more than a dirt path, but it was level and straight. The ground was hard-packed with no vegetation, so the horses made good time. They were able to travel half a day before stopping to make camp for the night. They had just finished seeing to the horses and were sitting down next to a small fire when they heard a twig break. Unlike the marshes, where the animals were nearly silent, the forest road seemed alive with life. There were birds nesting and squirrels hopping from branch to branch. As evening fell, crickets chirped and insects buzzed around the fire. Stone and Lorik were both aware that the breaking twig was not a natural sound, although neither of them moved or spoke. Stone looked around, but it was impossible to see in the dark. Their little fire made the forest around them seem all the more dark compared to its brightness. Lorik always kept his new axe close to hand, never leaving it in the wagon when they made camp and making sure it was within reach when he slept. He slowly reached out and took hold of it. Stone nodded and slowly turned away from the fire. Lorik turned to face the opposite direction. There was another crack, this time followed by the sound of someone cursing under his breath. Lorik's body felt tight. Fear was running an icy finger down his spine, and his bowels felt watery. He'd known that outlaws were a possibility, but he hadn't expected them this close to the marshes. In the past, some outlaws had tried to use the unforgiving terrain of the marshlands as a hiding place, but most outsiders had no desire to risk the dangers of the swamps. Their fire must have attracted the men slowly approaching their camp. Although they didn't seem experienced in stealth, it was a fight nonetheless, and Lorik knew that anything could happen in a fight. He preferred to stack the odds in his favor whenever possible. Facing an unknown number of outlaws in the forest at night was not his idea of a favorable situation. Now! Came a shout from the dark, and they heard the outlaws rushing forward. Lorik snatched up his axe and raised it with 2 hands above his right shoulder. Stone drew his knives and waited as the men hurried forward. It was hard to determine the exact number because they had surrounded the campsite. The first to appear was an old man with nothing but a knotty club. He came running straight toward Lorik, his face red with exertion and his scraggly, gray beard puffing with each gasping breath. A second man followed the first. He was younger and armed with an old sword. The old man swung his club, but Lorik dodged out of the way, and the attacker's momentum carried him past Lorik. The younger man charged ahead with his sword held straight out in front of him. Lorik swung his heavy axe to knock the sword away. It connected with the rusty blade with a pop, and the sword blade broke in two. Lorik saw the look on the young outlaw's face change from determined to defeated in that instant. He followed his parry with a well-aimed kick that knocked the young outlaw's foot out from under him. The young man fell to the ground with a thud. Stone's opponents were not so fortunate. They were more experienced, and both had weapons in each hand. On carried a small sickle on a short handle in one hand and a dagger in the other. He reached Stone first, hacking at the young warrior with the razor-sharp sickle. Stone swayed out of reach, the sickle blade passing just below his chin and close enough that Stone felt the wind as it passed. The outlaw followed the slash with an overhead stab with his dagger. Stone spun out of the way like a dancer, his own knife blade slashing through the man's abdomen just below his ribs. Blood and entrails spilled out, and the outlaw's liver and right kidney were ruined. The man fell with a grunt and didn't move. The next outlaw had a spear. It was long and heavy, and the outlaw wielding it had had training. He slashed the heavy weapon at Stone's head, who ducked below the iron spear tip. The outlaw also had a spiked club. When he saw that Stone was darting inside the reach of his spear, he dropped the weapon and swung the club with both hands. Had it landed, it would have broken bones, but the club found nothing but air. Stone had bounced away again, never standing still or giving his opponent an easy target. When Lorik turned back around, he found the older man leaning over, heaving for breath. He walked over and snatched the club from the outlaw's hand. The older man didn't resist. "Get down on the ground," Lorik ordered the man, and he obeyed. When Lorik turned to Stone, he found him facing down the largest of the outlaws. The man had a spiked club and was waving it menacingly at Stone. Lorik threw the older outlaw's club at the remaining assailant. He saw the rudimentary weapon flying toward him and batted it away with his own club, but in that same instant Stone jumped forward, one knife plunging down into the outlaw's groin from just beside the hip. The outlaw dropped his club and fell to the ground, crying out in agony. "Shut him up," Lorik said. Stone bent forward and punched the outlaw, letting his brass knuckle guard smash into the man's chin. The outlaw's body went rigid as his eyes rolled into the back of his head, but he made no more sound. Lorik turned to the old man and found him on his knees. The younger outlaw was crawling back into the woods, but Lorik caught him quickly and a swift kick to the ribs ended his escape attempt. "Shouldn't we just kill them?" Stone said. "Not before I get some information," Lorik replied. He grabbed the young outlaw, who was groaning in pain, and pulled him back toward the fire by the man's hair. "Stop!" screamed the young outlaw. "Let me go." "Shut your mouth," Lorik told him. "Or I'll let my friend cut out your tongue." The outlaw looked up in fear and Stone held his bloody knife toward the fire. The boy's bladder couldn't withstand the fear, and a dark stain spread across his pants. "Why do I get the feeling these two are new to the trade?" Lorik asked, pointing at the old man and the young outlaw. "They have no skill and little enough courage," said Stone. "Don't move," he told the young man, who shook his head quickly, like a scolded child. Then Lorik moved over to the older man and squatted beside him. He looked up at Stone and said, "Get him some mead." Stone complied, and when he brought the man the cup, the man sat back and took it gratefully. He sipped the mead and he finally looked up at them. "Are there more of you?" Stone asked. "No," the older man said, shaking his head. "Just the four of us." "Two now," Stone said. "That's one's dead and the other is dying." "Good," spat the older man. "I hope he dies slowly, the bastard." "You want to tell us what is going on?" Lorik said. "I know you're not outlaws." "We didn't have a choice," the old man explained. "Thurik's raiders took over the village." "Paulson?" "Yes," said the old man. "He burned the outlying farms. He's got our womenfolk and the men have been forced to go raiding. He sent us out with that bastard," pointing to the man Stone had stabbed. He lay still, his face purple along his jawline and blood spreading beneath him, but he was still breathing. "Forced us to steal from people we knew. If we went against him, he would have killed us and then our womenfolk." "When did this happen?" Stone asked. "Just a few days ago. The king's marching the army to Yelsia, or so they say. The earl pulled his men off of patrol so there's no one guarding the forest road or the routes to the coast. Thurik burned 3 coastal villages and then marched inland, completely unopposed. We were taken off guard, not that we would have stood much of a chance against his pirates." "How many men does he have?" Lorik asked. 13 still in the village, the old man explained. The rest he sent out to raid, each with 3 or 4 locals to act as guides and bolster his forces. He figures he can get more plunder that way, I suppose. "It's a good plan," Stone said. "All the rewards and none of the risks." "He's a killer," the old man spat. "He'll slay us all in the end." "Why don't you stand up to him?" Stone asked. "It would be a slaughter," the man said. "We aren't fighters, just simple village folk. Farmers mostly, a few tradesmen and merchants. Without the earl's men we had no hope." "Well, this was unexpected," said Lorik. "I knew the outlaws would be emboldened by the absence of the king's soldiers, but I didn't expect them to take over whole towns." "What should we do?" Stone asked. "We could avoid Paulson and make our way to Yorkshire, but we risk running into more outlaws along the way. Plus, we might not find that city in any better shape than Paulson." "We could run this Thurik out of town," Stone said. "Just the 2 of us?" "It's possible," Stone said. "I've taken out 13 men before, but it's bloody. We'd have to go in at night, quick and quiet. And we'd have to kill every one of them." Lorik stood up and stretched. He was tired, and seeing the dead man on the ground and the dying raider in a pool of blood made Lorik feel sick. The last thing he wanted to do was to start a war with 13 outlaws, but what choice did he have? If Thurik held Paulson, Lorik had no chance of doing business in the town. He'd have to take his cargo farther north, and, with the outlaws roaming the land, his risk would increase exponentially. "I don't see that we have much choice," Lorik said. Stone turned to the old man. "We'll help, but we need to get into the town at night and strike when they least expect it." "Can you lead us in, help us hide if we need to?" "Not me," said the old man. "I'm too old, you saw that. I wouldn't be much help, but the boy there, he's a thief. He can do it." "I'm not a thief," the young outlaw said. "What's your name?" Lorik asked. "Griff," the young man said. "What are you, 18, maybe 19 years old?" "Does it matter?" Griff said angrily. "It does," Lorik said, squatting by the young man this time. "You have a chance to redeem yourself. You can help us, help save the town." "I don't give a damn about that town," Griff said. "It can burn for all I care." "He's bitter because we caught him stealing," the older man said. He had silver in his pouch when we found him sneaking through an alley. It was my silver, said Griff. I earned it. You old codgers thought I was stealing, but I wasn't. I doubt a good thief snaps twigs when he's sneaking up on honest teamsters, said Lorik. There aren't many twigs in town to worry about. He's not a woodsman, that's certain, said the older man. But he's a thief. We've been trying to catch him for a few years. Years? Stone said. He's hardly old enough to be out of essential school. But not too young to climb in a window and steal your valuables, the old man said. Is that what you do? Lorik asked. I'm good at finding things, that's all, Griff said. I may have stolen a time or two, but it was always for other people. I had to do it, just like I had to come here with Roran. I had no choice. Roran, Stone said to the old man. Is that you? I, Roran Tillerson. I have a candle shop in Paulson. I know your shop, Lorik said. I've seen it. And I know you, Lorik Horace's son. Knew your father quite well, although you seldom join us for drinks in the dancing fiddle, like he did. He was a good man, Lorik said. But he drank too much too often. He was a friend, Roran said. I was sorry to hear about his passing. And I'm sorry I brought this misfortune on you. It wasn't a misfortune for us, Stone said. We still need more information, Lorik said to Stone. You think that man you hit can still talk? It'll hurt, but he'll manage, Stone said. He deserves a lifetime of pain, Roran said. They all do. Their time is coming, Lorik said. I can guarantee you that much. Chapter 10. Stone poured water from his canteen over the raider's face. The man's jaw was swelling at an unnatural angle. He coughed and moaned as he regained consciousness. It took a few moments for the pain to subside enough that he could tell what was happening. You're one of Thurik's raiders, is that right? Lorik asked him. The man gave a slight nod. Good, I need to know how many men he has in Paulson. I don't, he was panting and his words came in gasps, no. Don't lie, Lorik said. It won't help you. I can help you, but you've got to help me first. Understand? The man nodded, then his head fell back against the turf. He was sweating and his face, except for his jaw, was very pale. You're dying, do you know that? Lorik asked him. But you've got a long way to go, and the pain is only going to get worse. I can help. I can ease the pain and help you get past this, but I need to know how many men are in the town. You're going to kill me, he gasped. You've been stabbed in the guts, there's nothing anyone can do to save you now, Lorik said sadly. But you can make peace with us and with your maker. Then I'll finish you myself, neat and quick. The pain will be over, you understand that? I don't want to die, the raider sobbed. You should have thought of that before you entered this line of work, Stone said coldly. I'm sorry you're dying. You ambushed the wrong man this time and it cost you dearly. Now, let us help you. Tell me how many men Thurik's got. A dozen, he whispered, his voice hoarse with pain. That helps, Lorik said. Do you know where he'll station them? How many will be on watch? They take turns, he gasped. Every other night. A wave of pain made the man grimace and clench his teeth for a moment, but it passed and he continued, common room, 2 in the street. Good, and they stand watch half the night? Yes, the man said. Good. How many did he send out raiding, like you? 2 dozen. Will any of them miss him when he's gone? No, the man said. They'll fight over his ship. That's what I figured. Anything else I need to know? He'll kill you. I'd be disappointed if he didn't try it. You want me to do it? Stone asked Lorik. No, I told him I'd take care of it. Lorik bent down and pulled out a dagger with a very thin blade. It was too delicate for most jobs, but it cut through the man's neck with very little pain. Blood poured into the ground, and the raider gave a little shudder and died. Well, there's another camp ruined, Lorik said. I don't suppose you all rode horses? No, said Roran. That figures. I want to push on from here for a ways. Stone, help me with the horses. Once they had the big Shire horses hitched to the wagon again, they found Griff going through the dead men's belongings. What? He said when he saw them looking. They don't need it anymore. No, they don't, Lorik said. Roran, can you drive a team? Never tried, said the old man. Well, climb on up and I'll lead the horses. I'll walk my horse, and Griff can stay with me, Stone said. He doesn't strike me as the take-charge type, They walked for nearly an hour before stopping to make camp again. No one talked. By the time they stopped, they were all exhausted. Stone took the first watch while Lorik and the others slept. He had spent many sleepless nights in the past, and, although he was tired, he paced around the dark camp until it was only a few hours before dawn. Then he roused Lorik and took his spot on the wagon to sleep. Lorik was tired, but he'd had trouble sleeping. His mind was just too occupied with what was happening in Paulson to get any rest. After the fight with the outlaws and then hearing Roran's description of what had happened to the village, he had volunteered to help. It had seemed like a perfectly reasonable thing to do at the time, but now he wasn't so sure. Risking outlaws on the open road was one thing. Sneaking into a town and killing Thurik's raiders was a different matter entirely. He had heard of the marauding band of thieves. In fact, Lorik was quite sure Thurik spent time in Hassel Point whenever he wasn't out raiding villages or attacking merchant ships. He had never met the outlaw, but he'd heard enough to know the man was dangerous. He couldn't imagine sneaking into Paulson and killing the outlaw, not to mention the dozen or so men he had with him. It was lunacy of the highest order, and just thinking about it made his skin crawl. It bothered him to see injustice, and whether that was to the people of Hassel Point or in a village outside of the marshlands, it made no difference. But to do something about it required risking his own life. On the one hand, he felt he had little to lose by dying. His life had fallen into a routine of work with brief periods of rest, and he had no real connections to anyone. He wasn't married and had no children. He did have some friends, but their number was growing thin. Chansey was getting older, Yulver came into port less and less, and now Vera was leaving the marshlands. He was closer to his horses than to any person he knew. Still, dying, even for a good cause, seemed like such a waste. He had so much more living to do, and now that he was aware of it, he might not have enough time to do it. He watched as the sun finally appeared. He was tired and grumpy, but there was only one clear path ahead. He had to help the people of Paulson and hopefully restore some order to the Yorkshire fief, if for no other reason than to get trade going again. He checked on the horses and started a fire. He didn't want to stay in camp too long, but he wanted to check his bow before they left. If the outlaws were roaming the countryside, it was very likely that they would encounter another group before too long. His bow was a simple weapon. It was made from yew, an evergreen tree that was easy enough to find in the forest even though it wasn't found in the marshes. Lorik had found the tree when he was a young man. He had cut it down and traded the lumber to a bowsmith in Yorkshire in exchange for the longbow. It was almost as tall as he was, and the cord was made from sheep's gut. He made his own arrows, carefully planing the narrow shafts and tipping them with steel broadhead arrow points. He used goose feathers for the fletchings and could hit a target the size of a small plate at over 100 paces. He used the bow for hunting mostly, but he had occasionally used it to ward off bandits. He checked the wood for cracks, but the weapon was solid, even after years of use. Then he strung the bow, which took several minutes and left him panting with exertion. Then he tested the bow's draw. The feeling of power that came from drawing the bow boosted his spirits a little. Then he spent time checking every arrow in his quiver. He normally kept the bow and arrows wrapped in deerskin and slung under the bench seat of his big wagon. He had rigged small hooks to hold the weapon within easy reach in case he needed it on the road, but he wanted it even more accessible than usual. He roused the others. Griff complained about being woken up, and for a moment Lorik wanted to strangle the boy, who had slept through the night while Stone and Lorik stood watch, but he held himself in check. "It's cold rations this morning," Lorik told them. "We'll have to be on the lookout for more outlaws today, and I want to reach Paulson before dark." "I've got hard bread," Stone said to Roran and Griff. "But that's all I have left." "I've got a couple of overripe apples," Lorik added. "I'll take some mead, if you have enough," Roran said. "We have plenty of mead, help yourself," Lorik said. He grabbed Griff by the shoulder as the young man started to follow Roran toward the keg of mead. "I don't think you need me to start your day," Lorik told him. "Why not?" "You haven't earned it," Lorik said. "What?" "I've done as much as Roran." "No, you haven't," Lorik said pointedly. "You need to show us how you can help in this enterprise before we can trust you. I'm not sure you won't simply hand us over to Thurik when we get to Paulson." "How am I supposed to show you I'm trustworthy?" Griff asked. "You can start by not getting drunk when you first wake up." "1 cup of mead isn't enough to get me drunk," he said angrily. "I want you clear-headed. You're going to be walking a long way today, and if we run into trouble you may have to fight. Drink some water and have some bread. That's the best offer you'll get this morning." They set out soon after that. Lorik drove his team, and Stone rode ahead in hopes of spotting any roving bands of outlaws. Roran and Griff walked, but the candlemaker was simply too old and tired to keep pace for long. Lorik allowed the older man to ride in the wagon, but Griff was forced to keep walking. It was midday before they stopped. Paulson was only a few more hours away, and so far they hadn't spotted any outlaws. They let the horses rest while Lorik and Stone talked strategy. "This is probably a stupid idea," Lorik said. "Probably," Stone agreed. "So, do you have any ideas?" "Not any good ones," Stone said. "I'm not familiar with the town, but I think our best bet is to go in late at night. We'll have to kill the raiders as quietly as possible." "Is that really feasible?" "I think so. Thurek will have men on guard, but they'll be sloppy. They won't be expecting any trouble. If they've taken control of the town, they'll most likely be overconfident, and that could be to our advantage." "I'm not sure how I feel about killing defenseless men," Lorik said. "They wouldn't hesitate to kill you. They're all guilty of heinous crimes, probably more than they can even remember. It still goes against the grain for me. I don't run from a fight, and I know better than to think that anyone fights fair, but I don't know if I can kill men who are sleeping." "Well, I can," Stone said coldly. "I've known men like Thurek and Marston. They've earned the death they get and usually deserve worse. My sword master was fond of saying, 'If you live by the sword, you will die by the sword.' It was true for him. So, does sneaking into a town in the middle of the night to kill Thurek's raiders constitute living by the sword? I doubt it. Besides, you're an axeman. I like the heft of a heavy weapon. And you use it well. At least as well as any of the outlaws will likely have to fight." "But we will have to fight," Lorik said. "I'd rather a fight come on suddenly. This waiting wears on my nerves. We should get moving and find a place to make camp. We could both use a few hours' sleep before pushing on into the town." "I know you're right, but I don't think I can sleep." "Oh, you'd be surprised what you can do when you put your mind to it," Stone said. "We may both die tonight, there's no denying that. But we can't run. I don't think you could live with that, and I know I couldn't. I've done plenty of bad things, it won't hurt to even the score a little." They moved on again after watering the horses and eating a little more bread. Lorik walked until they made camp a few hours later. They parked the marsh schooner under a large oak tree near a small stream that ran over and around rocks worn smooth by the water. It was cool and clear, with tiny fish darting along near the bank where the current wasn't too strong. They unhitched the big Shire horses and unsaddled Stone's mare. Once they had seen to their horses, they rechecked their weapons. Stone's knives were razor sharp, and he also carried a dagger hidden in his right boot. Lorik sharpened the big axe he now carried. The weapon was cumbersome and not ideal for the stealth mission they were planning. He had purchased the axe to serve as a deterrent as much as an actual weapon. He checked his own dagger, which he carried in his belt, and rechecked his arrows. Then, they both lay down in the shade to rest. Griff was already napping, or pretending to. Lorik didn't trust the young man, but he didn't have much choice. Roran stood watch, since he wouldn't be going with the others into Paulson. It was dusk when the older man woke the others. Lorik hadn't realized he'd fallen asleep, but he sat up and rubbed his face. He felt horrible, his stomach aching and cramping, threatening to spill what little food it contained. "Riders," Roran told them. "They're coming from the west." "Have they spotted us?" Lorik said. "I can't imagine they haven't," Roran replied. "There's no cover out here." They all got up, and Stone moved toward the wagon while Griff looked around nervously. "Do you have any training with weapons?" Lorik asked the boy. "No," Griff said. "Here," Lorik told him as he handed Griff and Roran javelins. "They're not great as spears, but they'll do in a pinch. Don't throw them, just use them to fend off anyone who gets too close." Roran and Griff both nodded, the older man looking determined, the younger man looking scared. "You should take a position in the wagon," Stone told him. "Use that longbow of yours." "All right," Lorik agreed. "Don't get killed. It would ruin our partnership." "Very funny. Can you tell how many there are yet?" "It looks like 2 on horseback, and maybe 3 following on foot." They waited anxiously, trying to keep the big wagon between them and the approaching riders. When the riders were close enough to see, they reined in their horses. "Hello at the camp," shouted one of the men on horseback. "Don't answer him," Stone said quietly. "He's trying to figure out who we are, isn't he?" Lorik said. "Yes, he's expecting the wagon to be the spoils of one of the other outlaws." "Can you hit a rider with your bow?" "I should be able to," Lorik said. "Good. If they send one of the men toward Paulson, you'll have to take him out, otherwise we're as good as dead." "Thanks, nothing like a little pressure to make a difficult shot easier." "Sorry," Stone said. "Look, they're moving again." The 2 riders split up, one riding to the north, the other south. 2 men went with the southern rider and 1 with the man to the north. "Keep your eyes glued on the rider to the north," Stone said. "If he turns and rides for Paulson at any time, you take him out." Lorik nodded, hoping he looked more determined than he felt. He was in the back of the wagon, but he was staying low so that it wasn't obvious he was there. "You two stay here, near the wagon," Stone told Roran and Griff. "If anyone gets past me, it'll be up to you to kill them." "Hello at the camp," shouted the man to the south. "I'm coming in." Stone didn't answer, he just stood and waited. The rider came close enough that he could see everything. Stone saw the man's sword hanging from his belt. The other 2 men, on foot behind the rider, looked grim and determined. "I don't know you," said the man. "No, you don't," said Stone. "What's in the wagon?" Stone didn't reply. "Well, now, I need to know." "I can't let just anyone roam around the countryside," said the outlaw. He nudged his horse forward. It trotted a few steps and then he turned the animal, galloping to the side. The men behind the horse charged ahead, screaming as they ran. Stone was motionless. He seemed vulnerable, but he was simply waiting for the 2 men on foot to get close enough. From the north the horsemen who waited there waved, obviously sending the men on foot forward. Lorik was sitting on the bags of rice, hunched low behind the bench seat. If the rider saw him, he paid no attention. It was difficult not to look back when he heard the 2 outlaws screaming a battle cry, but he knew he had to trust Stone to deal with the men. Now that the attack was happening, he felt better. His grip on the longbow tightened, and the feel of the sturdy wood in his hand gave him courage. He already had an arrow nocked, and now that it was obvious the riders were outlaws, he stood up and took aim at the outlaw on horseback. The man was as still as a statue, but the distance was far enough that Lorik had to aim above the rider and hope that he gauged the wind and trajectory right. He let the first arrow fly. It was tempting to stand and watch to see if he hit his target, but he knew that was a waste of valuable time. He drew another arrow and carefully nocked it to the string. The first arrow was true, but just slightly overshot. The rider ducked and in the same motion turned his horse as the arrow passed harmlessly over his head. The rider kicked his horse into a gallop as Lorik fired his second arrow, this time shooting more on instinct. The man on foot was almost to the wagon by the time the second arrow landed. It was high, too, but this time the rider didn't see the arrow and didn't try to avoid it. It hit the outlaw in the back of his head, punching through the man's skull and killing him instantly. The horse continued galloping away even after the rider toppled lifelessly to the ground. When the 2 men reached Stone, they were in a battle frenzy. He dodged to his right, throwing out a low kick that tripped the closest man. The other outlaw turned, expecting to continue his attack, but the other man blocked his progress. In the moment of hesitation it took the man to navigate around his fallen comrade, Stone needed to rush in, ducking low and hamstringing the outlaw. Stone suspected the men were from the village, and he didn't want to kill them. But they had worked themselves up in an effort to overcome their fear, and so he was forced to at least wound them badly enough that they couldn't continue fighting. The man who had been tripped was back on his feet, but he was backing away, wide-eyed, as he watched his companion screaming in agony and rolling on the ground, clutching his bloody leg. The man who had called to the camp was now riding away as quickly as possible. Stone looked for the other rider and saw only the man's horse. Then he turned to Lorik, calling for him to shoot the other rider, but Lorik no longer had his bow. The footman from the north had jumped onto the wagon to attack Lorik before he could nock another arrow. Lorik had dropped the bow and picked up his battle axe. He saw the man's eyes open wide in surprise when he saw the big weapon. He started to speak, but Lorik swung the axe in a tremendous chop, as if he were splitting wood for a fire. The outlaw scrambled to the side but wasn't quite fast enough. The axe slammed down on the man's upper arm, severing it, before lodging in the side of the wagon. The outlaw looked up in shock, and Lorik kicked him in the chest, sending the man flying off the wagon as blood sprayed from the stump that stuck out from his shoulder. "Lorik, your bow!" Stone shouted. Lorik let the axe go and retrieved his bow, which was on the floor of the wagon by his feet. When he looked up and spotted the last outlaw, he knew it was going to be a difficult shot. He nocked an arrow and took aim. Unlike the other rider, the last outlaw was riding across Lorik's field of fire. He would have to lead the man with his shot in hopes that the arrow and rider would meet when the projectile reached the right distance. He fired his first arrow, but combination of nerves and poor aiming caused the arrow to miss its target. He quickly drew another arrow from his quiver, and tried to calm his nerves while he took aim. It was a difficult shot under any conditions, but with the combination of fear and adrenaline pumping through his veins, just holding the weapon steady was almost impossible. The shot was too low to harm the rider, but it caught the horse in its rear haunch. The horse stumbled and fell, and the rider was thrown forward to crash in a rolling heap. "I got the horse," Lorik said. "I saw," Stone replied. He had already climbed onto his own horse bareback and was now riding toward the fallen outlaw. When Stone reached the man, it was obvious the outlaw was badly hurt. His left shoulder seemed to stand out grotesquely, and there was blood on his right leg, probably from a compound fracture. But Stone didn't care about the man's health, and he knew better than to think the outlaw's injuries rendered him harmless. He looked down from his horse and smiled at the man's misery. The outlaw lay in the grass groaning. He hugged his left arm close to his body and clenched his teeth tightly together. "You're one of Thurik's raiders, aren't you?" "Go to hell," the man said in a shaky voice. "I can fix that shoulder," Stone said. "It looks dislocated. And with your leg broken like that, there's zero chance you'll make it back to Paulson unless I do. You tell me what I need to know and I'll help you. Otherwise, you're on your own." "Bastard," spat the outlaw. "Last chance," Stone said. The outlaw just stared at Stone, his eyes defiant. Stone was tempted to get down off his horse and show the raider just what he thought of the man's defiance, but he knew that's what the outlaw was hoping for. Stone cleared his throat and spat on the raider. "Oh!" The man screamed. "I'll kill you. I'll cut your heart out, you bastard." Stone turned his horse and rode slowly away as the outlaw screamed in pain, hatred, and frustration. Chapter 11. Lorik was shaking. Everything had happened so quickly that he hadn't really had time to feel fear, but now that the fighting was over he had trouble bringing his emotions back under control. The man who had lost an arm was dead. He had bled to death relatively quickly, but the man Stone had hamstrung was still screaming in pain. None of the men on foot had been outlaws, just townspeople pressed into service by Thurik's raiders. They had families back in the village, and the outlaws used that as leverage to ensure the men fought hard, but in the end it hadn't been enough. Only one had come through the fight unscathed, and he was busy helping Roran doctor the hamstrung man's leg. Lorik walked out to the horse he'd shot. The poor animal was trying to get back on its feet, but the arrow must have severed a nerve, and it didn't seem to have control over its back legs. It neighed in pain, the sound so unsettling that made the hair on Lorik's arms stand on end. He carried his battle axe, freshly christened with blood. The animal seemed to know what was about to happen. When Lorik approached, it laid its head on the ground and stopped trying to get up. "I'm sorry," Lorik said. He found putting the horse out of its misery more difficult than killing the other men. He raised the axe and got the grisly work over with as quickly as possible. The axe stuck in the horse's thick neck, but the beast died instantly. He was forced to put his boot on the back of the animal's head to wrench his axe free. "I'm sorry," Stone said as he rode up on his own horse. He didn't seem to be bothered by the carnage. "It had to be done," Lorik said in a grim monotone. "Yes, it did," Stone agreed, climbing down from his horse. "That's why we can't show any mercy tonight. I know it. I know you do, but it helps to say it. Those were some good shots. I couldn't have even come closing to hitting two moving targets. I got lucky both times," Lorik said. "Well, good," Stone said. "Let's hope your luck holds through the night." They walked back to the campsite. Lorik felt sick, but he knew he had done the right thing. He hated how even the right thing felt wrong when it included hurting people. He had been around bandits, outlaws, and pirates almost his entire life. He knew there were people who were hateful and cruel, who deserved to die, but he still didn't like being the one to kill them. And having to put down the horse he'd shot was even worse. He had a soft spot for animals. He had no choice but to put the horse out of its misery, but he didn't feel good about it. At the camp, Roran and Griff were trying to help the man Stone had hamstrung. The other man who had been with the outlaws sat staring off into the distance, obviously in shock. "Have we got anything stronger than mead?" Roran asked Lorik. "No, I don't bring spirits on my trips." "That's too bad. Jorin is in a lot of pain." "You know him, then?" Lorik asked. "Yes, he's been working with FRYD, Roran pointed to the other man, in the livery stables. They both have wives and FRYD has children." Stone walked over to the man in shock. "Your name is FRYD?" he asked. The man didn't respond until Stone nudged him roughly with the toe of his boot, digging it into the man's ribs. "What?" he asked, as if he was just realizing for the first time what was going on around him. "Is your name FRYD?" Stone repeated the question. "Yes, I'm FRYD. Have you been back to Paulson? Since you left with the outlaws, I mean." "We had to," the man said, his hands shaking. "They have our families." "Yes," Stone said, "we know that. But have you been back?" "No," FRYD said. "We were on our way back when we saw you." Stone looked at Lorik and shrugged his shoulders. "Have we done all we can do for Jorin?" Lorik asked. Yes, Roran said. He needs a doctor and something for his pain, but the bleeding is almost stopped, but... Good, I want to move north as soon as it's dark. Stone, can we both ride on your horse? As long as she doesn't need to run it should be fine, Stone said. Good. We'll leave the team here, and Roran can drive it to Paulson in the morning. I want to get closer to the town and maybe see what is happening before we make a plan. Fine by me, Stone said. What about me? Griff said. You're coming with us, Lorik said. But I don't want to walk all that way, the young man grumbled. You aren't going to, Lorik said angrily. But you will do everything we tell you. I won't hesitate to bludgeon you with my axe if you get out of line. Now get on Stone's horse and hope he doesn't carve out your liver with one of his knives. Griff looked frightened, but he did what he was told. Stone mounted first and then helped the young man up behind him. Lorik, you sure you want to walk? Stone asked. The wagon makes a lot of racket. I'd feel better if I didn't have to worry about being discovered too soon. Makes sense, Stone said. We aren't in a hurry. I'll be fine, Lorik added. Then he turned to Roran. Let's get your friend into the wagon. They lifted the young man with the wounded leg up onto the wagon. Roran had bandaged the wound, and although there was blood showing through the strips of cloth, the bleeding seemed contained. I don't think the blood will get through the wagon cover, but keep an eye on it, Lorik said. That's rice in the bags, and blood could ruin it. I'll make sure it doesn't, Roran said. That's the least I can do for you boys. Night had fallen when Lorik, Stone, and Griff set out for Paulson. In normal conditions it would have taken them an hour to arrive at the city, even with Lorik walking, but they took their time. They rode in the dark, Stone following Lorik so that they didn't risk hurting the horse on some unseen obstacle in the dark. They could see the city, which was easily twice as big as Hassel Point, although most of the buildings were homes, shops, or part of the large outdoor market that made Paulson a center for trade in Ortiz. There was only one inn, a modest two-story affair that was still the largest building in the town. Stone and Griff dismounted and the three men sat down in the darkness, watching the city. There were lights in some of the homes, although most were already dark. The market was empty, but the inn was brightly lit. There were torches burning on either side of the inn's ornate wooden door and light shining through the inn's many windows. I take it Thurix made the inn his headquarters? Lorik said. That's where he's keeping all the families, Griff said. There's only one way in or out. The women and children are in the rooms, while Thuric feasts in the common room. Where are they sleeping? Stone asked. Thuric takes a room, but most of his men just sleep on the floor of the common room. How do you know so much? Stone asked. I was there for a day before he sent us out to raid the local farms and travelers such as yourselves, Griff said. Things may have changed, I don't know. I'm just telling you how it was before I left. It's probably the best information we're likely to get, Lorik said. Well, if he's right, we could get closer, Stone said. I doubt Thuric would post men anywhere except right outside the inn. Griff, Lorik said. I don't care what you've done in the past, but if you know how to sneak us into the town without being seen, it would be a big help. The younger man was hardly more than a boy. He had a few wispy hairs on his chin, but his face was round and youthful. He was very thin, his skin pale, and even though there was very little light it was obvious that he was afraid. I'll show you around, but if there's fighting I'm gone, Griff said, his voice shaking slightly. I don't like fighting. That's fine, Lorik said. Just lead the way. They hurried across the open plain that surrounded the town. Lorik felt exposed, but no one saw them. Most of the townsfolk were either sequestered at the inn or out on raids with the outlaws. The only people left in their homes were the elderly. They approached a row of buildings that were dark and low. Where are we? Lorik whispered. These are workshops, Griff said. The inn is on the far side of the market. And where is that? Stone asked. We just follow these buildings and then turn left on the main street. We don't want to go the obvious way, Lorik said. We need to get close enough to see the inn without being seen. All right, Griff said. This way. He led them around a large barn and through an empty corral, which Lorik assumed was the town's livery stable. They passed several stone cottages, a few were occupied but most were dark. Then they reached a building with an angled roof, and Griff pointed up. If we can get up onto the roof, we'll have a perfect view of the inn, he said. But how do we get up there? Stone asked. Lorik looked at the two younger men. Stone was in his mid-20s and strong, but Lorik was much larger. He had brawny arms and a thick chest. It was obvious that they expected him to boost them up. Fine, he said, lacing his fingers together and bending his knees. Griff stepped up first and Lorik heaved the young man onto the roof effortlessly. You make a good ladder, Stone teased. Just make sure you see all there is to see, he whispered. Then Stone put his hand on Lorik's shoulder and his right foot in the teamster's hands. As he stepped up, Lorik heaved. The edge of the roof was only slightly out of reach from the ground, so when Lorik lifted Stone up, he easily got his free leg and upper body onto the roof. The angle of the wooden shingles made it difficult to keep his balance, but Griff grabbed onto the warrior's arm and helped pull him up. Once Stone got his feet under him, he was able to crawl up to the roof's apex. They peeked over the edge and saw the roof sloping down and then the dark expanse of the town market. It was a square of grass, big enough for over 50 market stalls or tents. A street bordered the square with well-maintained buildings on the far side of the street. Stone could smell fragrant herbs and assumed he was on top of an apothecary shop. Many herbalists used their attic space to hang and dry herbs. The inn was easy to spot. It was by far the brightest building in the city. There was one man standing watch outside, and Stone could hear music and laughter from within. The windows weren't clear enough to see through, but Stone could see movement within. Looks like it might be a long night, he whispered to Griff. Yes, the younger man agreed. What's the layout like inside? There's a big common room. Randy, the innkeeper, has a big kitchen and several storerooms, some for food and others for wine and ale. He brews his own ale in a shed at the back of the inn. There's a stable too, but it isn't attached to the inn. What about the rooms for guests? They're all upstairs, except for the rooms Randy and his wife share. I've never been in them, but I know she has a washroom where she cleans the bedclothes and such. Okay, so we know Thurik will be upstairs most likely, Stone said. Is there a balcony or a place where someone can see the common room from up high? There's a wide landing at the top of the stairs, said Griff. Damn, I was afraid of that. If Thurik has someone on watch inside the inn, they'll most likely be upstairs where they can see everything. Even if we kill the 2 guards outside, we won't be able to sneak into the building without being seen. I can probably help with that, but we'll need a few things, Griff said. What have you got in mind? Trust me, he said. They climbed back down the roof and jumped down. Both men landed lightly on their feet and rolled forward to keep the impact from being too jarring. Lorik stood stock still in the shadows and it took Stone a moment to spot him. The kid has a plan to get us inside, he explained. How do things look? Lorik asked. They're still drinking. There's lots of noise and even music coming from the common room. My bet is we've got a couple of hours before they finally settle down for the evening. What's your plan? Lorik asked Griff. I know a way in from the back of the building, he said. I thought you said there was only one door, Lorik said. There is, but if we can get up onto the roof of the shed where Randy brews his ale, I can get us in the window of one of the back rooms. Won't the windows be locked? Stone asked. Griff spread his hands in a gesture that said, so? We can't risk breaking the window, Lorik said. That would surely wake people up. I won't break the window, Griff said. Let's just say I know how to unlock them from the outside. That doesn't make me feel safe at night, Lorik said. If he can do it, it's probably our best shot, Stone explained. I can help you take out the guards out front and then Griff will get me in the back way. I'll take out the sentry inside and then let you in. Couldn't we just go in the door together? Lorik asked. No, there's a balcony that overlooks the common room. Thurik will post a guard there. Oh, I didn't think of that. I've stayed in the inn here countless times and it didn't even occur to me, Lorik said. Sometimes when you're familiar with a place it's easy to forget important details, Stone said. Alright, let's go make sure this plan will work. They took their time sneaking around the square and approaching the inn from the rear. It was very dark behind the inn. None of the light from the common room reached the rear of the building, and none of the rooms in back had lights. The shed where the innkeeper brewed his ale was a sturdy-looking building, but the roof was high. There was no way Lorik could boost Stone onto the shed's roof. We'll need a wagon or something, Griff said. Maybe a ladder. Moving a wagon would be noisy, Lorik said. So where do we find a ladder? They spread out, searching for a ladder through the dark town, but with the shops and homes locked up and the risk of being discovered keeping them from having any sort of light, they were soon frustrated. What are we going to do now? Stone said. What if we use the barrels? Lorik said. There are probably several in the alehouse that we could move. Randy uses big kegs, Griff said. They'll be heavy. So we'll work together, Lorik said. I think it's our best option. Let's look and see what we can do, Stone agreed. They returned to the shed behind the inn and went inside. The room was warm and smelled strongly of grain. They moved slowly in the dark, searching mostly by feel. Eventually they found barrels and slowly moved them outside. The barrels were large and extremely heavy, but Lorik and Stone managed to roll them out. There were 5 barrels altogether, and they positioned 4 in a square and set the 5th barrel on top of the others. Stone and Lorik were sweating and out of breath when they finished. "Can you get up onto the roof from there?" Lorik asked Griff. "Only one way to find out," the young man said. He hopped onto one of the barrels and then carefully climbed onto the second. He used the side of the alehouse to keep his balance and easily reached the roof. He pulled himself up and gave the others a thumbs up. "Okay, so what now?" Lorik said. "Let's go and see if the raiders have settled down for the night." The front of the inn was much darker than before, and there were now 2 guards standing on either side of the door. Stone and Lorik had found a place along the buildings to one side of the town square from which they could see the front of the inn. "I can kill one," as quiet as a whisper, "but not 2 at once," Stone said. "If I distract one, can you take care of the other?" Lorik asked. "Sure, just give me a few minutes to circle back around the building. I'll need to come up on him from behind." As Stone slunk away and Lorik was left to wait, he felt afraid. They had been busy up until now and he hadn't had the time to really think about what he was doing or how dangerous it was. Lorik didn't like being afraid. When he was a small boy he'd hated being left alone in his room to go to sleep. His parents were just in the next room, but as an only child he often felt alone. He didn't like the dark either, and the house would sometimes make strange noises that made it difficult to go to sleep. He'd lived in terror of the night and of the dark until he was 13. Then, he decided he would face his fears. He spent one night on the small porch of their home. The next night he slept in the barn. He repeated the process, moving further and further away from the safety of his parents until he no longer felt afraid of the dark or of being alone. Now he was in the dark again and alone. It reminded him of those first few nights when he wrestled with fear through the long, dark hours. The same mind-numbing fog was creeping over him, the same gut-wrenching sense of panic that made him want to call out and make noise, as if the sound would send the fear slinking away. He steeled his nerves and got ready to make his move. He knew that if things didn't go well he'd most likely be killed. Thinking of his mortality made him think of Vera. She was the closest thing to family he had left. He wondered how she would ever get out of Hassel Point if he and Stone were killed. He shook the thoughts off, lumbered out of the shadows between the buildings where he had been hiding. He wanted to seem wounded. He staggered and limped his way toward the inn. He was surprised at how far he had to go before the guards even noticed him. "Hey," said one of the men. "Who are you?" Lorik didn't answer, he just collapsed on the ground. "Looks like he was hurt," said one of the guards. "You better go check it out." "Why should I?" "'Cause it might be one of the crew. You want to face Durik in the morning and tell him you let one of his raiders die because you didn't want to check it out?" The other guard scowled but turned and pulled the torch from the sconce beside the door and made his way across the open market. The guard with the torch had gone perhaps a dozen steps when Stone made his move. He moved quickly, staying close to the side of the inn. The remaining guard was watching his partner and never saw Stone sneaking up behind him. Stone had the long, thin dagger from his boot in his hand. With the blade turned flat he struck as quickly as a viper. He used his free hand to cover the guard's mouth while he slid the dagger between the man's ribs. It sliced through the guard's lung and into his heart. He died with a sigh. The guard with the torch reached Lorik just as his partner died. He didn't turn back because he never heard a sound as his fellow sentry died. He studied Lorik for a moment. Then bent over with the torch held high in his free hand on the hilt of his sword. Lorik was lying on his side groaning. The guard was just about to ask if Lorik was hurt when the big teamster rolled over and slashed the man's throat with a knife. The guard reeled back, dropped the torch and tried to scream, but only a gurgling sound came. Blood poured over the front of his shirt, and he desperately tried to hold the wound closed. He fell back onto the grass and struggled to live, but he never made more than a gurgling groan before he died. Lorik was up and standing over the guard when the man stopped moving. He looked up and saw Stone dragging the corpse of the other guard away. Lorik followed his partner's example and dragged his sentry's body into the shadows beside the inn. "I'm going to join Griff," Stone whispered. "Be careful," Lorik said. "I'll be waiting out front." Lorik went out to where the torch lay sputtering and singeing the grass. He picked it up and moved back to the front of the inn, replaced the torch in its sconce, and turned to act as if he were guarding the inn. It was only a couple of hours until dawn now, and the stars seemed distant and weak. The crescent moon was dropping lower in the sky, and once again Lorik found himself waiting as fear began to whisper once more in his ear. Chapter 12. Stone hurried through the darkness. Now that they had started their attack, they would all be in danger until it was over. His personal experience taught him that speed trumped strength and skill in most cases, and this was especially true in a sneak attack. He moved through the deep shadows between the inn and the buildings around it. The barrels were still stacked neatly beside the alehouse. He climbed up them quickly, feeling a little shaky as he stood up on the top barrel. He gripped the shed's rough exterior to steady himself. He expected Griff to be waiting for him, but the young man was gone. He wanted to call out to Griff, but he couldn't risk alerting someone to his presence. The roof of the alehouse was now at Stone's chest, and he boosted himself onto the rough shingles without much trouble or noise. Heights didn't normally bother Stone, but there was so little light that he feared he might stumble or fall through a weak spot in the shed's roof. He could see the dark shape of the inn, but he wasn't sure where the shed roof ended. He inched slowly forward, staying low and holding onto whatever handholds he could find on the alehouse roof. When he finally reached the edge of the shed's roof, the side of the inn was just over an arm's length away. He stared at the inn and realized there wasn't a window in front of him, it was across from the alehouse on the far side of the peaked roof. He scrambled up the incline and onto the other side. He was surprised to find Griff waiting patiently for him. "What took you so long?" the young man said. "I thought you were supposed to wait for me," Stone said, trying to keep his anger from making his voice too loud. "I have been waiting for you. You could have waited by the barrels." "I was here, watching that room," he said, pointing to the window. "That's where you're going in. I thought it best to make sure no one was moving around in there." "All right," Stone said. He had to agree that Griff had done the right thing. He only wished he had known the young thief's plan sooner. "You ready?" Griff asked. Stone nodded. The young man rose calmly and drew a short knife with an extremely thin blade. Then, he leaned toward the inn. Stone realized that if his foot slipped, Griff would fall, most likely injuring or even getting himself killed. Griff didn't seem bothered by the height or the darkness. He felt along the window sill and then, using just one hand, he slid the knife through the tiny crack between the frame and the sill. It took less than a minute to pry the locking mechanism up so that the window could swing open like a door. The interior was pitch black. Griff leaned his body across the window sill with his feet still on the alehouse roof. He felt around in the darkness, wanting to be sure that there was nothing under the window that he might knock over or break when he climbed through. Once he was satisfied that there was nothing obstructing his progress, he climbed through, as agile as a cat. "Griff?" Stone said, unsure of what to do. "Come on," the young man whispered. Stone's heart was hammering in his chest. He couldn't keep from feeling weak and awkward. The mental image of him falling as he climbed through the window kept popping up in his head. He tried to push the fears away, but they wouldn't leave. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his trembling hands. Then he reached out for the window frame. He knew in his mind that he needed to lean out over the gap between the alehouse and the inn, but his body seemed to reject the idea. "What are you waiting for?" Griff hissed. Stone didn't answer. His mouth was dry and his legs felt shaky and weak. He leaned a little further, his arm stretching as far as it could. Then, gravity took over. For a split second he was falling. All his fear rushed up at him, and his heart beat so madly in his chest it took his breath away. Then his hand caught the windowsill and the falling sensation stopped abruptly. He felt such a sense of relief that he wanted to cry. It was odd how facing an armed mob in Hassel Point hadn't bothered him in the slightest, he thought to himself, but heights in the dark terrified him. He grasped the solid wood frame of the window and vaulted forward. His legs were suspended in midair, but he pulled himself through the window and managed not to fall or make any noise. Stone immediately drew the dagger from his right boot and then one of the large knives with his left hand. He felt better immediately and stood up. Griff took his arm and whispered in his ear. "The door is straight ahead. This is as far as I go, Dot." "Fine," Stone whispered. "Out of the door, to your right, you should see the landing. There's a bit of light still in the common room, I'd bet. It should be enough for you to see your way down the hall." "Thanks," Stone whispered back. He moved slowly forward, one hand held out in front of him, the other he held close to his body in a defensive position. It took several moments to find the door. Stone was moving slowly to ensure that he didn't make any noise. He could hear the deep breathing of the room's occupants. When he found the door he tried to lift the handle to open the door, but it didn't budge. He tried again, and then he realized that the door was locked from the outside. "The door is locked," he whispered. "I may be able to get you out, but I'll need light to see by," Griff explained. "If we wake people up, I can't guarantee that they won't make any noise. Well, I can't see any way around it. We'll just have to take our chances, Dot." "Do you have some way to start a fire?" Griff asked. "No," Stone said in frustration. "Do you?" Why would I ask if I had what I needed? We'll have to wake someone up and find out if they have a light of some kind, Stone said. He moved over to where he heard the loudest breathing. There was a low, narrow bed and Stone crouched beside it. He lightly laid a hand on the person sleeping. The body was soft and warm. Stone could tell immediately that it was a woman. He gave her a light shake. "Ah, what is it?" A sleepy voice mumbled. "We're here to help," Stone said. "Who are you?" The woman said in a frightened voice as she recoiled against the wall, pulling the blanket up for protection in front of her body. "Friends, from Hassel Point," Stone said. "We need to get out of this room." "How did you get into the room?" Her voice was rising in volume and some of the other people in the room were stirring. "Please keep your voice down," Stone said. "We came in through the window." "What can you tell us about the lock?" "How many of you are there?" the woman asked. She was obviously afraid of repercussions if things didn't work out. "There are 2 of us in this room," Stone explained. "And more outside. Do you have a way to light a lantern or candle?" "No, they didn't leave us any lights. They used some sort of bolt on the door." "A heavy one. Can you do something about that?" Stone asked Griff. "Maybe. Is it a sliding bolt or one more like the window lock?" "It's a simple bolt made from wood. It just slides down into a bracket on the wall and the door." "I can move the bolt," Griff explained, "but it may fall if I do." "Damn," Stone said. "That would alert the guard for sure." "What are you planning to do?" the woman asked. "I've got to get out into the hallway to take out the guard on the landing. It's the only way we can take the raiders by surprise." "You'll have to risk it," Griff said. "I'll do my best, but I can't make any promises. "Ma'am," Stone said to the woman, who was sitting up on the bed now. "How many of you are in this room?" "Just 4, she said. "And how many raiders does Thurick have with him?" 13. "The rest are out raiding." "You're sure?" "Yes," she whispered. "Okay, Griff is going to unlock the door, but I need you to do something for me." "What is it?" "I need you to climb out and tell my partner what is about to happen." "How?" "You'll have to climb down from the alehouse." "Can you do that?" "I don't know," she said. "I don't do well with heights." "I can do it," said another voice. This one was obviously the voice of a young girl. "Who said that?" Stone asked. "My name is Senna." The girl moved closer to Stone. He could sense her near him, but he couldn't see her and he didn't hear her moving. "How old are you?" 11, she said. "No, Senna, it's too dangerous," said the woman on the bed. "But I love to climb. I'm really good at it. I've climbed over 100 trees." "I'll bet you have," Stone said. "Come to the window and we'll help you out." "I don't think this is a good idea," said the woman on the bed. "We don't have a choice," Stone said. "If we make too much racket, my partner will have to help. Otherwise, we're doomed before we even start." "I can do it," Senna said. "What do I do when I get down?" "Okay, on the far side of the roof is a stack of barrels. Use that to get down from the alehouse. Then, go around to the front of the inn. My partner is there, pretending to stand guard. His name is Lorik. Tell him if he hears anything to come running. Can you do that?" "Of course," she said confidently. She was already climbing out of the window before Stone could take hold of her arms. "The alehouse roof is straight out from the window," he told her. "Okay," she said confidently. She was stretching one leg across the gap while the other was pushing against the wall of the inn, just below the window. Stone was holding her arm with both hands. He was just thinking how fearless the little girl was when she said, "I've got it." She turned her body, bracing herself against the window frame with her hands and bringing her other foot up and onto the roof of the alehouse beside the first. In the pale light, Stone could just make out her body, rigidly stretching from the alehouse to the window. "Push my hands," she told him. Stone didn't want to let go of the girl, but he put one hand out, palm facing the girl, and she put her own hand flat against it. Then he leaned out the window as far as he dared. Fear swam up from the darkness below, wrapping its cold tentacles around him and threatening to pull him from the window. "Now push," the girl said, her voice full of determination. Stone closed his eyes and shoved. The girl reared back and then fell on her bottom on the rough shingles. She was safe, and relief flooded over Stone. "Hurry," he told her. She nodded and slipped away, as silent as a shadow. Stone turned back to Griff, but couldn't see anything in the room. "Okay, Griff," he said. He moved slowly toward the door as he heard the younger man's knife sliding between the door and the frame. It took him a few minutes to get his blade in the position he felt would give him the best chance of success. "I'm ready when you are," he whispered to Stone. "I'm ready," the warrior replied. He had his weapons back out and was ready to leap through the door when it opened. Griff grunted quietly as he lifted the heavy bolt. It was a short piece of wood, and just as the door swung free, the wood slipped off the blade and clattered to the wooden floor. In the silence, the sound was deafening. "Move," Stone said in a menacing voice. He swung the door open and stepped out quietly. There was no light in the hallway, but the far end of the corridor was easy to see. Stone picked up the wooden bolt and pulled the door closed, before locking it. When he looked up, he could see the guard at the end of the hallway. He had a sword around his waist and a covered lamp in his hand. He was straining to see in the darkness. Stone froze, hoping the gloom of the dark corridor would hide him. The guard cursed and began walking down the hallway. Stone knew his chance to take the man quietly was gone. His best chance now was to surprise the guard by coming out of the darkness quickly. He trotted forward, staying on his toes to make as little noise as possible. When the guard finally saw him, it was as if a demon were emerging from the shadows. The guard froze, his eyes opening wide in surprise. The man's mouth opened to shout for help and Stone's dagger thrust forward. He had been hoping to stab the man in the throat, but at the last second the guard tried to dodge the weapon. The dagger sliced the side of the man's neck, severing the jugular vein but missing the man's windpipe. He screamed as blood fountained into the air. Stone slammed the heel of his heavy knife into the side of the guard's head and ran past him. He came out onto the landing and saw the men below, already rising from their slumber. Most men would have been groggy, perhaps even frightened by the guard's horrible scream, but these were raiders. They lived with danger, from the king's army to the imminent dangers of the sea. They rose with weapons poised. None of this surprised Stone, he'd expected as much, but what he didn't expect was to see Lorik come bursting through the door. The teamster was like a legendary warrior. He threw open the door and charged in with his axe held high. The raiders scattered like roaches from the light. The closest man tripped against the long bench beside him and Lorik's axe slammed into him, severing his arm just below the shoulder and crunching into his ribcage. Lorik spun, wrenching his weapon free and bringing it around in an overhead blow that sent blood and gore flying into the air. There wasn't much light in the common room, and the embers in the fireplace gave the space a spectral, red light. Lorik brought the axe down on the next raider who had thrown up a short sword to block the blow, but the poorly made blade splintered on contact, and the axe caved in the side of the raider's skull. One of the raiders had finally regained his courage and was charging toward Lorik, but the big man threw his leg out in a sidekick that caught the attacking raider in the chest and stopped him in his tracks. Then Lorik screamed a vicious battle cry. It was a deafening sound in the common room, defiant and crazed. The raiders were armed, but they knew their weapons wouldn't stand up to the heavy axe, and none seemed interested in the fight. Lorik moved toward two men by the fireplace, and as he did 3 more rushed for the door. Stone was bounding down the stairs now. He saw Lorik catch one of the raider's cutlass blades on the long handle of his axe. The cutlass bit into the wood but was stopped by the core of steel that ran from the deadly axe head down inside the shaft of the axe. He spun away from the second raider, who thrust a long dagger toward his ribs, then he kicked the first outlaw's legs out from under him and followed the man down with his axe. The heavy blade severed the raider's head and stuck fast in the wooden floor. The second outlaw took another swipe at Lorik's body with the long dagger. He swayed back, but the tip of the blade slashed across the bottom of his ribcage. It wasn't a deep gash, but it hurt just the same, and Lorik roared as he jumped after the man, punching him hard in the face. His burly knuckles smashed the cartilage of the outlaw's nose. Blood poured out like a freshly tapped keg of ale. The raider fell back into the fire, landing on the embers, his clothes catching fire instantly. The screams of pain from the burning man were horrific, but Stone ignored them as he focused on his task. He ran past the first raider he saw, his heavy knife held so that the blade pointed down toward his elbow. He ducked under the raider's hasty attack, felt the wind from the cutlass blade as it swooshed over his head, and then his knife was tearing through the raider's thickly padded jerkin and severing the soft flesh underneath. Blood and entrails poured out of the man as Stone ran past. There were only 2 raiders left in the common room, both waiting for Stone as he rushed toward them. One had a wickedly curved knife, almost as long as a short sword. He held it low, and the look in his eyes was deadly. The second man had a wooden club and looked frightened. Stone angled toward the second man. The outlaw with the curved knife pushed his companion toward Stone, hoping that as they fought he could angle around behind the young warrior. Stone didn't even slow down, he just grabbed the outlaw's club and slung him around. He was betting the raider wouldn't attack him from the rear, as the man had seemed too frightened. Now he was facing the man with the curved knife. The raider was ready for him, or at least he thought he was. Stone threw his dagger, it was just a distraction, but the outlaw didn't know it. While he swung his own weapon to bat the dagger away, Stone drew his other knife. The young warrior stepped forward and raised his left hand, so the raider could see his weapon. His right hand came up like an uppercut, and the knife in that hand extended out from his fist and caught the outlaw on the wrist, slashing open the flesh there and causing the raider to reel back and drop his knife. The look of menace left his eyes, replaced by fear and loathing. Even though the raider seemed to be unarmed and Stone's own sense of well-being screamed at him to turn back toward the first outlaw, he instead moved forward slowly. The raider jumped, raising one knee and then kicking out with the other leg. Stone spun to the side and was about to step toward the raider when he saw the flash of metal in the man's unwounded hand. It was a small utility knife, but it would have been enough to wound Stone if he hadn't jumped back just in time. Then, almost as if his legs had collapsed, he dropped low, then dove at the outlaw's leg, stabbing down with his knife with a hammer-like blow that slammed the blade into the raider's groin. Stone felt the blade grind against the man's pelvic bone as the outlaw shrieked and fell back. The knife was nearly pulled out of his grasp, but the brass knuckle guard helped him maintain his grip. He was pulled forward as the blade wrenched free, and at that same moment the other raider lumbered forward with his club. He brought the blunt weapon down onto Stone's upper arm, just below the shoulder. The blow knocked the young warrior down onto the rough floor but didn't break any bones. Stone kicked out and tripped the raider just as Thurick charged into the room, bellowing like a raging bull. For an instant Stone and the raider with the club looked up, dumbfounded by the battle cry, but Lorik had already worked his big axe free and was turning to meet the infamous raider's charge. Lorik was a big man, but Thurick was a giant. He was easily a head taller than Lorik, with wide shoulders and thick arms. His chest was bare and broad, but not rounded like Lorik's. His muscles showed like fibrous armor that was crisscrossed with old scars. The raider had no hair on the top of his head, but it grew like a thick hedge around his ears and the back of his skull. He had a two-handed broadsword in his hands, and he wielded it as easily as a child would a toy. His eyes swept across the room, realizing in an instant that he faced his assailant alone. Thurick was a killer, but he had grown accustomed to killing when the odds were greatly in his favor. His first blow was savage, but his heart was not in it. Lorik held his axe with one hand at the bottom of the handle, and one by the haft just under the head. He brought the heavy weapon up and caught Thurick's sword on the thick steel axe head. Sparks flew and Thurick swore, but he struck again, this time swinging his weapon low at Lorik's feet. Stone and the raider who had attacked him watched transfixed at the fight between the teamster and the outlaw. They were both incredible physical specimens, like otherworldly beings battling in the soft red glow of the fire. Lorik's battle axe was dull gray, a tool of death as severe as the Grim Reaper's sickle. Thurick's sword was polished until it was as bright as a mirror, flashing in the red glow from the fire. Lorik danced back, light on his feet for such a big man. His heavy boots thumped on the wooden floor, as Thurick's sword whistled through the air. Then Lorik went on the offensive, swinging the massive axe with just one hand in a level arc. The outlaw raised his sword, but the axe had too much momentum. Sparks flew again as Thurick was driven back. Lorik followed his attack by spinning around and swinging the axe up over his head, intending to smash it down and cleave Thurick's skull, but the outlaw flicked his blade up, forcing Lorik to jump to the side. The axe crashed into a table, smashing a hole in the tabletop. Both men pulled back, each taking a moment to catch his breath. Sweat was streaming down Lorik's face. His simple cotton shirt was soaked with sweat. He ran the back of his left hand across his brow and strengthened his grip on his axe. Then Thurick charged forward again, thrusting his sword straight out in front of him, trying to run Lorik through. But the teamster deflected the blade to one side and lowered his shoulder. The collision seemed to shake the inn, but neither man was moved. It was like watching two bighorn sheep charging into one another. They both pulled back for a moment and then slammed together again, shoulder to shoulder, both men straining. Then, as if the earth was tilting out of kilter, Thurick was pushed back. The outlaw's eyes widened in surprise, and he drew back his fist and struck out at Lorik, who was still leaning into his opponent. The haymaker could have ended the fight, but Lorik saw it coming and raised his axe, which he was still holding with two hands. The axe head came up broadside in front of the outlaw's massive fist. The impact pushed Lorik back a few steps, but it also caused Thurick to cry out in pain. His hand was bruised at best, but probably broken. He shook his hand, hoping to relieve the pain. Then Lorik swung the axe at Thurick's hip. The outlaw parried with his sword. It was a reflex born out of years of fighting, but few weapons were as formidable as the teamster's axe. The sword stopped the axe, but pivoted up and dug a searing gash in the outlaw's leg. Thurick was now in a fit of rage. He began hacking wildly with his sword. Lorik dodged most of the blows, conserving his strength. And then the tide of the battle turned abruptly. Lorik was holding his axe at the bottom of the handle with one hand and the other near the axe head. It was a defensive posture, but the teamster had been waiting for his opportunity to arrive. It came from a massive, overhead blow, which Lorik caught on the top of the axe head. Lorik twisted the axe, spinning on one foot so that the sword was caught between the curved points of the axe head. It only held for a moment, but that was all the teamster needed. In the same spinning motion he raised his foot and used his momentum to smash his boot down on Thurik's knee. The infamous raider's leg buckled, and he screamed in agony as his leg hyperextended and the tendon snapped. His leg stretched out as he limped back on his good knee and used his free hand to balance his body. Sweat stood out on his forehead as he composed himself, holding the massive sword out in front of his body to ward off another attack. But now the sword trembled, and the raider's jaw clenched in pain and hatred. "Throw down your weapon," Lorik said angrily. "Your men are gone. Your time here is finished." "Never," said Thurik. "Don't be a fool." Thurik spit in defiance. Then, the raider who had been attacking Stone suddenly rose up and rushed forward. Lorik took a step back to defend himself, but the raider wasn't rushing toward the teamster. He was rushing at Thurik. He batted the big outlaw's massive sword aside with his club and ran headlong into the wounded raider. Thurik fell back, screaming in pain as his leg twisted across the wooden floor. He dropped his sword and heaved his fellow outlaw over his head. The raider flipped over and crashed onto a table, smashing it to kindling. Thurik was reaching for his sword again when Lorik's axe came down. It severed the infamous outlaw's arm just below the elbow. The axe buried into the wooden floor and held fast. Thurik passed out, and his compatriot-turned-enemy looked up, baffled. "Get out," Lorik said menacingly. The man ran limping from the inn. Stone got up slowly. His arm was throbbing in pain, and he must have had a look of disbelief on his face. "What?" Lorik said. "You said to come running when I heard noise." "I didn't know I was going to be fighting all of Thurik's men by myself." "Hey, I was here the whole time," Stone said, but he couldn't keep the humor out of his voice. "What were you doing, watching?" "I could have been killed," Lorik said. His tone was severe, but his eyes were sparkling with suppressed laughter. "Not today you couldn't," Stone said. "Today you fought like a legendary warrior. They'll write songs about you and that axe." "I need a drink," Lorik said. "And a long, long nap." They both laughed, and then Stone went upstairs and unlocked all the rooms. The townsfolk were both relieved that their captivity was over and a little timid. The carnage in the common room made most of them uneasy, but the sun was rising so they went out into the cool morning air to celebrate. Stone's arm was deeply bruised, so he was little help in removing the dead bodies from the inn, but Lorik helped the innkeeper drag the dead raiders outside. Then he joined Stone on a low bench outside the inn and was given a mug of cool ale. "Have you seen Griff?" Lorik asked. "No, not since he got me out of the room upstairs." "You think he's still around?" "I don't know. He has skills, even if they are nefarious skills." "Everyone deserves a second chance," Lorik said. "We couldn't have done this without him." "No, we couldn't have." "I hope he's well, wherever he is." "I have a feeling we'll see him again." Chapter 13. Stone kept watch while Lorik slept. It was a hot day, but they were given use of a shaded rooftop to rest. The townsfolk were mostly elderly people and children, but the innkeeper was a jovial man, and his wife stayed busy preparing food for everyone. The threat of more raiders returning to Paulson was very real, so after the initial celebration, almost everyone returned to the inn to help clean up the mess. Floors were scrubbed, bedsheets washed, and broken furniture was removed. It would take time for the town to get back into shape, but for now everyone seemed happy that Thurik, who had died of his wounds, could no longer hurt them. The rooftop was flat and afforded a good view of the inn and the town market. Lorik slept with his longbow and arrows close to hand. If more raiders did ride into town, the plan was for Stone to confront the outlaws while Lorik covered him from the rooftop. It was a simple plan, but they were counting on the raiders' desire to take control of Thurik's raiding ship to outweigh their desire for revenge. What plunder they may have taken would be lost, since the raiders no longer had to share it with their fallen leader. But hopefully the word would spread quickly enough, and the townspeople who had been forced to raid with the outlaws would be free to return to their homes. The innkeeper brought up fresh bread, fruit, cheese, ale, and smoked pheasant. Stone didn't wake Lorik to eat. He was counting on getting some rest of his own when Roran made it to town with the wagon. His eyes felt gritty and his muscles ached, especially his shoulder, which had turned a dark purple where the raider had struck him with the wooden club. But Stone had dealt with injuries before, some much worse than a deep bruise. Lorik's stomach was in need of stitches, but he'd had to settle for poultice and fresh bandages. One of the women they had rescued was busy patching up the teamster's shirt. In the early afternoon Roran arrived. Stone woke Lorik, who got up without a complaint and went to see about his wagon and cargo. Stone fell asleep, and it was late before Lorik came back to wake him up. Time for supper, he told Stone. They've got a room ready for you at the inn. No sense sleeping outdoors if you don't have to. Oh, God, Stone said as he slowly sat up. I hurt all over. I haven't been this sore since I was thrown off my horse a few years back, but you're lucky that Raider clubbed your shoulder instead of your skull. I've seen men lose their senses after a blow to the head. Me, too, Stone agreed. Anything exciting happen while I was asleep? We unloaded the wagon, Lorik said. And Griff showed up again. He had gone off and hidden in an empty workshop, then fell asleep before finding out how we fared. It's good to know someone's got your back, Lorik said sarcastically. They climbed down from the rooftop and made their way across the market square. Twilight had faded into night, and the stars sparkled in the night sky. When they had neared the inn, Lorik stopped. I need to give you a little warning, he said. The townsfolk here are planning on asking you to stay. What? They know they're not prepared if another outlaw comes along. They want someone to stay in town who can fight for them. A constable of sorts. Why me? Stone asked. Well, I could say lack of options, but the truth is you're an experienced fighter. You planned our attack last night. Not by myself, Stone argued. In fact, a lot of it was your idea. You did most of the fighting, too. Why aren't they asking you? They already have, but I turned them down. So why are you telling me this now? I just thought you'd want to have time to think about things. There isn't much to think about, Stone said. I know I'm still new to our partnership, but I don't have any intentions of backing out now. Are you trying to hint that I should? No, not at all. I was hoping you'd feel that way, but I didn't want you to feel pressured either. Let's get some food, Stone said. When are we heading south again? Tomorrow, Lorik said. They continued walking. I've made arrangements for the rice to be stored here until we come back. I was thinking that, on the next trip, we could take the Maskagee out as well as the marsh schooner. There's lumber at the mill, but no one to trade with. Roran offered to go out and witness what we take. Then we can settle up once we deliver the rice to Yorkshire. Sounds good to me, Stone said. They ate a hearty meal and spent some time with the locals before turning in for the night. They each had a room on the second floor, and the night passed without incident. At dawn both men rose and washed from the small basins in their rooms. When they came downstairs, the innkeeper had a hot breakfast waiting on them. Are you sure we can't convince at least one of you to stay? He asked. No, you'll be fine, Lorik said. I doubt Thurik's raiders will give you any trouble. We've cut the head off the snake, and they'll be busy fighting each other. None of them have the audacity to try and hold an entire town. We'd still feel better with one or the both of you around to make sure things get back to normal. It's going to be a new normal, Lorik said. You'll need to keep a small armed force employed until the king gets back from playing war. You think the army will be gone long? The innkeeper asked. It's hard to say. There hasn't been a full-scale war in centuries, Lorik explained. Who knows why it's happening now? All we can do is go on living. The Earl will hear about Thurik's attack, and surely he'll send some help from Yorkshire. I hope you're right. All these rumors of war and dragons in the north, it makes an old man like me nervous. We'll be back before too long. No more than 3 weeks I would think, Lorik said. We'll check in on you. Good, said the innkeeper. You'll always have a room here, Lorik. Both of you. We appreciate it, Lorik said. They gathered their belongings and set out. The wagon rumbled along the road as they made their way to the lumber mill. It took a full hour to get the lumber they needed. The neatly stacked wood was then tied down and covered once again with canvas. That lumber won't be as comfortable as the rice, Stone said ruefully. True enough, Lorik said. But it will be better than sleeping in the mud. Let's go. They rode back past the town, Lorik driving the wagon pulled by his 2 big Shire horses, Stone riding his mare. The people who saw them waved. I would have thought you'd have known more of those people, Stone said. Haven't you been trading here for years? Sure, Lorik said. But I've always dealt with the men. I didn't really know the womenfolk or farmers. That makes sense, Stone said. I guess there's no chance the story of what we did won't leave the town. Lorik smiled, then said, no chance at all. They rode on in silence for a while longer. They made camp by a small stream and were enjoying the last of the fresh rations the innkeeper had given them. There was still plenty of meat in the keg on their wagon, despite the fact that Roran had drunk more than his share after Stone and Lorik left him outside of town. They had been sitting for a while, watching their small fire and listening to the gurgle of the stream. I don't want a bad reputation, Stone said. Lorik didn't answer at first, but considered what the younger man was saying. He'd always been told by his father that a good reputation was worth more than gold, but he didn't think Stone was in danger of getting a bad reputation for being lazy or dishonest. "What do you mean?" Lorik asked. "I get the feeling you're talking about the fight." "That's exactly what I'm talking about," Stone said without looking up from the fire. "I want to put those ways behind me. Trouble always seems to come looking for men with a bad reputation. I've seen it all my life." "Well, saving a town doesn't give you a bad reputation," Lorik said. "No, but killing a well-known outlaw like Thurek will." "You think doing that makes us some kind of target?" "Yes, in certain circles. People who consider themselves to be fighters are always looking to prove themselves. The best way to do that is to fight people with a reputation. Most of the bad guys in these parts are outlaws. They're too dumb and mostly too craven to want to fight anyone fairly." "Where'd you learn to fight with an axe like that?" Stone asked. "In Hassel Point," Lorik said jovially. "I was young once. I got into a fight or two. My dad didn't want me to carry a sword. He was afraid I'd be mistaken for one of the pirates or outlaws, so he gave me a small hand axe. I used to train with it every day, although I've never really fought with one. By the time I was old enough to really use it, I was smart enough to know I didn't want to." They let the fire die, and Stone took the first watch while Lorik slept. It was a quiet night that passed quickly. After trading places with Lorik, Stone slept a few hours, and at dawn they set off again. The road was crowded by thick woods on either side. They made camp just outside the marshlands that night. It took 4 more days to reach Hassel Point. They delivered their load of wood to Hollist's farm and informed him of the situation with the rice. The farmer seemed pleased, and they got back to Lorik's property just before dark. They saw Vera sitting on the porch. She waved to them as they rode past the house and made their way to the barn. After seeing to their horses, they returned to the house. Vera had made them a quick meal of stewed vegetables, rice, and cheese. There was fresh bread and wine, too. They sat at the small table, and Lorik watched as Vera and Stone took turns glancing shyly at one another. After eating, he stood up and stretched. "That was delightful," he told Vera. "It's amazing how much a man gets to missing vegetables when he's on the road, but..." "I'm glad you liked it," she said. "I think I'm going to take a walk," he said. "I'll check in on Chansey and see if there's any news in town." "I'll go with you," Stone said. "I'm staying at the inn." "No," Lorik said. "You need to stay and clean up this mess," he said, pointing to the table. "It would be rude if we both left." Stone knew that Lorik wasn't scolding him. In fact, Lorik was giving Vera and Stone a chance to be alone. The gesture wasn't missed by the young fighter. "You're right," he said. "Thanks." "Be careful," Vera told him. "I always am," Lorik said. He felt hollow as he walked along the path from his home into Hassel Point. He'd always come back to town and sought out Vera. They would spend the evening drinking and talking, before finally going back to her room. There were other wenches to be had, but that wasn't the issue. He wondered briefly if it was simply that he didn't care for change. He didn't have strong romantic feelings for Vera, but he did feel jealous. He could share her body, but he resented sharing her heart. She had always been very interested in what he was doing or what he'd seen in the marshes and beyond. Now, she seemed interested only in Stone. His feelings surprised him. He was alone now, not physically, but no one else really understood how he felt. Most of the people he knew were content, if not happy, with their lives. It was empowering to know why he felt so alone, but it was also frustrating. He really had no ambitions beyond being a teamster. He liked his work, but there was no lasting satisfaction in it. There was always another load to haul. He had plenty of coin, but growing wealthy didn't appeal to him. He liked having nice things, but he didn't crave them the way some people did. He needed to find something that fulfilled him, and while being with Vera wasn't ultimately fulfilling, it had always been sweet enough to distract him. He was welcomed warmly when he reached Chansey's inn. He declined the offer of food and settled instead for a pint of meat in his customary spot along the far wall of the common room. After Chansey had seen to his other customers, he settled in beside his friend. "What news of the world, my friend?" Chansey said. "Thurek's dead," Lorik replied. "Is that so? Did he finally sail that demon ship of his into the rocks?" "No, I killed him." "You don't say," Chansey said in shock. He had taken over Paulson. He sent his raiders out with the able-bodied men from the town. "We didn't have much choice." Lorik took his time telling the tale. He didn't embellish the battle, in fact, he downplayed it. He wasn't looking to impress his friend, but talking things out always helped him put his issues in perspective. Normally he would have done this with Vera, but Chansey was bound to hear of the fight, and he might be offended if Lorik didn't tell him personally. "That's some story," Chansey said. "I would have expected your young partner to do most of the killing, not you." "I would have preferred that myself," said Lorik. "Things just happened fast, and all our planning was compromised." "I suppose that's why your shirt's been mended," Chansey said. "You didn't mention getting hurt." "It was just a scratch," Lorik explained. "It's mostly healed now." "I'll be the judge of that," Chansey said. "Better let me have a look." "Oh, you're a healer now, are you?" "I've some experience with it," Chansey said. "Vera can check on it, she's got a gentler touch than you." "Not anymore. She's retired, but I guess you know that." "It was quite a shock to see your young partner moving her out of the boggy peat." "That was her decision, not mine." "So, it's Stone she's taken with?" "I thought perhaps she had come to her senses and settled for you." "Very funny," Lorik said. "It is if you drink enough mead," the innkeeper said, laughing. Chapter 14. It was late when Lorik made it home. Stone had shown up at Chansey's inn, but had gone to his room shortly afterward. The house was dark and quiet when he arrived. The night was warm, and Vera had left the windows open so that at least there was a slight breeze blowing through. He tried to be quiet, but it was difficult in the dark. The truth was, he'd enjoyed a little too much mead and his balance was a bit off. He stumbled once and cursed under his breath, but he made it to his room without hurting himself. He fell asleep almost at once, without bothering to undress. He woke up the next morning when he felt someone tugging at his shirt. The sun was bright, and although he wanted to go back to sleep, he knew he couldn't now that he'd been disturbed. "What's going on?" he asked, his eyes struggling to focus. "We need to get this shirt off," Vera said. "Well, I won't argue," he said, "but what will Stone think?" "I want to look at your wound, you old toad." "Don't get excited, Dot. It's hard not to, you're a winsome woman." "Are you still drunk?" she asked. "Maybe," he said with a smirk. She settled for pulling the shirt up, since he wasn't being helpful. The bandage was discolored, and, as she expected, it was stuck to the wound. The poultice and dried blood had adhered to the bandage, and if she tried to remove it, the bandage would rip open the wound all over again, maybe even making it worse. "I'm going to have to soak this bandage," she said sternly. "Try not to move." She poured water from a clay pitcher into a large bowl and then soaked her rag in it. Then she dribbled the water onto the bandage. It took nearly an hour, but she was able to get the bandage off and wash away the remnants of the poultice. "It doesn't look too bad," she said. "But it's going to leave a nasty scar." "I can live with a scar," he said, his head starting to hurt. "I know you can," she said kindly. "How about something to eat?" "That would be good," he said. "All right, sit up and let me rewrap this wound, then I'll fix us something to eat." After eating, Lorik went out to check on his horses. He had another job lined up and would normally have seen about leaving, but he wanted to give his horses a rest. He was planning on taking all 4 Shire horses so that they could pick up the rice they had left at Paulson. He figured a couple of days' rest would be plenty, plus it would give Stone some time with Vera. When they got back he expected her to be ready to push north. It would give them time to sort out their feelings. "You leaving again soon?" Vera asked. She had joined him at the corral after cleaning the dishes. "In a couple of days," he told her. "I didn't used to have to pry that kind of information out of you," she said. "Things change." "Have I done something?" she asked. "No, but things are different now, Dot." "Different how?" "Because I'm not working at the boggy peat. The reason I chose to stay here was so that things wouldn't change." "I still want to be your friend, Lorik. Is that too much to ask?" "No, I'm not trying to punish you. I was just giving you and Stone some space." "I like Liam," she said. "But you're my friend." "You'll always be my friend. I don't want that to change." "Neither do I, but you're leaving, remember. You found someone to share your life with, the last thing you need is a contrary old friend hanging around." "I don't think Liam sees it that way." "Perhaps not, but I do. I never knew how unfulfilling my life was, but you changed all that. You really shook things up when you decided to leave." "I've been thinking about it a lot." "So why haven't you told me?" "I'm telling you now," he said. "Why do men make everything so difficult?" she said in frustration. "Stop running away from me. Perhaps you can just let our friendship die, but I can't, Dot." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that I want to talk to you. I need to talk to you. I don't have anyone else." What about Stone? I can't talk to him about everything, she said. We're just getting to know each other. You're the only family I have, Lorik. You're my best friend. It's just awkward, he said. I don't want to get in the way. I'm trying to adjust to. He didn't get to finish his sentence. They heard horses galloping along the path. It was an unusual sound in Hasselpoint, where horses were so rare. Only the riders rode their horses so hard. Run to the house, he said. What? What's going on? Just do it. He shouted. Go now. Vera turned and ran. Lorik whistled, and the big Shire stallion came trotting over. Lorik opened the gate and climbed up onto the railing of the corral. He didn't have time to put a saddle on the horse, he only hoped he could get to the barn before the riders caught up with him. He threw a leg over the big horse and dug his heels in. His left hand gripped the horse's mane, and with the other he swung the gate closed again. He looked over his shoulder and saw the riders coming around the bend in the path. Yah! He shouted, kicking the horse into motion. Shire horses weren't built for speed. The stallion hadn't moved faster than a walk in months, but it thundered forward, its big hooves churning up the ground. The barn door was still open, as Lorik rarely closed it. The horse galloped in, and Lorik used his knees to guide the horse toward the marsh schooner he had left his weapons in. He leaned over and picked up the big battle axe. When he turned, there were 2 riders coming into the barn. Lorik's vision went red with anger. Somehow, seeing the outlaws in his father's barn ignited a deep-seated fury. He screamed as he sent the huge horse charging forward. The outlaws looked surprised and then frightened. Lorik was a big man on a big horse, swinging a very menacing battle axe over his head. They tried to spread out, hoping that Lorik would race past them, but instead he cornered the nearest rider. The outlaw had a long, thin sword, what most soldiers called a bastard sword. The outlaw's horse was shuffling nervously, and the man thrust his sword out in a clumsy manner. Lorik leaned forward against his horse's neck and the thrust went wide. Lorik didn't wait but swung his axe at the outlaw's leg. The blade bit deep, shattering bone and sending blood fanning out over the huge Shire horse. The outlaw didn't scream, he just crumpled and fell to the barn floor unconscious. Lorik was just turning his horse when the second outlaw drew near from behind. The Shire horse kicked out, almost throwing Lorik off, but also hitting the rider's mount in the chest. The horse screamed and toppled back, rolling over the outlaw and leaving him knocked senseless on the dirt floor of the barn. Yah! Lorik screamed again, directing his horse outside. 2 more riders had dismounted and were trying to get into the house. I'll kill you bastards! Lorik screamed. I'll kill you both! The outlaws turned in surprise as the big horse charged forward. The men were on the porch but Lorik attacked their horses, hacking at them with his axe. One horse wailed as it fell to the ground, thrashing in its own blood. The other broke and ran back along the path, away from the teamster's property. Both outlaws looked shocked. Lorik slid off his horse and ran up the steps. The nearest outlaw raised his sword, but the other leapt over the porch railing, stumbled, and then ran away. Looks like you're all that's left, Lorik said. I didn't mean no harm, the outlaw stammered. Yes, you did, Lorik replied angrily. He batted the man's sword aside with his axe and then kicked the man as hard as he could between the legs. The blow lifted the outlaw off the ground, and then he fell with a crash on the sturdy wooden porch. The man's sword clattered to the ground as he struggled for breath. He was heaving, with tears streaking down his face and his hands holding his groin, as Lorik pulled him up to a sitting position. Open the door, Vera! He shouted. She complied immediately. Lorik shoved the outlaw onto his stomach and then stepped on the man's neck. I've got rope in my chest, the cedar one at the foot of the bed, he told her. Bring it here as quick as you can. She turned and ran to Lorik's small bedroom. The other bedroom in the house was larger, but it had been his parents' room, and Lorik had never occupied it after his parents died. Vera found the chest quickly and threw it open. It was full of keepsakes, but she spotted the rope. It was thin, but plenty long enough to tie up the outlaw. She ran back and handed it to Lorik. He bent down and pressed his knee into the outlaw's back. The man groaned but didn't resist. Lorik tied his hands and then his feet together. All right, take his sword and wait inside, Lorik told her. I have to check on the first 2 riders in the barn, then I'll be back. Vera nodded. She was frightened and shocked, but she did what she was told. Lorik hurried to the barn, leading his stallion and looking back over his shoulder at the wide path that led to Hasselpoint. He was afraid more riders would show up, or that a well-aimed arrow would hit him in the back. It was an unsettling thought, and when he reached the barn the scene there did nothing to calm him down. He had fought with an intense fury, but now he was confronted with the carnage of his wrath, and it made him ill. The outlaw he had fought was as white as a sheet, his face lay in a puddle of vomit, and there was the foul stench of human excrement. The man's leg was nearly severed, and Lorik knew at once the man would die. There was nothing any healer could do for him now. Losing a limb was nearly always fatal, because it was simply too difficult to stop the bleeding. The other outlaw lay moaning. His horse had run away, but the animal's weight rolling over him had broken several bones, including the man's spine. Lorik looked at him with a mixture of pity and loathing. "You're a dead man," the outlaw said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why?" Lorik said. "Why did you come here? You turned against Marston. He'll kill you for it. He's welcome to come and try. Sending you milksops didn't accomplish anything." "You're dead," the man repeated, his voice growing even weaker. "And that goes for your new partner, too." "You first," Lorik said, then he brought the axe down in an overhand blow that split the outlaw's skull. He'd been shaken and weak until the man mentioned Marston's name. It made him angry to think of the gang leader sitting in safety and sending men to Lorik's home. They had come to kill him, but they had failed. Only one of the four had survived, and he would bring news of what had happened back to Marston. The outlaw wouldn't let things go, Lorik knew that. It was a fight to death now, there was no other way for Marston to salvage his pride and reputation. Lorik was worried about Stone, but there was nothing he could for the young fighter. Stone would have to look after himself, and Lorik only hoped that Chansey or one of the other locals didn't get hurt in the process. Lorik ran back to the corral and led the horses to the barn. The Shire Mares neighed and stamped their giant feet nervously when they smelled the blood and offal of the dead outlaws. He put each horse in a stall and hastily threw some hay into each one. Then he closed the barn doors. The barn might have been a more secure location to fight from, but for now, Lorik needed to get back to the house. Vera would be worried sick, and he wanted to question the outlaw he had trussed up on the porch. Asterisk. Stone was sipping cider when the riders came in. There were 5 of them, all armed, and each one looked at him before sitting down. He watched them carefully, his sense of danger suddenly prodding him. He was surprised to see the outlaws. They were trying to look nonchalant but failing miserably. They couldn't stop staring at him, and he knew it was only a matter of time before they attacked. Apparently, Marston wasn't going to forgive the insult of being turned down by Stone. But the outlaws didn't seem eager to start trouble, and Stone didn't want to fight anyone inside the inn. He stood up and smiled at Chansey, who was nervously looking back and forth from Stone to the group of riders. Stone walked slowly toward the door, giving the riders a wide berth, but one of them stood up. "Where are you going?" the outlaw asked. "Marston's coming to have a little chat with you. He won't like it if you aren't here. I won't be gone long. I just need to take a piss." "Isn't there pot you can piss in here?" the man challenged. "I prefer a little more privacy." "He doesn't want anyone to see he hasn't got any balls," sneered one of the outlaws. Stone ignored the insult and moved toward the door again. But this time all the outlaws stood up and drew their weapons. "Sit back down," the first outlaw said menacingly. "Or I'll put you down." "I don't want any trouble in here," Stone said. "Why don't we take this outside?" "Sit down," the man shouted. "Chansey, why don't you and your people leave?" Stone said. "I'll keep an eye on things." The innkeeper and his wife slipped out of the common room. There were a few other patrons, and they beat a hasty retreat as well. "Now, you better sit down and keep your trap shut," said the outlaw. "Sure, no problem," Stone said. Just then Chansey appeared with jugs and small cups. "How about a drink, gentlemen?" he said with a smile. "On the house, of course. Here, take the jug. It's the best sake in the point." He set the terracotta jug down on the table, along with 5 small cups. He proceeded to fill them as Stone sat back down. The riders drank the strong liquor and didn't notice when Chansey winked at Stone. Then the innkeeper disappeared into the kitchen. It took only a few minutes, and Stone could tell the riders were getting very drunk. He was sure they thought it buoyed their courage, but they were slurring their words and moving about clumsily. It was only a matter of time before one or all of them challenged Stone, who was sipping his cider quietly. It happened even more quickly than the young fighter imagined. One of the outlaws, the smallest of the bunch, stood up. He said something under his breath, and the other men laughed. Then he walked toward Stone with an ambling gait, swaying slightly. "I think you're a coward," the outlaw said. "You may have them fancy knives, but you're scared to use them." "Sometimes I am," Stone said conversationally. "I know it. Didn't I just say it?" "You did." Well, you better give them to me, the outlaw demanded. Or I'll cut your black heart out. No, Stone said. No? You telling me no? That's right. The man hit the tabletop with his fist. The blow made Stone's cup hop, but the young fighter didn't flinch. Instead, he stood up suddenly, causing the outlaw to reel backward. Once the man had his balance again, he leered hatefully at Stone and then rushed forward. The drunken sot didn't even get his sword clear of its sheath before Stone's punch shattered the outlaw's nose. He had drawn both knives and then hit the man with the brass knuckle guard. It knocked the man off his feet and the outlaw crashed to the floor, unconscious, with blood staining his well-groomed mustache and beard. Then, the other 4 outlaws all stood up. They had been drinking to gain the courage they needed to fight Stone. They remembered how he had attacked the pirates, and although none wanted to face him alone, now they felt compelled to act. One of their own had been humiliated, and the liquor made them feel invincible, despite what they had just seen. This is a mistake, Stone said. You don't want to do this. I won't hold back. Big words for a man all alone, said the outlaw who had first challenged him. The way I see it, the odds are in our favor. If that's what you want, Stone said. Then he was moving, so fast he was a blur. He spun past one outlaw, his knife slashing the man's throat. He spun low, punching the next outlaw in the stomach. A third lunged forward, thrusting a short sword at Stone, but the blade didn't touch anything but air. The young fighter danced aside and stabbed the outlaw's outstretched arm. The man screamed and fell back. The outspoken outlaw held back from the fight. Despite his words and the liquor, he was still afraid. He grabbed the man with the wounded arm, and pushed him back toward Stone. He was right behind the wounded man, a dagger in his free hand. Stone saw the ploy for what it was, and so he waited for the moment when the outlaw shoved the wounded man toward him. Then he spun around the stumbling outlaw and slashed one knife across the cowardly rider's arm. He completed the spin and slammed his other knife into the man's back. I guess my black heart will just keep beating right where it is, he whispered angrily in the outlaw's ear. He twisted the knife as the outlaw arched his back and screamed. Then he wrenched his blade free. The outlaw fell. The rider with the wounded arm had stumbled out of the inn, so the only outlaw left was the man Stone had punched in the stomach. No need to die, Stone said. The man didn't reply. He had drawn a sword, but his face was pale and he was clutching his stomach with his free hand. I just want to leave, Stone said. Get out then, the man said through gritted teeth. Stone moved slowly, not turning his back on the outlaw until he was at the door. Then he slipped quickly outside. The main street was busy and no one paid him much attention, despite the fact that he had both weapons drawn and both were wet with blood. There were 3 horses still tied to a post just outside the inn. Now that Stone was out of immediate danger, his mind went wild with fear for Vera and Lorik. If the riders had come for him, he knew there was a good chance they would have shown up at Lorik's home, too. He untied one of the horses and pulled himself up into the saddle. Then he whipped the reins across the horse's rump and galloped toward Lorik's property. People on the street seemed startled as he rode past, but Stone ignored them. He followed the path to Lorik's house and was hardly breathing as he rode up to the quaint home. He took in the sight of the dead horse, the empty corral, and the closed barn doors. His heart leapt into his throat as he slid off the horse and jumped up the steps to the front door. Vera! He shouted. Lorik! Vera! Are you there? We're here, came Vera's voice. Let him in and then put the bolt back, Lorik said. Stone, you hurt? No, I'm fine. What about Chansey? Lorik asked as Stone hurried in and helped Vera put the heavy wooden beam back across the door. He's fine, Stone said. I was attacked at the inn, though. I had to kill 2 of them, and I wounded the others. You should have killed them all. That's the only thing that will end this. Why? Is this really because you turned down Marston? Vera asked. I guess, I'm not sure, Stone said. Well, maybe we can get some answers from this pathetic excuse for a human being, Lorik said, pointing to the outlaw he had tied onto a wooden chair. Lorik was sitting next to the man, sharpening a long dagger. The metal rasped against the whetstone. Over and over Lorik slid the blade over the stone, not looking at the outlaw, who sat wide-eyed in the chair. Vera put her arm on Stone's arm, but his eyes narrowed as he took in the sight. He attacked you? Stone asked Vera. He tried, but Lorik stopped him. Why? Stone demanded, moving closer to the man. Tell me why you did this. He shouted. The man only moaned in fright. Don't worry, he'll talk, Stone said. One way or another, he'll tell us everything. Chapter 15. Lorik. Vera said. A word, please. Lorik recognized the tone and knew she wasn't really asking. He stood up and joined Vera and Stone near the door. What? He whispered. You aren't going to torture that man, she said. I know you. You aren't cruel. You can't do this. He came here to kill me. It's the least he deserves, Lorik said. That may be true, but you can't do it. You'll be no better than the outlaws who sent him here, but... We have to know what Marshland's planning, Stone said. It's not over. No, it isn't, Lorik agreed. Now, Vera, you're going to have to trust me. Sometimes the threat of torture is just as effective as actual torture. You have my word I won't hurt him if I can help it. She looked from Lorik to Stone, both of whom seemed firm. I don't like it, she said. We're all in danger, Lorik said. I expected that Marshland would come around sooner or later. But he's a bully, and I thought he'd try to shake us down for money. I expected intimidation, not murder. Now that he's started, he won't stop, Stone said. He'll be seen as weak if he does. His men won't respect him. He has to kill us now. All of us, he said, directing the last part to Vera. But why? What did we ever do to him? Vera asked. It doesn't really matter, Lorik said. Men like that get an idea and they won't let it go. Is it because you killed Grayson? She asked. I didn't kill him, Lorik said. But our fight probably has something to do with it. We've been in town less than a day, Stone said. Marshland must have been planning this for a while. So what do we do? We have to find out what he's planning, Lorik said. We'll make our stand here, on the property. The path is the only way in or out without going through the bogs. And we should be able to see them coming. Vera kept a watch on the path leading to Lorik's house. The property was surrounded by mud bogs, and no one expected Marshland to try crossing them. If an attack came, it would most likely approach on the wide path that Lorik used to move his wagons to and from town. Lorik stood near the outlaw tied to his chair. Stone stood behind the man. The outlaw was terrified, and it showed clearly on his face. He was sweating profusely, and he sat meekly, even occasionally whimpering with dread. Lorik returned to his chair and sat quietly sharpening his dagger. The blade was razor sharp, and he confirmed it by shaving some of the soft hair on his forearms. Now, Lorik said. I want to know why Marshland wants us dead. He's angry, the outlaw said. The raids didn't go well. He didn't like that Stone wanted to go with you instead of joining the riders. He says you owe him for killing Grayson. And what's his plan? He sent us to kill you and bring the woman back to him, the man said, ashamed. Lorik laid the blade of his dagger on the outlaw's thigh. Now this part is important, Lorik said. It could be the difference between life and death for you. Are you listening? Yes, the outlaw stammered. Good. Now, you know Marshland's going to kill you. You failed to kill me, and he won't believe you didn't tell us everything you know. So, your only chance is to come clean. If your information is true, I'll let you go. That's the best deal you're going to get. Okay, the man said. I'll tell you everything, There wasn't much in the way of specifics. The man knew that Marshland planned to kill Stone and Lorik, and that he wouldn't give up. He had 14 men left, all experienced killers, but none were from the Marshlands. It was the only advantage Lorik and Stone had. The bogs around Lorik's property were just fields of thick mud, with weeds sprouting up in various places. The bogs could be crossed, but not quickly, and anyone who tried would be easy to spot. The one advantage Marshland had was that with Lorik and Stone in the same place, he could concentrate his forces. The outlaw didn't expect Marshland to try a full-on attack, since the gang leader preferred to take his enemies by surprise. Lorik pressed the man to find out exactly what fighting skills the riders had. 4 of the men in Marshland's gang had skill with bows. The rest were all fighters, and of course Mert was a merciless killer. Marshland was prone to violent rages and often killed even the wounded who no longer posed a threat to him. He'll come back when it's dark, I would think, the outlaw said. That way he can get close without you seeing him. You think he'll come himself? Stone asked. No, he'll send assassins. He might even hire a crew of pirates. Whoever he can find to do the dirty work. He'll kill you both and then bring the woman back to his compound. He'll abuse her and make her do the dirtiest work he can find. He thinks that sort of thing sends a message. Lorik slid the knife blade between the cords of the rope. It took only a moment to saw through the hemp and free the outlaw. I suggest you go as far and as fast as you can, Lorik said. You can take the horse out front, Stone added. Stay on foot through the bogs. If you try to ride, your horse will most likely come up lame. I don't know where to go, the outlaw stammered. I could die out there. You'll die for sure here, Lorik said. You can crawl back to Marston, but he'll kill you, I guarantee that. Okay, the outlaw said. You're right. Stone lifted the heavy wooden bolt that held the door in place. The outlaw slipped out and took the horse. Vera was trembling, and Stone put his arm around her. We need a plan, he said. I've got one, Lorik said. At least the beginnings of one. We should move to the barn. It's easier to defend. You know they're going to burn the house, Stone said. Yes, it can't be helped, Lorik said sadly. Oh, no, Vera said. You can't let them, she was obviously distraught. Your parents built this house, Lorik. We can't let them burn it down. We've not got much choice, Lorik said. They'll most likely come with torches. We'll be lucky to survive. We won't have time to fight a fire, too. Vera cried. She had held herself together as long as she could. The shock of the attack and then questioning the outlaw had been difficult, but realizing that Lorik's house would most likely be lost, along with all his memories and the personal belongings it contained, simply broke her heart. She had always considered the house her second home. She felt comfortable and safe there, and now that it was going to be destroyed, she was angry, sad, and afraid all at the same time. Stone held Vera as she buried her face in his shoulder and sobbed. I'll get started moving what we need to the barn, Lorik said. Why don't you get her settled? They spent the rest of the day preparing for a siege attack. It was nerve-wracking to be constantly looking over their shoulders, but they didn't have a choice. The barn was a simple structure, with two big main doors, one on the front and one on the side. It also had a hayloft that ran the length of the barn with shutter-like windows on both ends. They moved food, weapons, water, and blankets into the barn. Then, as a safety measure, Lorik tied a rope from the barn roof to a small stunted tree on the far side of the mud bog behind the property. If worse came to worst, they could slide down the line using slings made of boiled leather to escape. Stone took care of the horses, while Lorik mixed a tarry liquid in the loft. What is that? Vera asked. It smells horrible. I hope you don't expect me to eat it. No, Lorik said, laughing. It's not supper. It's called liquid fire. I'm going to coat some of the arrows in it. Then, I'll be able to shoot them out onto the path or even into the mud so that I can see if anyone is approaching. Why don't we just leave? Vera asked. You know the marshes better than anyone. Marston won't find us there. In time he'll forget his grudge. A man like Marston never forgets, Lorik said. He'll force someone to track us. The marshlands won't be safe for us. So, we could go north. I was planning to leave anyway. You and Liam should come with me. We'll make a new life for ourselves. I can't, Lorik said. Why not? I'm not the type to run away, he said. It wouldn't be running away, Vera said. Don't think of it like that. Listen, you and Stone have a chance to make a new life for yourselves. That is good. I promise if we get through this I'll help you both, all I can. But there's no place for me in that life. I thought we talked about that this morning, Vera said. Why do you feel like we can't be friends? It isn't that I don't think we can be friends, Lorik said. It's just that I'd be in the way. You and Stone can be a well-matched team. There's no need for an old codger like me. You aren't old and you'll always be my family, Lorik. There's always a place for family. He smiled, but he didn't respond. He loved Vera in a way that wasn't brotherly, but wasn't quite romantic either. He had been with her for a long time, had always enjoyed her company, and felt extremely protective of her. But he had come to trust Stone, and the young fighter was more than capable of protecting Vera and providing a good life for her. She had found what she wanted, but he hadn't. He couldn't run away from Marston because he knew the outlaw would hunt them down. At some point he would have to face the gang leader, and he felt it would be better to do it here, on the land he knew better than anyone else. Then, if they survived, Stone and Vera could do whatever they wanted, and so could he. They ate a cold supper and then Stone went to sleep. He wasn't a bowman, so if trouble came that night, Lorik needed to be alert and ready. The stars twinkled high in the sky and the moon was almost full. There was enough light that Lorik felt confident he could see if anyone was approaching the property. He kept a small lamp lit but covered. He didn't want the light giving away their position, but he needed a fire to ignite his fire arrows. He tested one after it was fully dark out. He had coated the arrows with the liquid fire from just behind the arrowhead all the way to the fletching. The tarry substance had hardened, and Lorik wrapped the arrowhead in hemp fibers, which he lit with the arrow already nocked. He quickly drew the bow, aimed high, then let the arrow fly. The wind caused the flames to lick back onto the arrow, and the liquid fire ignited easily. Halfway through its flight, the arrow burst into flames. Then the projectile streaked down and landed in the center of the pathway that led to the property. It cast a yellow glow across the path and burned for nearly an hour. Lorik then sat back and waited. Vera sat up with him for a time, talking in whispered tones. She reminisced about when they were young. Lorik tried to stay vigilant, but he often found his mind reliving those same memories with Vera rather than searching the night for intruders. Even after she had fallen asleep, Lorik found himself mired in the past. He examined his life and why he made the decisions he had made. He thought about why he had stayed in Hassel Point after his parents had passed away. Most men were content to earn a living for their families, but Lorik neither had a family nor was content. He had stayed because it was easier than charting a new course for his life. He realized he should have taken Vera and found a new life for them both, long ago. Perhaps he was just afraid. He didn't like waiting for conflict to happen. He preferred to get unpleasant situations over with as quickly as possible. He thought about sneaking away and attacking the riders head-on, but he knew that was suicide. He was outnumbered, even if Stone went with him. Their only chance of success lay in being able to hold their defensive position. In the end, it was just lucky that he noticed a shadow moving near the house. At first he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but then he saw the movement again. Someone was sneaking into the house, hoping to gain entry and kill them all while they were defenseless in their beds. He knew he had to do something. Shooting at the shadowy target was difficult, as it was hard to judge the distance at night, and Lorik decided against using one of his fire arrows. He didn't want to accidentally burn the house down himself. He focused on the shadow he'd seen moving and shot on instinct. The arrow disappeared into the darkness and all he could do was wait to see if the arrow found its mark. The assassin was hit, but not killed, by the arrow. He screamed when the arrow struck, and Lorik waited to see what would happen. The man groaned and moaned, but no one came to his aid. Lorik watched intently, but saw no other movement. "What's happening?" Stone whispered as he crawled up beside Lorik. He was still rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "An assassin," Lorik said. "I didn't see him until he was almost at the house, but I got a lucky shot at." "Why not use a fire arrow?" Stone asked. "I was afraid I'd miss and burn the house down." "Good thinking," Stone said. They waited and watched nervously. It was hard to know that killers were lurking in the dark. "There," Stone said, and pointed at a shadow. "You sure?" Lorik said. "It was moving," Stone replied. The shadow was between the house and the barn. Lorik lit an arrow and fired quickly, but the flame alerted the assassin who was able to avoid being hit. The fire arrow seemed especially bright in the darkness between the house and barn. They saw the assassin slinking away. Another shadow was seen leaving the property, but Lorik didn't waste an arrow shooting into the darkness. Moving targets were difficult enough in the daylight, and the assassin was no longer moving slowly to avoid detection. "What do you think?" Lorik said. "Will they come back tonight?" "I doubt it," Stone said. "When Marston finds out they failed, he'll be furious. He'll probably attack tomorrow." "The whole gang?" "Most likely, and probably more. There'll be plenty of outlaws and pirates in the shipyards who will go with him for a little coin. Why don't you get some sleep?" "I'll keep watch." Lorik moved back onto a blanket that was laid out on a pile of hay for him. He was edgy, but he fell asleep quickly. The sun was up when he woke. Vera was at the hayloft door, watching the property. Stone was asleep beside her. Lorik stood, stretched his tired muscles, and joined her. He looked immediately for the assassin he had wounded, but the man was nowhere in sight. "Did you see anyone?" he asked her. "No, Liam told me that you killed someone, but the body isn't visible." "I probably didn't kill him, then," Lorik said. "I got a lucky shot, but it could have just been a flesh wound. The man made enough noise, though. I'll bet there's a blood trail we could follow easily enough." "So what happens now?" Vera asked. "Now Marston brings his entire gang. They'll come riding in fast, I would expect. They'll know we're waiting for them, so they'll want to get across the open ground as quickly as possible. They may even know we're in the barn. I shot at one assassin who I know escaped. He saw the fire arrow coming, so he'll know we're up here." "We should move, then," she said. "We can trick them." "No, they'll be expecting that. Besides, this is our safest position. But we could put together a few surprises for them." He spent several moments in silence, thinking about how a group of riders would approach the property. He knew that some would go to the house, regardless of what the assassin told Marston. They would break in, search it, and probably burn it. The corral didn't offer much cover, and the only other building was just a small storage shed. He could cover a section of the path with liquid fire. In fact, the horses' hooves striking against the exposed stones might even ignite it. They could also set traps in the house and shed that might take out a few of the riders. It was worth the effort, if they could get it done in time. "How long has he been sleeping?" Lorik asked, pointing at Stone. "Just about an hour, since dawn." "Okay, let him sleep a bit longer." "Are you okay keeping watch?" "It's the only thing I can do," she said. "All right, I'll be busy, but call out if you see anything." He needed more lamp oil, and the ingredients to make more liquid fire were in the house. He climbed down from the hayloft and checked on the horses. They were fine, and he refilled their water troughs and measured out fresh oats for each of them. Once that was done, he lifted the long timber beam that held the barn's main door closed. He took his time looking around the property before leaving the safety of the barn. He then went to the fire arrow he had shot last night. There was nothing left but a stump of charred arrow and the arrowhead buried in the ground. Then he went to where the assassin had been wounded. There was a blood trail, it led to the far side of the house. The assassin had died sometime in the night. Flies were already buzzing around his body. Lorik knew the stench would become terrible, so he dragged the body away from the house and pushed it into the mud bog where the animals of the marshes would eventually pick the bones clean. Then he washed up. He stripped out of his clothes and pumped water from the well, scrubbing his hands and then dousing his body in the cool water. He spent the next hour mixing enough liquid fire to coat the path. Normally, the concoction was used in bombs that would splash onto one's enemies and burn them. Pouring it out on the path would allow the liquid fire to dry. It would still be combustible, but it wouldn't be as deadly as it might be, since it would cling to the road, not the riders. Still, Lorik hoped that it would drive the gang into the bog where he could fire on them from the safety of the barn. After pouring out 3 buckets of the liquid fire onto the path, he returned to the house. He had not moved his parents' things, including several glass containers his mother used to preserve food. Glass containers were rare and expensive, but Lorik's father had always tried to get his wife the very best. He filled 6 of the jars with liquid fire, the last of the large batch he had mixed. Then he melted several candles, using the wax to seal the jars and the wicks as fuses. Even Vera could throw the small fire bombs. Next he set up spring-loaded traps at each of the doors. He sharpened wooden stakes that would swing down onto anyone who stepped through the door. It was almost noon when he finished, and he was forced to crawl out of a window to get back to the barn. He went inside the barn and reset the timber beam. Stone was looking after the horses. He looked up and smiled. "You finished booby-trapping the house?" "Yes," Lorik said. "If we survive this, we can't forget and go in through either door. The horses seem to be in good shape. I wish we could get them out of here to someplace more safe." "Me too, but if we leave them in the marshes, they'll still be in danger. There are plenty of animals who could take them down." "What if they set the barn on fire?" Stone asked. "We can escape, but they'll be burned alive." "I've thought of that. If they fire the barn, I'll set them loose while you get Vera out on the zipline." "No, that wasn't the plan," Stone said. "We all go or none of us. Be realistic. I'll do my best to follow you, but odds are we won't make it through this unscathed." "I should be the one to get the horses out, then," Stone argued. "I got you all in this mess in the first place. A partnership means sharing the work, the profits, and the problems. I knew who you were when I took you on. So did Vera. We're in this together. I'll set the horses loose because you have the best chance of protecting Vera. I'm pretty attached to this place. I won't be much good to her if we have to flee. Why are you working so hard to push Vera and me together?" "Because you make her happy." "You make her happy, too," Stone said. "It's not the same. I've been looking after Vera a long time. We're family, but she's been waiting on a man like you for a long time. I don't want anything to spoil that." "Is that why you took me on?" "No, in fact, I didn't even know she liked you. She told me not to, but that was before you wooed her in the boggy peat. If you knew me, knew the kinds of things I had done, neither of you would feel this way about me. I think it might be better if I go and try to fix things with Marston." "I thought about that. It's suicide, really. Marston can't let you live, and he won't let me live. You might get close, but I doubt you could kill him without getting yourself killed in the process. And we stand a better chance of surviving by fighting together." "I'm a killer, Lorik," Stone whispered. "I've done horrible things. I wasn't there, and I won't judge a man for something he did in the past. Maybe you're no better than Marston, but I don't think so. You stuck your neck out for the people of Paulson. You've worked hard here with me and on the road. You're brave and smart. I think we'll leave your past in the past. This is your chance to start a new life. Just don't get killed. Stone was about to respond when Vera whistled from the hayloft above. Both men raced up the ladder to see who was coming to kill them now. Chapter 16. It was just one man, sitting on a horse, as far out as he could possibly be and still see the property. He was beyond bow range, just sitting and studying the layout of Lorik's home. What's he doing? Vera asked. Just keeping an eye on things for Marston, I would imagine, Lorik said. He doesn't want any more surprises, Stone agreed. What should we do? Vera asked. Nothing, Lorik told her. We've done as much as we can. We can disrupt their attack. The only question is whether or not Marston will bring more men with him. They napped and talked in quiet whispers through the afternoon and into the night. The rider never moved. He sat on his horse and watched the property, although there was no light and he couldn't possibly see anything. Should we pay him a visit? Stone asked. The guy on the horse? You bet, Stone said. I can do it. He'll never see me coming. What would be the point? It would send Marston a message. We aren't going to sit back and let him do whatever he wants. You're talking about killing the guy? Lorik asked. Stone nodded. Lorik didn't know why he felt conflicted. He'd killed men before, of course, but it had always been when he felt threatened. The man on the horse certainly didn't have good intentions, but Lorik didn't feel threatened by him. Still, if Stone could take the man out, it would be one less rider to fight when Marston attacked. Okay, but only if you can do it without risk. I don't want you taking unnecessary chances. All right, Stone said. He was just turning to go when Vera stopped him. Wait, she said. Let's think about this for a minute. You're risking your life, and for what? That man isn't harming us. He's just sitting out there. He'll be reporting to Marston, Stone said. Reporting what? Maybe he saw us moving around up here, but that's all. He didn't see you setting traps or running away from the property. So killing him doesn't really help us. It might, Stone said. One man can turn the tide in a close fight. He's right, Lorik agreed. We're going to be greatly outnumbered when Marston comes. Any chance we have to even the odds is worth taking, But is it worth risking Liam's life? She argued. No, Lorik said emphatically. And he isn't going to risk his life. He's already promised me that. You really think sneaking around in the dark is safe? Nothing about this is safe, Stone said in a gentle voice. But I know what I'm doing. If I'm lucky, I might even get us a little more information. I just don't want you to get hurt, she said tenderly. I won't, I promise. I'll be very careful. Well, get moving then, Lorik said. Stone gave Vera a quick kiss, and then he was gone. The barn was very dark, and he was out of their sight almost immediately. They sat listening, but he didn't make a sound as he climbed down the ladder from the hayloft and slipped quietly out the small side door. Once he was outside, Stone felt more confident. The interior of the barn had been pitch black and he'd been forced to move slowly as he practiced his stealth skills. Now he had starlight, and even though the property was still very dark, he could at least make out the darker shapes of the buildings around him. He moved toward the main path at an angle, staying low to the ground. He doubted that he could be seen, especially since the man who was watching the property had been doing it for hours. Stone expected that the outlaw was probably half asleep in his saddle. Once Stone reached the edge of the dry ground where the property turned into bog, he paused. He couldn't see the rider, and he felt confident the outlaw couldn't see him, but he wanted to be certain. He knew he couldn't sneak through the mud bog, and he assumed that the outlaw was confident of that as well. There was no place to take cover on the path, so Stone's best bet was to move forward as quickly and quietly as possible and hope for the best. It was more risk than Lorik wanted him to take, but Stone knew he didn't have a choice. They needed to know what Marston was planning, and so he had to capture the rider and find out what the man knew. He moved to the path silently, staying bent low to the ground and taking each step carefully to make sure he didn't make a sound. It took nearly half an hour before he was able to see the rider. The man was slumped in his saddle, just a shadowy form in the darkness. The horse seemed no more alert, and Stone coiled his body beneath him like a tiger about to spring on its unsuspecting prey. Then Stone was running, his feet barely touching the ground, just using his toes and hardly making any sound at all. The horse heard the sound and swung its head up just as Stone shouted as loudly as he could. The horse instinctively reared, pawing its forelegs in the air to ward off Stone, but he darted around the animal. The outlaw was caught completely off guard and thrown back when the horse reared. He screamed as he fell, but the wind was knocked out of him when he crashed to the ground. Stone was on top of him before he could catch his breath. The man struggled at first, but then Stone pressed the cold steel blade of his knife against the outlaw's throat, and the man lay back gasping for breath. Stone was sitting on the man's chest with his knees pinning the outlaw's arms to the ground. "Are you alone?" Stone whispered. The man didn't answer at first, and then Stone pressed the knife down so that the outlaw felt the sting as the blade cut into the skin. "Are you alone?" Stone asked again. "Yes," the outlaw said in a rasping voice. "Tell me what Marston has planned." "I don't know," the outlaw said. Stone threw his elbow down against the outlaw's face. The man cried out in pain, and even in the darkness Stone could see the blood welling up from a gash his blow had opened along the man's eyebrow. "Don't lie to me," Stone hissed. "I swear I don't," the outlaw said. "He sent me to keep an eye on things. He doesn't tell me his plans." "What did you hear?" "They were talking about who was in harbor, but that's all I know." "So he's planning to hire pirates?" "I don't know," the outlaw moaned. "When are you supposed to report back?" "Someone is supposed to come relieve me." "When?" Stone asked, pressed the blade again. "I don't know." Stone whipped the blade across the outlaw's neck so fast the man didn't feel it, but the blade slashed down into the man's throat. Blood poured into his windpipe, and he squirmed for only a minute before dying with a bubbling gurgle. Stone moved quickly, dragging the man's body onto Lorik's property and then hurrying back out to where the horse was still waiting. The beast was skittish after having been frightened, but Stone moved slowly and spoke in a soothing tone. He took his time, stroking the horse's neck, before he climbed up into the saddle. He felt exposed as he sat facing the property. Marston's man would come from behind Stone, and if the man recognized that Stone wasn't the outlaw waiting to be relieved, he would be vulnerable. It took almost an hour for the second outlaw to arrive. Stone sat hunched in the saddle, one hand holding the horse's reins, the other holding his knife. He heard the horse approaching, and the outlaw made no effort to move quietly. Still, Stone didn't turn, even though his back stung from the perceived exposure. "Carnes," the outlaw said. "Wake up, you oaf. You're supposed to be watching the house, not sleeping in your saddle." Stone still didn't answer as the second outlaw rode up beside him. Instead, he swung his knife in a backhanded blow that drove the butt of the handle into the outlaw's teeth. The man cried out as he fell back off his horse, and Stone slapped the now riderless animal's rump, sending it trotting onto Lorik's property. Then he was off his own horse and kicking the outlaw as he tried to get up. Stone heard ribs snap, and the man finally lay still, moaning in agony. Stone knelt with one knee in the outlaw's back and pulled the man's head back with a handful of greasy hair. Stone's razor-sharp blade pressed into the outlaw's exposed throat. "What's Marston's plan?" "I don't know," the man said, his ruined mouth struggling to form the words correctly. "Don't lie to me," Stone hissed, pulling the man's head back further. Then the outlaw struck. It was a desperate move, but it caught Stone off his guard. He had pulled a small knife from his belt and swung it back blindly. The blade tore through Stone's boot and gashed across his shin. He instinctively fell back, landing on his backside and rolling over onto his feet. The wound hurt, but wasn't life-threatening, even though he could feel blood running down his ankle and filling his boot. The outlaw tried to flee, but the broken ribs were too painful. He had trouble getting to his feet and was moving slowly when Stone limped up behind him. He punched the man in the back of the head using the brass knuckle guard of his knife and knocked the man unconscious. The horses had both trotted away, and now Stone stood in the dark, frustrated with himself. The cut on his leg ached and made each step painful. It was a stupid injury that he should have been able to avoid, but now he had to live with it. He grabbed the unconscious outlaw by the leg and began dragging him back toward the barn. It was a slow, exhausting project, especially with his wounded leg. After dragging the man halfway along the path, Stone decided he needed another plan. Stone went to the dead outlaw and removed the man's belt. He returned to the unconscious outlaw and used the belt to restrain the man's hands behind his back. Then Stone finally took a look at his own leg. It was difficult to get the boot off because it was saturated with blood. The cut wasn't deep, just a ragged gash, but it had scraped across the shin bone and hurt more than Stone would have thought. He cut off his sleeve and wrapped it around the wound, tying the makeshift bandage tight to stanch the bleeding. The pressure of the bandage eased the pain a little. Then he looked at his boot, which was soft leather. He could stitch the hole, but it would be ugly, he decided. Finally, the outlaw woke up. He moaned and coughed, then struggled with his bonds. "Not much hope for you," Stone said quietly. The outlaw looked around angrily. His eyes were still glassy, but full of hate. I'll kill you, he hissed. Not likely. I expect you'll be tortured to death for information. Stone let the threat hang in the air. The man continued to struggle for another moment, but he had no chance of escaping the bond that Stone had made with the dead outlaw's belt. Stone grabbed the man and pulled him to his feet. "Aha!" the outlaw cried out in pain. "Hurts, doesn't it?" Stone said, gouging the outlaw in the ribs. The man cursed and tried to stagger away, but Stone held him fast. It wasn't difficult, the outlaw was obviously weakened from the trauma he'd been through. Stone pulled him along the path toward the barn. "Marston's coming," the man threatened. "You let me go and he may take it easy on you." Stone didn't respond. He knew the outlaw was lying and he didn't want to give the man false hope. They stopped by the dead outlaw and let his captive take a long look. "You called him Carnes, right?" Stone said. The outlaw nodded. He could see the dead man's gaping wound, and by starlight it looked like the flesh had been ripped to shreds. Carnes had a thick, black beard that was now slick with blood. His head was completely bald and seemed unnaturally white in the darkness. His eyes were open, but they stared into space, glazed and unfocused. He had tattoos covering his arms and showing on his chest underneath the leather vest that most of the riders wore. His body lay on the ground like discarded trash. He was pretty sure of himself too, Stone continued. "That's what you have to look forward to, either from us or from Marston. He'll kill you for failing him. In fact, I'll bet when he discovers that you and Carnes here failed in the simple task of keeping an eye on us, he'll be so angry he may hurt anyone near him." Sound about right? He didn't wait for the outlaw to answer. "Just keep walking. Lorik has more patience with idiots like you. Play your cards right and he might even let you walk out of here alive." They made their way back to the barn. Stone stopped below the hayloft and looked up. He couldn't see anyone, just a square of blackness on the face of the shadowy barn. "Special delivery," Stone said. "Any trouble?" Lorik asked. "Not much." Stone heard Lorik climbing down the ladder from the hayloft. "Are you all right?" Vera asked. "Fine," he lied. "I was getting worried about you," she admitted. "I had to wait for our friend here to show up and relieve the first watchman. And he took a little convincing to come visit with us." "As long as you're okay," Vera said. "I thought I saw you limping." "It's nothing, just a scratch." "I damn near took your leg off," the outlaw said loudly. Stone cuffed the man hard on the side of his head, but he used his empty hand instead of his knife this time. The outlaw howled in pain, but didn't fight back. When Lorik appeared, Stone shoved the outlaw toward him. The man stumbled and fell. "You make him talk," Stone said. "I'll just end up killing him." "You okay?" Lorik asked. "I'll be fine. Really, it's just a scratch. Let Vera take a look at it. She's as good as any healer I ever met." "Thanks," Stone said, trudging back into the barn. Lorik watched him go. They were all tired, and tempers could flare in that kind of situation. He wished he could give the young warrior a break, but they didn't have that luxury. The best Stone could hope for was to snatch a few hours of sleep before dawn. "Let's go talk," Lorik said to the outlaw. He helped the man up and escorted him to the rear of the barn. There, he tied a rope that was dangling from the peak of the barn roof to the bond Stone had tied the outlaw's hands with. The man's hands were still behind his back. "You ever see a man's arms pulled out of their sockets?" Lorik asked. The outlaw cursed Lorik, but the teamster wasn't disturbed. The rope he'd tied to the man's hands ran up through a pulley he'd attached to the roof for lifting heavy objects. He'd gotten the idea from the dockyard, where the ships unloaded heavy cargo using pulleys attached to the mast's crossbeams. He gave the other end of the rope a sharp pull and the slack was taken out of the line, pulling the outlaw's hands up behind his back. "Aya," the outlaw cried. "Stop, stop. You can't do this." "Why not?" "You were going to ride in here and kill me. Your boss is planning to burn my home, kill my horses, destroy my wagons, and probably torture me to death. Why shouldn't I kill you?" "I'll tell you everything," the man said. "I know all Marston's plans." "Is that right? You'd trade that precious information for a quick death?" "No," the outlaw said quickly. "Stone said you'd let me live." "He may have overpromised," Lorik said, "but I'm listening. Marston is planning to attack you in the morning. He's hired a crew of pirates and promised them they can loot your farm." "This isn't a farm," Lorik said. "And you aren't telling me anything I don't already know." Lorik gave the rope a small tug and the outlaw cried out again. Wait, he pleaded. "I can tell you more. Just don't pull that rope any tighter, please." Funny how pain brings out the truth. Now tell me the specifics. How many men is Marston bringing with him? I don't know, the man said in a panicked voice. Around 24 pirates and 15 riders. I don't know for sure. And what's the plan? He's sending in the pirates and then what? He's planning on killing you and taking Stone and the woman alive. Tell me what I don't know, Lorik said loudly, but he only waved the rope, he didn't pull it any tighter. He's expecting the pirates to do all the work. They're supposed to burn everything, once they've looted it of course. They'll get paid to bring your head and the other two as prisoners to Marston. He doesn't really plan any more than that. He's just going to attack. When? Tomorrow morning. Lorik turned away from the man. The information wasn't all that surprising. 24 pirates would be difficult to deal with. And if Lorik and Stone somehow managed to repel the sailors, Marston could ride in and easily finish the job. He turned and tied the rope to a peg on the barn wall. Don't go wandering off, he warned the outlaw. He moved back inside the barn. His muscles ached as he climbed the ladder up into the hayloft. He was tired of being in the dark, of the constant tension they were all feeling. It felt like he was slowly being drawn and quartered emotionally. What did you find out? Stone asked in a whisper. Nothing we didn't already know, Lorik replied. How can we believe what he's telling us? Vera said. He could be lying to throw us off of Marston's real plans. True, Lorik said, but he confirmed that Marston's hired a crew of pirates. He said they'll be coming at dawn and that Marston's got well over 12 riders with him. Like you said, nothing we hadn't already guessed, Stone said grimly. Over 12? Vera said, fear creeping into her voice. That seems like a lot of men to fight. It is, Lorik agreed. I think we may be able to hold off the pirates, but if Marston and the others come riding in, we could be overrun. Maybe, but I have a plan that could turn things around, Stone said. Pirates are very superstitious. We could set up a surprise for them right as they come onto the property. If it scares them, which I think it will, they'll be hesitant to attack. But Marston won't let them retreat. He'll trap them between my land and his riders, Lorik said. True, but if we can avoid using the liquid fire on the pirates, we have a chance to cut Marston's numbers almost in half. So how do we scare the pirates? Vera asked. Lorik, Stone asked, do you have any paint? Chapter 17. Cutting the head off a dead body was hard work in most instances. But Lorik's axe was heavy and sharp, so it cut through the bones in a man's neck easier than most other weapons. Stone's plan was simple enough. Vera painted a message on an old plank of wood. It said, "Death lives here. Enter at your own risk." It was cheesy and they all knew it. The sign alone would not have frightened anyone, but Stone didn't stop there. He went down to the prisoner tied to the back of the barn and slit the man's throat. He had no qualms about killing. He had slain his first man when he was just a boy, and there had been many more since then. Lorik cut off the man's head and they carried it to where Stone had dragged the body of the outlaw named Carnes. Then Lorik cut off that man's head. They were tired and bloody when they finished, but they had successfully propped Carnes's body up, so that it was sitting upright on the ground with its legs crossed. They stabbed a metal rod down into the outlaw's neck and then stuck the second outlaw's head on Carnes's body. Then they placed Carnes's head in his hands, which were propped in his lap, so that it looked like the mutilated man was looking at his new head. Finally, they laid the board with Vera's message on the ground, propping it against Carnes's knees. It was only an hour until dawn when they finished. Both men were tired, but they stripped off their clothes and built a fire behind the barn. Vera remained on watch and the light from the fire did nothing to diminish her night vision. They were counting on the fact that Marston had sent someone to watch the property, so surely he wasn't planning a sneak attack that night. Both men washed themselves, then their clothes. Then they hung their wet clothes by the fire to dry and checked their weapons. Lorik had 3 javelins in the hayloft, along with his longbow and 36 regular arrows. He also had half a dozen jars of liquid fire and as many arrows coated in liquid fire. He wore a utility hatchet on his belt. He'd used the little axe for years on his travels for everything from cutting firewood to defending himself from men like Grayson. He saw to his battle axe, making sure the blades were sharp and clean. He also checked the rawhide grip, which was still tight and in good shape. A weapon as heavy as the axe needed to have a well-maintained handle or it could slip out of a person's hand during a fight. Lorik also had dagger in his belt and added another to the inside of his boot. Stone checked both of his knives, cleaning any remaining blood off the blades and the knuckle guards. He also had a dagger in his boot. Lorik had a sword that Stone had placed inside the barn. They were as ready as they could be. It was already decided that Lorik and Vera would fight from the hayloft. Lorik would use his bow to take out anyone within range. Stone would fight from the main floor of the barn. There were 2 big doors to the barn, one on the side, the other directly below the hayloft. They had positioned the heavy wagons against the doors on the side of the barn, making it almost impossible for anyone to get in that way. They placed a heavy beam over the other doors. There was also a small door to the side of the larger, main doors. This was where anyone attacking would have the best chance of getting in. Stone figured it would work like a bottleneck, limiting how many men could get in at once. Of course, if the timber beam was broken or the barn set on fire, all bets were off. Just so we're clear, Lorik said just before dawn as they were pulling on their damp clothes, you will fall back to the hayloft if they break through the main doors. Yes, Stone said. He was serious and didn't mind being reminded of their plan. If we're overrun or the barn is set on fire, you and Vera use the zipline. And you after us, Stone said. I'll come if I can, but it's more important that you keep her safe. We all need to survive this, Lorik. Not just Vera and I. I know, but I've been watching out for her a long time. It's a habit, I guess. Then you should take her down the zipline and let me hold the barn. No, Lorik said, smiling. The 2 of you have a future, I'm just extra baggage. You know, I can never repay you for what you've done for me. All I've brought you so far is misery. That isn't true, said Lorik. Marston is no different than other outlaws. They all have to be dealt with sooner or later. Maybe we'll get lucky and get out of this alive. We will, Stone said. Well, if you have to flee, go back to Paulson. The people there will help you. You're their hero. You killed Thurik, not me. We both did what needed to be done. I'm going up. It'll be dawn soon. Are you ready? Always, Stone said. They shook hands, neither saying more, but both men looking the other in the eye. They had grown close over the last few weeks. Lorik thought it was nice to have someone to share his work with. Other than his father, Lorik had always worked alone. He'd grown fond of Stone and knew the young warrior was a good man. He approved of Stone and Vera being together. He was sure Stone would take care of her and treat her right. There had been plenty of opportunities for the younger man to sow his wild oats in Paulson. He could have stayed and served as the constable, which would have been easier and probably more profitable than working with Lorik, but Stone had remained loyal. Lorik climbed back up the ladder to the hayloft. Vera was sitting by the open window, watching as the sky turned gray. She looked tired but resolute. You think they're coming? She asked him. Sooner or later, Lorik said. I wish it was sooner. I'm tired of waiting. I'm sorry it's come to this, he told her. You could still leave. Things will probably get bad. This plan may not work at all. It'll work, she said. It has to. Do you regret not leaving sooner? No, she said, still watching the path. The property was turning from dark grays and blacks to lighter grays and browns. The sun wasn't visible yet, but the light reflecting off the sky was growing brighter. I love you, Vera, always have, Lorik said, even though he wasn't looking at her. She turned and saw that he was watching the path, too. You're more than a sister, and I thought you should know that. I always thought you asked me to marry you out of pity, she said. I never knew your feelings were deeper than friendship. They are, although it's not love like you have for Stone. Perhaps it is just friendship, I don't know. And I'm not jealous that you love Stone. I'm happy, for both of you. I just want you to know that I've loved you in my own way since we were kids. I've loved you too, Lorik, she said, her tone sad. I've always felt that we were the same somehow. You've been a good friend, and I'll never forget all you've done for me. Good. If things go wrong today, promise me you'll take the zipline with Stone. We'll all go, Dot. Yes, if we can, but I don't want you risking anything on my behalf. Stop talking like that, she scolded. I don't like it. You aren't going to die. None of us are. We're going to make it, together. I hope you're right, he said. But I want your solemn promise that you'll leave if you need to. Will you promise not to do anything stupid and noble? There's nothing noble about what we're going to do today. So don't try to be a hero. If I go, we all go, understand? All right, I promise, he said. And I promise, too. She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. She lingered for just a moment, and he breathed in the familiar scent of her hair. Then he stood up suddenly. They're here, he said. Go tell Stone to be ready. She moved quickly away. He felt good. His conscience was clear. Fear was circling like carrion birds over a battlefield, but there was a cold resolution in Lorik's gut. He was going to kill, and his mind focused in on the job at hand. The pirates were moving slowly up the path. They could see the grisly message Lorik and Stone had prepared for them, but they weren't yet deterred by it. Vera hurried back to Lorik's side. He had his longbow in hand and his quiver of arrows close by. The group of pirates slowed as they approached the body of the outlaw named Carnes. It was obvious they were startled by the sight and the message. Lorik nocked an arrow and aimed high. There was a sharp twang as the bowstring sent the arrow flying. It arced high into the dawn sky, then fell into the center of the group of pirates. The arrow struck one of the sailors on the forehead. Lorik wanted to shout in excitement as the pirate pitched forward and the others scattered. Some ran off the path and fell into the muddy bog. It wasn't sucking mud, but it was deep, and soon they were struggling to get back to the path. Others had turned and run back down the path. It was several minutes before they saw the frightened pirates returning. Those in the mud were now trying to pull themselves back onto the path. Their comrades stopped to help. They seemed eager to take any opportunity to delay. Horsemen came into view further down the path. They had their weapons drawn but weren't within longbow range. "Wait until they draw close to the sign again," Lorik said. "Then scream like someone is killing you." She looked at the big teamster, then nodded. It was several minutes before the spooked pirates drew near to the gruesome body of Carnes the outlaw. They couldn't help but look at the body, and then Vera screamed. It was a long, blood-curdling cry that made the hair on Lorik's arms stand up. The pirates froze when they heard it. They didn't move until the sound drifted away, then they turned and ran. Stone and Lorik had predicted that several of the pirates would take to the bogs to avoid the property and the outlaws on the path, but this time they charged back toward the horsemen, determined to not set foot on Lorik's homestead. The riders were surprised, but not unprepared. The pirates swarmed the riders. It was difficult to see exactly what was happening, but Lorik could tell that 3 of the outlaws were pulled off their horses and another 2 went down when their horses were wounded. The skirmish between the outlaws and the pirates was heated, but short-lived. The riders were outnumbered, but their mounts were used to close-quarters combat. The horses shifted, kicked, and bit anyone who came too close, and the pirates were in no frame of mind for a prolonged fight. They swarmed past the riders and then ran on. "Hopefully a few will make it back to the docks," Lorik said. "If they do, they'll spread the rumor of what happened, even exaggerate the story until no one from the waterfront will help Marston." "What do we do now?" Vera asked. "Nothing more we can do. We need to wait and see if Marston will attack. Go ahead and call Stone back up. He can help us watch." "His name is Liam," Vera said as she walked toward the ladder. Lorik heard her call down. It worked. "Lorik wants you to come back up." Stone climbed the ladder quickly, anxious to see what had happened. "And what do you want?" he said flirtatiously. Vera didn't answer, she just leaned forward and kissed him hard. Lorik turned away and watched the path. Stone and Vera joined him after a few moments. "The body scared them?" Stone asked. "Terrified them is more like it," Vera said. "When Lorik shot his arrow at them, they broke and ran. Some down the path, others straight into the mud bogs like you thought. The riders must have ordered them to go back, but when Lorik told me to scream, that was the last straw. They attacked the riders," Lorik said without taking his eyes off the path. "Wow, that's better than I had hoped for," Stone said. "Me, too," Lorik agreed. "We may not get that lucky again." "Marston lost a few men to the pirates," Vera said. "That's less men for us to fight." "True, but now all the obvious tactics have been played out," Lorik said. "Who knows what Marston will do now?" "I think he might just attack," Stone said. "He'll be furious, the same as he was the night you killed Grayson and the pirates attacked me. He rode them down, all the way back to their ship, from what I heard." "I didn't kill Grayson," Lorik said. "That animal Mert did that. Grayson could have lived. He'd have been crippled, but he could have lived." "It doesn't matter," Stone said. "You did what you had to do, and now there's one less rider to deal with." "I wish I could see what was happening out there." The light was growing brighter by the minute and the day was clear, but the scene of the attack was just too far away to make out any details. "Well, there's at least 2 horses down on the path," Lorik said. "I'm pretty sure I saw that much." "There's several bodies too," Vera said, "pirates and riders. Marston will have to move them out of his way before he can charge in on us." "I wonder," Lorik said. "You thinking about moving forward and picking off a few more men as they try to move the bodies?" Stone asked. "Yes, it's worth a shot, don't you think?" Lorik said. "It wouldn't hurt." "But you wouldn't be able to get back up here in time," Vera said. Not if they come charging through. We could make a rope lift, Lorik said. All you'd have to do is push off the counterweight once I took hold of the rope. That's a good idea, Stone said. I can rig that. You get into position. The rope will be waiting for you when you need it. Thanks, Lorik said. Then he grabbed his quiver of arrows and hurried to the ladder. Crossing the yard between the barn and the corral was as familiar to Lorik as his reflection in a mirror, but never before had he felt so exposed, so unsafe. He knew that killers were coming soon, and if he wasn't ready he might get caught in the open, exposed and defenseless. He had his bow and quiver, but he wished he had his axe. The big, heavy weapon would only have slowed him down and been a hindrance when he raced back to the barn. Still, the axe was a solid weapon that gave him a sense of strength. He came skidding to a halt behind a stack of milled timber that he'd hauled in but never used. It was only waist high, but it made a perfect defensive position. He knocked an arrow and glanced back over his shoulder and saw that Stone was busy working on the pulley system he would need to get back into the hayloft. Then he focused all his attention on the path. He only had to wait a moment before he saw the riders trotting toward him. There were 12 men on horseback, all heavily armed. The sight was intimidating even though he was still too far away to be in immediate danger. He waited as they came to a halt on the path where the bodies of the pirates and the fallen horses lay. 2 men dismounted and moved forward to remove the obstacles. They hadn't noticed Lorik, but he knew they would soon enough. He took aim, drawing back the arrow to his cheek and sighting down the arrow's shaft. He then raised the bow to account for the distance. The riders were just inside his range. Hitting a target at that distance was always tricky, as there were just so many factors that could influence the arrow's trajectory. A slight breath of wind could send the arrow off target, as could a defect in the shaft or a slight kink in the fletching. The bowstring thrummed as Lorik released it. The arrow arced into the air. Lorik's target bent low to pick up one of the dead pirate's feet. He straightened just as the arrow flashed down. The outlaw saw the streaking projectile just before it struck him in the chest. He didn't cry out, but simply fell over, dead. At first no one realized what had happened, then the second arrow came flashing down. Something had knocked the second arrow off course and it hit the ground with a thud. Then Lorik saw the riders standing in their stirrups, straining to find him. It didn't matter that they were far away, he still felt panic fighting to erupt. He steeled his resolve and fired another arrow, but when this one fell short, too, despair blossomed in his mind. His hands were shaking, making it difficult to take the careful aim necessary to hit targets at the extreme range he was shooting. He could hear someone shouting orders, and he assumed that Marshland was telling his men to move forward. Although it was what Lorik wanted, it made it all the more difficult to remain steady knowing that ruthless killers would be coming to try and kill him. He waited a beat before firing his next arrow. This time he shot for the group of horsemen, and the arrow took one of the outlaws in the arm. Then the group was moving forward, their horses trampling the dead bodies and struggling not to stumble. Lorik shifted his aim from the riders to the horses themselves. His next shot hit the lead horse in the chest and felled the animal. The riders immediately behind the fallen horse stumbled, and several riders fell from their mounts. Then the other riders whipped their horses into a gallop. It was a necessary move, as the outlaws had only 2 options, to move forward at speed or retreat, and Lorik was sure Marshland was done retreating. He fired another arrow, this one flying high of its target and hitting one of the outlaws with only a glancing shot. It surprised the rider, but he managed to keep his seat. Lorik risked one more shot, firing on instinct and then turning to race back to the barn. As he ran, images of his father and mother doing everyday tasks around the barn and house flashed through Lorik's mind. He felt slow, as if he were running through sucking mud. His legs felt heavy and time seemed to slow down. His back burned, expecting an arrow or javelin to pierce his skin and tear out his heart, which was thundering like the sound of hooves on the hard-packed path behind him. Up in the barn, Vera had watched Lorik firing his arrows. She was frightened, almost too scared to move. When Liam had gone out in the night to deal with the men watching from the path, she had been worried, but now she was terrified. If Lorik and Liam's plans didn't work, they could be killed, and she would be raped and tortured. She strained to see what was happening on the path, but even though the day was bright and clear, the riders were simply too far away to make out clearly. She could see a blob of movement, but that was all. Shouldn't he be pulling back? She said to Stone. He was busy tying a sack of oats to the end of the line. It was a big burlap bag and he had strained to climb the ladder up into the hayloft with it on his shoulder. It was easily 100 pounds, he estimated. He had rigged the pulley with a rope, which dangled down to the ground. The opposite end of the rope was in the hayloft and Liam tied it securely to the sack. Then he looked up. He'll come when he needs to, he said. If he waits much longer they'll catch him. He knows what he's doing, Stone said. Just then they saw Lorik turn and sprint for the barn. "Is that enough weight to lift him up?" Vera asked. Stone nodded, but said nothing. He knew it wasn't enough weight to counterbalance Lorik, but he had known that all along. He had gone down after Lorik left the barn and secured the doors. Then he found the bag of oats and carried it up. Now he waited, watching the scene that played out below. The horses were clear of the bodies and riding hard down the path. Lorik was only halfway back to the barn, and it would be a close race. Then, just as the first 3 horses reached the end of the path, flames erupted from the ground. The first 3 horses were untouched, but there were 4 riders just behind them. Their horses panicked, rearing in fear and throwing the outlaws to the ground. 3 caught fire and began to burn. Their screams made Stone's blood run cold, and Vera was shaking visibly beside him. Lorik had taken out 2 of the riders with his arrows, and now another 4 were down because of the liquid fire that coated the path. 3 were now on the property, racing after Lorik, and another 3 were trapped on the path. Stone lifted the sack of oats. "Are you going to throw it out when he gets here?" she asked. Stone nodded and then wrapped his arm around the rope. "Throw one of those jars over Lorik's head," he told her. "It will buy him some time." Vera bent low and used the small lamp to light the wick on the jar of liquid fire that Lorik had prepared. She waited, her heart racing, as she watched Lorik run. He wasn't fast, and the horses were gaining on him quickly. The outlaws had their swords out, ready to cut him down. Then Vera threw the jar as hard as she could. Lorik was running, but he knew he wasn't fast enough. He thought about turning and making a stand, but all he had was his small utility axe. It wasn't a suitable weapon for facing a man on horseback. Then he saw the jar flying toward him, and then it passed close over his head. He heard the glass shatter, and then the liquid fire burst into flames with a whoop. The horses neighed, and Lorik dared to hope that he might survive. He had seen the flames on the path and knew that at least some of the riders were held back by the fire there. He hoped he could get up into the barn's hayloft before the other outlaws came onto the property. He was panting hard when he reached the barn. He had glanced up and seen Vera waiting anxiously, but he didn't see Stone. He grabbed the rope and wrapped his arm around it. Then the rope tightened, pinching his skin and digging into the flesh as it pulled him up. His arm felt as if it were being jerked from his shoulder, and he saw a dark shape flash by. The hayloft window was more like a door. It was twice as wide as Lorik and just as tall. It started at the floor of the hayloft and rose up almost to the roof. He stepped on the hayloft, his ears ringing, and struggled to get his balance. He untangled himself from the rope, ignoring the searing pain where the hemp had rubbed the flesh raw. He turned and saw Vera, with one hand reaching out into midair, her face flushed and the veins in her neck standing out. He realized with a start that the ringing he thought he was hearing was actually Vera screaming. He turned and saw the horses circling the fire from Vera's jar, and then he noticed that Stone was standing at the foot of the barn on top of a spilled bag of oats. The young warrior was alone, facing 3 mounted foes. He had his knives drawn and he looked deadly, but the riders weren't deterred. Lorik immediately drew an arrow from his quiver, but Stone wasn't waiting. He dashed forward and threw his hands up in front of the first horse. The animal reared, pawing the air as Stone backpedaled. The rider was struggling to stay on his horse, but the next outlaw passed him and swung a large, curved scimitar at Stone. The young warrior ducked low and dove into a roll, tucking his shoulder and coming up in a crouch with his knife slashing at the horse's hind leg. Lorik fired an arrow from the hayloft that took the third rider in the shoulder and knocked the outlaw out of his saddle. The congestion of horses took the riders a moment to untangle, and Stone took advantage of the time. He sprang up like a cat, behind the rider with the large scimitar. The outlaw tried to bring his weapon into play, but it was too unwieldy for close combat. Stone's knife plunged into the outlaw's side just as Lorik took aim at the other rider, who had finally gotten his horse under control. But the arrow flew high and sailed over the outlaw's shoulder. Stone shoved the wounded rider off his horse and hopped up into the saddle. The last rider closed with Stone, striking out at the young warrior with a double-edged short sword. Stone parried the thrust with one knife while he turned his horse with his knees. The animals were now side by side, and the outlaw threw a wild punch that caught Stone behind the ear. It wasn't a powerful blow, but it put Stone on the defensive. The outlaw leaned forward, slashing with his sword at Stone's head, but the warrior leaned away and tried to cut the rider's sword hand. His knife blade wasn't long enough and caught only air. The next strike came at Stone's leg, and, while the warrior avoided the blade, his horse wasn't as lucky. The sword gouged into the animal's flank, causing it to jump to the side and kick out. It was just the opportunity that Lorik had been waiting for. He fired an arrow, but once again his aim was off. He had trouble judging the distance firing from his elevated position. This time he overcompensated and the arrow fell short, hitting the rider's horse instead of the outlaw. The horse fell forward, throwing the rider over its head. Meanwhile, Stone was trying to calm his own mount, but the horse wanted him off and kept bucking until Stone was tossed to the side. He crashed to the ground, cutting his thigh with his own knife. The rider was back on his feet quickly and moved to the side of the barn to avoid Lorik's aim. "Damn," Lorik shouted. "What do we do?" Vera said. "Nothing we can do." "What about Liam?" "Stone!" Lorik shouted as the young warrior struggled to his feet. "Get over here and I'll pull you up." Stone didn't answer, instead he stalked forward, limping slightly from the cut on his leg. His face was grim and determined. He disappeared around the side of the barn. "What do we do now?" Vera said desperately. "All we can do is wait," Lorik said, looking back out to the path that ran from his home to Hasselpoint. The liquid fire was still burning, and he could see 3 men on horseback beyond. They stood in their stirrups, watching to see what was happening beyond their reach. "Even if Stone wins," Lorik said, "this isn't over. Not as long as Marston still lives." Chapter 18. Stone could see the man trying to get inside the barn. There was nowhere else for the man to run. The property was surrounded by mud bogs that offered no shelter and would slow an escape so that the person retreating would be horribly exposed for a long time. But one man throwing himself against the barn door wouldn't succeed in getting inside, so Stone took his time. His leg still hurt from the wound on his shin, and now that same leg had a gash in the thigh. He was angry and tired and hurting, but it only made him more determined to kill the rider. The man hurried further away, ducking around behind the back of the barn. As Stone approached, he could smell the blood and excrement of the man he'd killed there. He moved out away from the barn as he turned the corner. The outlaw had been waiting, ready to strike just as Stone came into view, but the young warrior had been expecting that. The man shuffled backward and tripped over the body of his slain comrade, panicking as he tried to get up. It would have been the perfect opportunity to attack, but Stone was several paces away and didn't want to rush forward. He knew the man had nowhere to go. He stalked his prey slowly, following as the outlaw came out from behind the barn and angled toward the house. The man was now moving in a line that made it almost impossible for Lorik to take a shot at him from the hayloft. Stone followed slowly, methodically, his pace forcing the outlaw to keep moving. The back of the house was simple, with just a set of steps leading up to the door. The outlaw expected Lorik to shoot at him, and so he dashed forward, throwing himself against the door, which opened easily, and the rider rushed in, thinking he would have some measure of safety inside. Instead, the door opening triggered the trap that Lorik had rigged. It was a simple trap, 2 heavy spikes attached to a board that swung down into the doorway. The spikes caught the outlaw on his left side, stabbing into his chest and abdomen. The upper spike shattered ribs and punctured the outlaw's lung. The lower spike punched into his small intestines, lacerating the organs. The force of the swinging trap and the outlaw's natural reaction to move away from the pain threw the rider back outside and down the steps, where he fell in a heap on the ground. He squirmed and cried, defenseless as Stone limped toward him. The man cried and begged for mercy, but he was dying already. Blood was beginning to bubble out of his mouth, and it poured from the wounds in his chest and stomach. Stone dropped onto the ground beside the outlaw, supporting himself with one knee while his wounded leg stretched out beside him. Then he raised the knife and held it there for an instant. "Don't watch," Lorik said, turning Vera away from the hayloft window. Stone bellowed with rage as he stabbed the outlaw. The first blow from Stone's big knife killed the man, but Stone kept hacking and stabbing, letting all of his frustrations, fear, and anger go as he mutilated the corpse. Blood flew, arcing through the air as he raised his knife again and again. Lorik held Vera as she sobbed quietly, and he watched the last 3 riders. He wondered if they would wait until the fire died. Then he remembered that he had his bow. He helped Vera sit down in the hay and drew another arrow. He checked it to make sure it was in good shape. Then he nocked it and took aim. One of the riders was a big man, and Lorik assumed the other 2 were Mert and Marston. They were of the same height and build, so he was forced to guess which one was the outlaw leader. He aimed for the man on the left and let his arrow fly. He knew the minute it left the bow that it was true, but the outlaws were expecting this. As soon as they saw the arrow fly, they turned their horses and raced back out of sight. The arrow landed harmlessly in the ground just beyond the liquid fire. Vera fell asleep while Stone sat by the mutilated body of the rider, his anger spent. Lorik looked out at his family's home and realized it was now a killing ground. There were bodies burning on the path, and bodies in the yard below his perch in the hayloft window. He sat down, letting his feet dangle, and watched the path. He knew at any moment a new attack could come, but he was too tired to prepare for it. He knew he needed to dispose of the dead, to eat, sleep, and make sure they were ready for whatever came next, but instead he sat watching, half in a daze. It was a full hour before Stone got up and stumbled back to the barn. Lorik saw him coming and went down to let his friend in. "You okay?" he asked. "I will be," Stone replied. "Nothing that a little sleep won't cure." The young warrior had torn off his lone remaining sleeve and made a bandage for his wounded leg. His clothes were covered with gore, his hands were stained crimson, and his face was speckled with blood. "I'm not sure Vera would approve of your new look. I'll wash up. Can I ask why you did that?" "I was angry," Stone said, his voice both defiant and slightly ashamed. He assumed Lorik was referring to his angry mutilation of the outlaw's body. "No, I mean why you jumped out of the barn. You didn't have to do it." "I feel like I did." Stone was looking at the ground, not meeting Lorik's gaze. "It's my fault you and Vera are in this mess." "You give yourself too much credit," Lorik said. "I pissed Marston off all on my own. Partnering with me didn't help you much." "We can talk what ifs all day, but in the end, it doesn't change anything," Lorik said. "We both made our choices and now all that's left is to live with them, but..." "I wasn't sure we'd live this long," Stone admitted. "Well, Marston's not done. He won't give up, and I'm not sure what his next move will be. That makes me more nervous than facing a horde of pirates. I can't believe we drove them back so easily. There's a big difference between attacking the helpless and facing armed men fighting for their lives. Your idea to set up the bodies of those outlaws was a stroke of genius, though." "I'll help you clean up the mess," Stone volunteered. "No, get yourself washed and then take watch. When Vera wakes up she needs to check that wound on your leg and I want to know when Marston makes his next move. We've been through too much to let our guard down now." "Okay, but you need to rest, too. It looks like your stomach wound is bleeding again." "It's nothing. That ride up the rope almost pulled my arm out of joint, but I'll be okay. I want something done with these bodies first, and I can rest after that." They went separate ways. Stone went back to the rear of the barn to wash again. He had no more clean clothes to put on, so he redressed in his wet clothes and climbed back up into the hayloft. Vera was still sleeping, and the fire on the path was out, but still smoking, which made it difficult to see the path clearly. Lorik had used one of his horses to drag the bodies into a pile on the far side of the house. He was gathering brush and wood now, Stone guessed, to burn the bodies. It was another hour before Lorik returned. Black, noxious smoke filled the air on the far side of the house where the dead were burning. The smell was strong and made Stone want to gag. Lorik had washed up a little, although his clothes weren't wet like Lorik's. "You want me to spell you for a while?" Lorik asked. "No, I can't rest in wet clothes." "Why don't you sleep a little? I'll wake you if I get too tired." Lorik nodded and dropped into the hay beside Vera. A few minutes later she woke up, her face wrinkling in disgust. "Oh God, what is that smell?" she asked. "Lorik is burning the dead," Stone explained. "It's disgusting. At least it's not us burning. I can't believe we survived 3 attacks and none of the buildings were burned down." "I can't believe you jumped out the window," she said testily. "Why didn't you tell me what you were doing? I didn't want you to lose focus. If you knew what I was going to do, you would have been worried about me. I had a right to know. I can't let the two of you risk your necks on my behalf. If I hadn't jumped out there, those men would have set the barn on fire. Even if we had somehow survived, Lorik would have lost his livelihood. I couldn't let that happen." "And what if you'd been killed?" she asked. "What would I do then?" "I don't know," he said honestly. "I've been alone most of my life, Vera. I'm not used to thinking of others. I'm sorry, Dot. I know we don't know each other very well, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to find out what I don't know." "Me neither," Stone admitted. "I won't do anything foolish again without telling you first, I promise. You'd better let me take a look at your leg. There's no sense in letting you die of blood poisoning." He pulled his pants off. They were still damp, and the bandage was soaked with blood. His boot was nearly ruined, and both wounds looked inflamed. "Is that a bad sign?" Stone asked. "Not really, but I don't have what I need to clean the wounds properly," Vera explained. "The best we can do is keep clean bandages on them. Your thigh needs stitches. I can do that, if you're up to it." "I guess that means you won't be gentle," he teased. "No, a good healer is never gentle, just effective. Stitching a wound is painful, but I'm guessing you already know that." "I've been stitched up a time or two, Dot." She poured water over the wounds as the sun began to sink toward the horizon. Then she dug through the small pack she had brought with her from the house. She found the needle and thread she wanted. Stone focused on keeping watch and did his best to ignore the pain. The skin and tissue around the wound in his thigh were swollen, the nerves inflamed. Vera worked diligently, and to Stone's surprise she was also very gentle, but stitching up the wound was very painful. When she finished, she wrapped both cuts with clean bandages and took over standing watch while Stone slept. It was late when she woke Lorik and Stone. Someone was coming up the path, and, even though it was dark, the moon was shining brightly and she could see that they were walking, not riding. "Who is that?" Lorik asked. "I can't tell," Vera said. "Are they coming alone?" Stone asked, as he pulled his pants back on and buckled his knife belt. "Looks like it," Lorik said. "They aren't trying to hide their approach either." Lorik had moved the bodies from around the barn, as well as the body of the dead outlaw at the head of the path. The bodies of the outlaws and horses who had been killed by the liquid fire were still there, their corpses smoking and still too hot to move. Further down the path, the pile of bodies was even bigger, where the pirates and outlaws had fought. "They're determined," Stone said. "I'm sure walking past that many dead bodies in the dark is difficult for anyone." "I couldn't do it," Vera said. "I think I know who that is," Lorik said. "It looks like Chansey's wife, Opal." "What would she be doing here?" Vera asked. "I don't know, but I doubt she's come to tell us that Marshland's given up and left the point," Lorik said. "Should we go down and meet her?" Stone asked. "It could be a trap, but I'll have to risk it," Lorik said. "I've got a bad feeling that something's happened in town." Lorik went down the ladder and out of the barn, leaving Stone and Vera in the barn. He carried his axe with him, since he hadn't seen anyone following Chansey's wife. The odds were good that she was alone, but he didn't want to take any chances, and he knew his longbow wouldn't do him much good in the dark. He met Chansey's wife just as she came onto the property. Even in the dark he could tell something was wrong. Her eyes were open wide with fright and she fell into his arms sobbing. "What is it, Opal?" he asked. "It's Chansey," she cried. "Marshland's got him. He threw the rest of us out of the inn. He told me if you hadn't surrendered by morning he'd kill Chansey." "Bastard!" Lorik said angrily. "I'm sorry, Lorik, but he's serious. He'll kill Chansey if you don't give up." "I didn't know what else to do." "You did the right thing coming here," Lorik said. "I won't let anything happen to him." Lorik turned from Opal for a moment. It was dark, but he didn't want her to see the anguish on his face. He had to make a decision and make it quickly. There was no way to refuse Marshland's demands. The outlaw would kill Chansey if they didn't show up, but he would also kill Stone and Lorik if they surrendered. The only option was to fight, and it was almost certain he would be killed in the attempt, but Lorik refused to give in. Too much blood had been spilled, too many threats had gone unanswered. Stone's leg wasn't seriously hurt, but there was no reason for both of them to risk their necks. Besides, Stone had Vera, and Lorik really didn't have anything left to live for. "I want you to do something for me," Lorik told Opal. "Vera and Stone are in the barn. Go there and tell them I heard something and wanted to check it out. Don't tell them about Chansey and Marshland. Give me half an hour at least. Stone will want to come after me, but it's better if he doesn't. Stay here until dawn, then you can come back to the inn." "But what are you going to do?" she asked. "I'm going to finish this," he said grimly. "But they'll kill Chansey if you don't surrender." "Not if I have anything to say about that." "You can't fight him, he's got that crazy man they call Mert with him, Lorik. That man's a killer. He has no soul. Don't worry, he doesn't have to have a soul to die." He lifted his axe and looked Opal in the eye. "If I don't make it, tell Vera this place is hers." She put her hand on his arm, the look of fear in her eyes suddenly replaced with compassion. "Goodbye, Lorik," she said softly. "Goodbye, Opal." Then he turned and hurried away. Vera and Stone watched him go from the window of the barn. "Where is he going?" Vera asked. "To the inn, I suppose," Stone said. "That's Chansey's wife down there." "What is she doing here?" Vera asked. "Bringing Lorik a message, I would imagine. Marshland's made his final move. He needs to draw us out, make us fight on his terms, but what could he possibly do to make us leave?" "I don't know, but whatever it was, it worked." "You don't know Lorik is leaving," Vera said. "He could be going for a walk, or getting something we need." "I doubt that," Stone said. He was stretching his aching muscles and gingerly testing his wounded leg to see how much weight it would hold. "I can't imagine why he wouldn't have escorted Chansey's wife back here." "She's coming," Vera explained. "But he isn't with her. My guess is he told her to give us some kind of excuse so that I won't follow him. It's a noble gesture, but a foolish one. There's no way I'm letting him face Marshland alone." So now you're leaving, too? Vera asked. It sounds like you're both playing straight into Marshland's hands. You're doing exactly what he wants you to do, and it will probably get you killed. Maybe, but I can't stay here and let Lorik risk his neck on my behalf. Men are so stupid, Vera said. We should have left days ago. We would be halfway through the marshes by now. We can't run, Stone said. This is your home. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you or push you away from this place. My home is with you, she said firmly. What will I do if you get killed? I won't, he promised. Your leg is hurt, Vera said. How do you expect to fight? I fought through worse, he said, starting down the ladder and trying not to grimace from the pain in his leg. Don't be stubborn. You're really going to leave me and Opal undefended? Opal had just come into the barn. She took in what was happening but didn't speak. Just stay in the hayloft, Stone said. Keep watch and you'll be fine. I'll be back as soon as I can. Please be careful, she said, knowing that arguing would only make things worse. She was smart enough to know that nothing she said would keep Stone from going after Lorik, and in a way she didn't want him to. She knew Lorik would need Stone's help, and if she made him feel guilty for leaving her, he might be distracted and get killed. She followed him down the ladder and Opal met them near the stall where Stone's horse was stabled. She smiled sadly at Vera. Lorik heard something, she said. He wanted to check it out. Why did you come here, Opal? Vera asked. The innkeeper's wife had tears in her eyes. I'm not supposed to say, she said. Marshland has your husband, doesn't he? Stone said. Opal nodded. We guessed as much, Stone continued. I have to help him, he said to Vera. I know, she said. You wouldn't be the man I love if you didn't. Just be careful and don't let anything happen to either one of you. He smiled and then swung up onto his horse quickly. It took him a moment to adjust his wounded leg so that it didn't hurt too badly. Then he nudged the mare and urged her out of the barn. Vera and Opal watched him go, fading into the darkness until he was just a shadow. We need to lock up, Vera said, closing the big barn door. Help me with the crossbeam. They heaved the heavy wooden timber into place and then climbed back up into the hayloft. Vera struggled not to dash to the window. She knew Stone would be gone. She wanted badly to see him one last time, but when she reached the window there was no sight of Stone or Lorik. They were gone, and she realized they might never return. Chapter 19. Lorik jogged forward. His muscles burned with the exertion, but after days of being cooped up in the barn, stretching his muscles felt good. His property was only a 10-minute walk from town, and he was soon at the horseshoe-shaped main street. He moved more slowly as he neared Chanseyson, staying in the shadows and watching his friend's establishment. The inn was bright, with light shining from the many windows. A rider stood watch outside the inn, and as Lorik studied him, he was reminded of Paulson. He had taken advantage of the element of surprise in the trading village, but he had no such advantage now. Lorik knew he could hold his own against any of Marshland's men, but there would be no chance for a fair fight from the outlaw. What's the plan? Came a voice from behind Lorik. The big teamster spun around and found Stone, standing idly in the shadows behind him, holding the reins of his horse. What are you doing here? Lorik asked. You left Vera and Opal alone? Had to, Stone said. I couldn't let you face Marshland all by yourself. How the hell did you sneak up on me while leading a horse? You were focused pretty intently on the inn. I was just being careful. How's your leg? Not as good as I'd like, hence the horse. Okay, so you can ride. Can you fight mounted? Sure, Stone said. Good. If I'm right, that guard standing outside the inn is just a decoy. Marshland wants us to think he's in there. You don't think he is? No, Marshland's too smart for that. He'll sacrifice that guy, Lorik said, pointing to the sentry, to draw us out into the open. And he'll want to fight us on horseback, that gives him an advantage. So, when we go sneaking up on the guard, they come riding out and kill us. That's what I would do, Lorik admitted. Okay, so what do we do? I'm not sure yet. But with you here, I was thinking about lighting a torch and walking right down the middle of the street. Why? Just to draw Marshland out? Exactly. If I'm right, the one thing we can count on is for Marshland to be overconfident. He'll think that just because we left my property that he's already won. He won't expect us to have a plan to face him. So he'll be overconfident. How do we use that? Stone asked. If we can get him to reveal himself, we'll at least even the odds a little. He wants me more than you, Stone said. Maybe I should walk down the street with the torch. No, he'll think that I'm hiding with my bow and won't show himself until he's sure I won't be able to shoot him from a distance. I didn't think of that. I'm sure there are things I haven't thought of either, Lorik said. That's what scares me. Marston is a smart guy. There's no telling what other tricks he might have up his sleeve. You think he has more than 3 men left? I imagine so, Lorik said. We only saw 3 earlier, but he's had all day to bolster his numbers and put his plan together. He won't play fair either, you can count on that. So watch your back. I will, Stone said. They watched the inn for almost another hour. The light from the inn never faded, and the guard was almost like a statue. Lorik guessed that there were booby traps at the inn entrances. Getting inside to free Chansey would be difficult. He only hoped his friend wasn't in danger. All right, Lorik said. I can't think of a better plan, can you? Well, I can only think of one thing, Stone said. Marston has a reputation to uphold, and chances are word has reached the point of what you did in Paulson. What we did, Lorik said. Yes, what we did. What I'm getting at is it might be possible to challenge Marston. If you make enough noise, he'll have no choice but to fight you. Otherwise, word will get out that he was afraid. For a man in his line of work, that's a death sentence. So you think I should challenge Marston, Lorik said, mulling the idea over in his mind. And what will you be doing? I'm going to challenge Mert, Stone said. Not with a bum leg. Are you crazy? A little, Stone said with a smile. Don't worry, I have a few tricks up my sleeve. I like the plan, but I think you should stay out of it, Lorik said. If things go bad for me, you can escape with Vera. I'm not going to sit back and let you take all the risk, Stone said. It's my fault we're in this mess. Fine, I'm not having that argument again, but if you get yourself killed, Vera will never forgive me. Neither will I, Stone said with a smile. All right, let's do it. They moved back and then took their time lighting a torch. Once the flame had taken hold, Lorik looked at the younger man. He realized that although he'd had friends before, he hadn't had close ties with anyone other than Vera since his parents died. It felt good to know that he wasn't alone. I'm glad you're here, he said. You're a good man, Liam. And a good friend. I'm glad, too, he said. I can't think of anyone I'd rather have at my side right now. Me neither. If I don't make it, I want you and Vera to have my property. I couldn't do that, Stone said. Sure you could. It might take you a while to learn the ins and outs of the marshes, but you'll have all you need. Your parents are buried there, Stone argued. It wouldn't be right. Of course it would. Vera is my family and now you are, too. Tears sprang into Stone's eyes. He had lost his father early in life, and his mother had passed away before Stone was a man. His mentor had been slain, and since then he'd been all alone. Now he felt a sense of family he didn't think was possible to have again. He felt wanted, like he belonged. It was not something he took lightly. He looked Lorik in the eye, then he shook his friend's hand. Finally, he climbed up onto his horse. I'm ready, he said. Let's go, then, Lorik said. He walked out of the little alley where they had lit the torch. He held the firebrand in his left hand, holding it over his head, so that the light shone around him but not directly in his eyes. Stone followed behind Lorik, trying to keep an eye on the road behind them. They walked directly toward the inn but stopped when they were within shouting distance. Marston! Lorik shouted. Marston, this is Lorik Horace's son. You've tried to kill me 4 times and failed each time. Now I'm here for your head. Come out and fight me, coward. Stop sending your thugs to do your dirty work. The guard looked up, but didn't leave his post. Marston! Lorik shouted again. Are you a coward, too afraid to face me? The challenge was met by silence, but heads began to poke out of windows. The waterfront inns lined one side of the main street, and lights sparked to life inside. Marston! You and your riders have attacked me 4 times, and each time you failed. Your promise of protection is a lie. Your threats are empty. I defy you, here in the street. Come out and face me. Or are you craven? Around Lorik the sounds of whispers were like insects at twilight. It was almost dawn. Lorik and Stone waited, but Marston did not appear. He did not answer the challenge, no matter how much Lorik taunted him. What now? Stone asked. I don't see that we have much choice, Lorik said. He started walking toward the inn. The guard there looked distressed, but he didn't leave his post. Lorik stopped well shy of the man, not wanting to be drawn into a trap. Is Marston inside? Lorik asked. The guard nodded. He looked frightened but resolute. Lorik didn't know if it was due to some unseen trap, or because the man had never heard anyone talk to the outlaw leader the way Lorik had. You planning to stop me from going in? Lorik asked. My job was to warn someone if you tried, the guard said. But I expect your shouting did that already. Okay, go on in and tell your boss to come out and fight me. No, the guard said. Then leave, or I'll kill you. If I leave my post, Marston will kill me. Your choice, Lorik said, swinging his axe to loosen up his shoulder muscles. Die later or die now. The man looked uncertain, then he turned and ran. That's one less rider to kill, Lorik said. You can't go in there, Stone said. That's what he wants, Dot. Just then there was a horrid scream from inside the inn. The sound made the hair on Lorik's arms stand up. He knew Stone was right, but he had to do something. Someone was dying inside Chansey's inn, and more likely than not, it was the innkeeper. Lorik charged forward, running toward the inn, but not the door. There was a stack of crates outside the building, just below one of the inn's windows. The crates were used to haul goods on ships, but the contents had been unloaded and the empty crates were stacked outside to be used again by Yulver or some other sea captain delivering goods to the inn. Lorik bounded onto the crates and then dove through the window. The thin glass shattered in a rain of tiny shards. Lorik held his axe out beside him, tucking his shoulder as he crashed onto the wooden floor. Kill him! Shouted Marston. The sound of heavy footsteps was coming toward him and Lorik scrambled to his feet, bringing his axe up to shield his body. The sword blow was caught on the axe head, but the force of the blow knocked Lorik off his feet. He landed on his back, and Mert towered over him. The big outlaw drove his sword down, intending to run the blade through Lorik, but the teamster rolled to the side. The sword stuck fast in the wooden planks, and it took Mert 2 mighty heaves to jerk his sword free, which was just enough time for Lorik to get back on his feet. I've been waiting a long time for this, Mert said cruelly. I'm going to take you apart, bit by bit, Mudwalker. Lorik just spat and adjusted his grip on the battle axe. It's your time to die, Lorik, Marston said as he stepped out of the kitchen, holding Chansey by the arm. The innkeeper's face was bloody from a long, jagged cut across his forehead. Let him go, Marston. Chansey has no part in this fight. I don't take orders from dead men. Mert, finish this, Dot. The deadly outlaw slashed at Lorik, but the attack was a feint, not intended to do damage, and Lorik was smart enough to avoid overcommitting to his defense. He raised his axe a fraction, but when Mert spun, swinging his sword around in a lightning-fast blow intended to cut Lorik's head off, the teamster dropped to one knee and stabbed down with the butt of the axe, slamming it hard onto the top of Mert's foot. The outlaw shouted in pain, limping back, and Lorik jumped forward, thrusting his axe out at Mert's stomach. The heavy axe head hit the big man in the stomach. Mert grunted from the blow, even though the stiff leather vest kept the metal from cutting through to his skin. Lorik then brought his hands together on the axe handle and twirled the weapon over his shoulder, swinging the axe toward Mert's head. The outlaw was a big target. He limped backward, raising his sword and gasping for breath. The axe head caught on the blade and then gashed into the outlaw's exposed shoulder. This time Mert didn't cry out in pain, he roared in anger. The axe was sharp and it had cut into the muscle, but the outlaw could still use his arm. His eyes narrowed and he threw a massive punch that hit Lorik in the eye. The blow sent Lorik reeling. The pain was intense and for a moment he didn't know what had happened. His legs were shaking and threatening to give out under him. Lorik backpedaled as Mert stalked forward. The big outlaw wasn't taking the teamster for granted any longer. He moved carefully, favoring his injured foot but moving with vicious efficiency. He's hurt, shouted Marston. You've hurt him. Finish it. Kill him now. Mert stabbed forward with the point of his big sword, but Lorik had the presence of mind to parry the thrust by spinning to the side, swinging the axe low, letting the momentum of the spin add force to the attack. Mert danced lightly away and Lorik, still reeling from the punch, his face throbbing with pain and the tissue around his eye swelling, staggered off balance. The deadly outlaw had hoped for just that sort of chance and was dashing forward to finish the fight when Stone climbed through the window. He hadn't been able to run and jump through the glass like Lorik, but he had managed to get through the window and now attacked the big outlaw from behind. He slashed his knife across Mert's lower back. The blade tore through the leather vest and sliced into skin. Mert arched his back in pain, then swung around to face his new adversary. Despite the pain in his leg, Stone was in constant motion. He bounded forward, bringing the knife in his left hand up to deflect Mert's sword, while at the same time punching the big outlaw in the mouth with the brass knuckle guard of the knife in his right hand. Blood gushed from split lips, and Mert spit broken teeth from his mouth as if they were bits of gristle from a tough piece of meat. Lorik brought his axe up in an underhand thrust, hitting Mert on the back of his head. The outlaw's scalp busted like the skin of an overripe fruit and he stumbled forward again, this time right into Stone's backhanded blow, which drove his knife blade through the outlaw's temple. The blade stuck in the big man's skull and Stone let it go, quickly drawing the dagger he kept in his boot as Mert crashed into the floor. "No!" screamed Marston, his face flushed red with rage. Lorik was shaking his head, trying to clear the cobwebs that Mert's punch had caused. The left side of his face was black, the eye swelling until it was just a slit. Marston shoved Chansey toward Lorik and drew his short sword. He also had a small buckler. He dashed toward Stone, holding the buckler out in front of himself and keeping the sword closer to his body. Stone dropped low and tried to kick Marston's legs out from under him, but the outlaw raised his foot, so the kick did no damage. Then Marston punched with the buckler, forcing Stone to raise his knife in defense. Marston followed up with a slash at Stone's leg. The warrior hopped back, but his wounded leg collapsed under him, causing Stone to fall backward. Without a moment's hesitation, Marston jumped toward Lorik, who had caught Chansey, and then turned toward the fight, only to find Marston attacking him. Lorik raised his axe, intending to ward off Marston's blow. The buckler slammed into the heavy axe head, causing no damage, but Marston used his forward momentum to thrust his sword up. The blade landed a glancing blow, carving a gash across Lorik's ribs, breaking two of them and knocking the breath out of his lungs. Stone was back on his feet, but he had all of his weight balanced on his one good leg. He hopped forward, just as Marston spun around, swinging the buckler in a backhanded blow that batted Stone's knife to the side and knocked the warrior off balance. Marston's sword came whistling through the air in a horizontal slash aimed at Stone's exposed chest. The young warrior saw the sword and bent back, his spine arching and his good leg straining to hold up the weight. The sword cut only air, but Stone couldn't recover his balance and fell backward again. This time Marston followed his attack with an overhead chop that would have been a killing blow had it landed, but Stone was already rolling away. The sword splintered the wood floor but didn't stick. Lorik was in pain, every breath sending searing fire spasming up his chest, but he wasn't out of the fight. He couldn't wield the heavy axe, so he dropped it and drew the small utility hatchet he carried in his belt. He held left arm tight against his broken ribs, but his right hand twirled the hatchet as he moved forward. Marston spun back toward Lorik, kicking at the teamster's knee, but Lorik saw it coming and avoided the blow. Then he swung his hatchet, which Marston blocked with his buckler, but the tool splintered the wood and dug into the outlaw's forearm. Marston screamed and reeled backwards, jerking his arm and Lorik's hatchet with it. Lorik grunted in pain as he bent to draw the dagger from his boot. Marston tried to drop the buckler, but the hatchet had cut into his forearm bones and stuck there, keeping the buckler from falling away. The weight of the weapon hanging on the wounded arm was painful, but Marston didn't have time to worry about it. Lorik was staggering forward and Stone was back on his feet. "Throw down your sword and we'll let you live," Lorik said. He didn't know if he meant it. Letting Marston live was not a good idea, he knew, but he just wanted the fight to be over. "I'm going to get you like a fish, teamster, and then I'm going to use your wench as my kicking dog until she begs me to kill her." "You won't touch Vera," Stone said in a threatening voice. He jumped forward, but Marston slipped out of the warrior's path, bringing his sword around for a counterstrike that would have cut across Stone's back, but Lorik caught the blade on his dagger. The sword cut a notch in the dagger's thin blade, but it held. Lorik grabbed Marston's good hand, holding it fast, even as the outlaw tried to jerk it free. Stone turned and threw a punch at Marston with the brass knuckle guard of his knife. It was little more than a jab and not all that strong of a blow, but Marston instinctively raised his wounded arm to ward off the blow. The knife guard hit the axe handle and then the buckler, causing Marston to scream in pain. Lorik twisted Marston's good hand until the outlaw dropped his sword, but in the same instant he kicked Lorik in the back of the knee. Lorik fell, the pain from the fall causing him to see dark spots floating in his vision. Stone swung his dagger in a small arc that cut Marston across his abdomen. The outlaw turned and staggered for the door, hoping to escape. Stone hobbled after him, but his wounded leg made him slow. Marston grabbed the door handle and wrenched the inn door open, but when he did it triggered the booby trap he himself had set for Lorik. A long, curved sickle swung down and stabbed the outlaw in the side. The blade bit deep, curving under his ribs and gashing through his intestines and liver, before coming out the other side. Marston screamed and Stone hopped back in surprise. In the heat of the fight, the booby trap had been forgotten, and now it held the outlaw fast. "Ayaha," Marston cried in a gurgle of agony. "I should let you die slow," Stone said quietly from behind Marston. The outlaw struggled to turn, but the pain sapped all his strength. Every movement was agonizing. He tried to push the blade out, but the movement of the sharp metal only made things worse. "I'll kill you," Marston said in a weak voice. "I'll." "No, you won't," Stone said. Then he grabbed the outlaw's hair and pulled his head back, exposing Marston's throat. He cut the neck slowly, pushing the blade into the soft flesh, and letting Marshland's blood gush out over the blade. The outlaw sagged and then pitched forward, the sickle the only thing holding him up. Stone turned back to find Chansey, his shirt tied around his forehead, helping Lorik to his feet. They looked at each other and then started laughing. "You're a crazy man, Lorik," Stone finally said. "What on earth caused you to jump through the window?" "It was the only way I could think of getting inside without them expecting it." "You owe me a new window," Chansey said. "How bad is that cut?" Stone asked. "The cut's not bad, but he broke at least 2 ribs. It's hard to breathe. You need a healer, Dot." "So do you," Lorik said. "From the looks of it, we all do." Chapter 20. As the sun came up, Stone climbed back onto his horse. His leg wounds were bleeding again, but he was in better shape than Lorik and Chansey. They left the inn door open so that everyone could see Marston. The outlaw leader hung like a ruined side of beef from the sickle in the doorway. People were milling about in town, but there was no doubt what the hot topic of the day was. Stone ignored them. He was used to slipping away when the fight was over, but this time was different. He had no reason to leave. He rode slowly along the path that led to Lorik's property. The path was littered with bodies. It was a grotesque reminder of the battle Marston's riders had waged on Stone and Lorik. The young warrior realized that in just about any other circumstances they wouldn't have survived. Lorik had known exactly what to do, it seemed, and Stone was grateful. He was also tired. His body ached with the need to sleep. His eyes felt gritty and his stomach hurt. He rode slumped in the saddle, letting his horse make her own way along the path. Vera had not been able to sleep. She and Opal had sat in the barn watching and waiting. They didn't talk much, they were too worried, too frightened. When Vera saw Stone riding in, she was terrified until she realized that it was her Liam. Her heart leapt and then just as quickly dropped. "I don't see Lorik," she said. "Maybe he's behind the horse," Opal said hopefully. They both stood up, straining to see, but it became obvious rather quickly that Stone was the only person returning. Vera tried to remain strong. She had gone over the possibilities as the hours passed in the dark night. She knew it wasn't likely that they would both live. Still, she felt a dark abyss opening in her soul. She simply couldn't fathom life without Lorik. He had always been there for her. Always strong and caring, he was her anchor and confidant, her lover and friend. Now he was gone and she couldn't stop the tears. She hurried down the ladder, Opal following close behind. They lifted the beam and opened the barn door, then hurried out to meet Stone. "You're bleeding again," she said. "Are you hurt anywhere else?" "No," Stone said. "I'm fine. Lorik needs you. And Chansey, too. They're still at the inn." "What happened?" Opal asked. "We killed them all," Stone said grimly. "You won't have to worry about Marston ever again." "Lorik is alive?" Vera asked. "Is he hurt badly?" "Yes, although he won't admit it. He needs you." "Here, let me help you down," she said. Stone hopped on his good leg until he got his balance. Vera started to lead him into the house, but he made her take him to the barn instead. He didn't know exactly what Lorik had done to booby-trap the house, and the image of Marston with the sickle through his guts was too fresh in his mind. He couldn't stand the thought of Vera accidentally opening the wrong door. There was hay in an empty stall and he lay down in it, falling asleep almost instantly. Vera checked Stone's wounds, wrapping clean bandages around the cuts on his leg. Then she climbed up into the horse's saddle and then helped Opal up behind her. They rode through the tangle of dead bodies on the path, some burned, others covered in blood and gore. They didn't look down and once they were past the carnage Vera urged the horse to a trot. In town, people were starting to gather around the inn. They could see Marston like a horrific scarecrow hanging in the door. Vera could feel Opal trembling behind her. She rode straight to the front of the inn, and some of the onlookers helped them down. Vera had a small pack with her. It had clean bandages, the needle she used to stitch wounds, and a few herbs. They squeezed past Marston's corpse and found their men inside. Chansey was propped against the wall, sipping sake, with a bloody shirt wrapped around his head. Lorik lay on the floor, struggling to breathe. The entire left side of his face was swollen and black. His eye was completely swollen shut, and his shirt hung down where Marston's sword had cut it. There was blood everywhere, but he was squirming, trying to find a comfortable position. Vera hurried to him and knelt down. "Lorik, how bad is it?" "A few broken ribs," he said, his voice tightly controlled as he fought the pain. "The cut isn't deep." Vera tore his shirt off and sent Opal for water. "What happened to your face?" she asked. Mert hit me. I didn't see it coming. She gently probed his face with her fingers, causing him to wince, but the bones felt intact. She pulled out a little knife and held it close to his face. This is going to hurt a little, she said. She flicked the knife quickly, opening a small cut. Blood poured out, and the puffiness around Lorik's eye eased slightly. Wow, he said. It feels better now. I need to check your ribs, she told him. Don't hurt me, I'm only trying to help. Why would I, he started to say, but she touched his side and the pain took his breath away. It took all his willpower to lay still as she pushed and probed his side. Finally, his vision began to blur and the room started spinning. I think I'm going to vomit, he said. Vera rolled him onto his good side just as his stomach erupted. The spasm was more than he could take and he passed out. Is he gonna be okay? Chansey asked, his words slurred. Yes, he'll be fine. I just need to get him stitched up, Vera said. Then I'll take a look at your head. It's fine, just a scratch. Chansey, Opal said sternly, don't be stubborn. I'm not, he said. Vera found their bickering hard not to laugh at. The truth was she was so relieved she felt giddy. There was nothing she could do about Lorik's broken ribs except tie a very tight bandage around them. She stitched up the gash, which took the better part of an hour. Lorik woke up briefly, but as soon as she helped him move to a more comfortable position he fell asleep again. Opal helped her get a bandage wrapped around him and then 2 men from the village carried Lorik to one of the empty rooms. Vera pulled off his bloody pants and boots, then covered him with blankets. Chansey's forehead was cut. Marston had sliced him open trying to get Lorik to rush into the building to save his friend. The cut had bled profusely, the blood running down into Chansey's eyes and causing him to panic, but the wound wasn't worrisome. Vera stitched it and then added some herbs to the wound before wrapping it in a bandage. He needs to get some sleep, Vera told Opal. I'm going back to Lorik's place to check on Liam. Then I'll come back here. The day was long for Vera. She managed to rouse Liam after she had seen to Lorik's horses. She had to add a few more stitches to the cut in his thigh, but otherwise he seemed okay. He was sore and bruised, but not seriously hurt, so she helped him back on his horse. Together they went back to the inn. When Lorik woke later that afternoon, Vera fed him broth and gave him a drink she mixed with sake and some herbs to help ease his pain and help him sleep. They spent a week at the inn before Lorik was back on his feet. Stone slept almost 2 days, then he saw to the bodies on the path. It was gruesome work, but it had to be done. Then he dismantled the booby trap Lorik had rigged on the other door to his small home. Vera cleaned everything, and Opal made sure everyone was well fed. They sat outside the inn, eating under an awning at midday, with a cool breeze off the ocean ruffling their hair and clothes. Chansey was his old self, and Vera and Stone were obviously deeply in love. Lorik, on the other hand, felt more lost than ever. We're leaving the point, Vera said. What? You can't leave. This is your home, Chansey said cheerfully. Lorik looked up at Stone. He'd been expecting it, but the news still made his heart ache. I'm with her, Stone said. I can't go back to your house, Lorik, Vera continued. All I see is death when I'm there. Where are you going? Lorik asked. North, she said. I'm not sure where we'll end up, but it's time to leave the marshlands and start fresh. Will you take us? Why not take a ship? Chansey said. I'm not a sailor, Stone said. Stones don't float. Chansey laughed and poured everyone more mead. Sure, I'll take you. I need to haul that last load from Paulson to Yorkshire anyway. I guess this means our partnership is over. I'm sorry, Stone said. Don't be. In fact, take the Maska G and a couple of my horses. It's a gift, and it'll get you started wherever you settle. I can't do that, Stone said. Sure you can. Besides, I'm not giving them to you. I'm giving them to Vera. I accept, she said quickly. Good, Lorik said. That's settled. What are you going to do? She said with concern. You could come with us. No, he said quickly. I've got unfinished work to do. You know I can't stand it when I leave a job unfinished. And I want to explore a little. I want to find something that makes me truly happy. You need a good woman, Opal said, pouring more mead into his cup. He said he wants to be happy, Chansey said. Don't ruin it. They all laughed. They spent the rest of the day planning. Lorik agreed to lead Vera and Stone out of the marshes, but after that he would go west to Yorkshire while they went north up the coast. Lorik loved them both and staying together was tempting, but he didn't want to crowd them. They needed space and Lorik planned to give it to them. It took a week to arrange everything. Lorik needed a little more time to heal before they set out, and Stone was in no hurry to leave his friend. They spent time together every day. Stone helped with small chores around Lorik's property but stayed with Vera at Chansey's Inn. When they left Hassel Point, Vera wept. She wasn't sad to be leaving, but she had spent her whole life in the small village, and leaving dredged up memories that made her melancholy. The trip through the marshes was uneventful. It was odd for Lorik to be traveling with a woman. He was used to being very disciplined in camp, he would rarely cook, and he'd make use of every minute of daylight. But this time was different. This time they moved more slowly. They cooked meals over the small campfires and stayed up late talking and laughing. Lorik was surprised how comfortable he felt around Stone and Vera. He had expected to feel out of place, but they didn't flaunt their physical affection in front of him. When he did catch a glimpse of them kissing or talking in hushed tones, he didn't feel jealous or lonely as he had expected. It made him happy to see the two of them together. At the edge of the marshlands they transferred all of Vera's belongings from the marsh schooner to the Maskagee Lorik kept hidden in some brush. He had brought 4 Shire horses, leaving only the old broodmares behind. He gave Vera the stallion and one of the other mares, along with the Maskagee wagon. It took 2 more days to reach Paulson, and even though the trip out of the marshes had been good for Lorik, he still planned to part ways with them once they reached the trading village. It was late when they reached the inn where Lorik and Stone had defeated Thurik, and they were welcomed in like heroes. The innkeeper insisted they take complimentary rooms and wouldn't hear of taking payment for their supper or drinks. Vera sat back and listened to the locals telling exaggerated stories of how Lorik and Stone defeated the outlaws. The next day, Lorik went to the warehouse where the load of rice he had delivered for Hullist was waiting. "You're back," Roran said happily when he saw Lorik. The white-haired candlemaker looked extremely happy. "We got in last night, but I'll be leaving soon," Lorik told him. "Where you headed?" "I'll take this load of rice to Yorkshire. From there, I may do a little exploring. I'm not in a hurry to get back home at the moment." "Looking for anything in particular?" "No," Lorik said. "I just want to see what's out there." "Well, good luck with that," Roran said. "I've always preferred to stay close to home, myself. Griff's been around some, but he's a wanderer like yourself." "Oh, hello, Stone. Good to see you again." "And you as well, Roran," Stone said as he walked up to where Lorik was hitching his horses to the wagon he had just loaded with the bags of rice. "And where do you think you're going?" "I've got one job to finish," Lorik said. "Then, I'll go wherever the wind blows me, I suppose." "You haven't taken Vera where she wants to go," he said in a light tone, but Lorik recognized the pain Stone was trying to hide. "That's your job now. You two don't need me meddling in your affairs." "You aren't meddling and we want you with us. You and I are partners, remember?" "We're partners," Lorik corrected. "You have what you need to start your own business now. Vera and I have talked about it. We don't want you to go." "I appreciate that," Lorik said. "But I think maybe I need some time. I don't know what's missing in my life, but I know that something isn't right. I need to discover what makes me happy. I don't think leaving your friends will make you happy." "I'm not leaving you," Lorik explained. "I'm giving you a chance to make a life for yourself." They looked at each other for a long moment. Lorik stuck out his hand, Stone shook it, and both men knew that no more words were needed. Lorik climbed up onto the bench seat of his wagon and smiled at Stone. "If you ever need anything," he said, "anything at all, just send word. You do the same. I'll let you know where we end up. Take care of Vera. Tell her I said goodbye." "I will." He felt tears stinging his eyes and knew he had to leave. He snapped the reins and the horses hurried forward. The rumble of the wagon and the familiar motion set Lorik's mind at ease. He rode quickly out of town. He regretted not seeing Vera and saying goodbye personally, but he also knew it would be hard on him to see her. The trip to Yorkshire took 2 more days. He struggled with feelings of loneliness for the first time in his life. He had traveled alone for years ever since his father had died, but now things were different. Vera was gone, Stone too, and he felt more alone than he had in his entire life. The road to Yorkshire was empty. He saw no other travelers and was not confronted by outlaws. Yorkshire was a large town, with stone walls and a castle. The market seemed subdued as Lorik passed it, people less friendly than usual. He rode straight to the castle to pay the rice tax, but he was surprised to find it almost deserted. There were no soldiers at the gate, just castle servants looking uncomfortable and a little frightened. "What's going on?" Lorik asked them once he stopped his wagon. "Where are the Earl's men?" "We serve the Earl," said one of the servants. "State your business, please." I'm here to deliver a rice tax, Lorik said. I need to see the steward. The steward is busy, but I'll send him word. You can go ahead and start offloading your cargo. They opened the gate and let Lorik pass through. He drove the wagon to the castle storehouse and was surprised to realize he would have to unload the rice by himself. Normally castle servants unloaded the wagon under the steward's supervision, but there was no one around. Lorik was nearly finished unloading the Earl's share of Holist's rice when the castle steward finally arrived. Lorik, it's good to see you, he said as he hurried up. What is going on around here? Lorik asked. The king called all his men together. They've left for the war. I heard about that, Lorik said. They're invading Yelsia or something, right? That was the plan, the steward said. But now the rumors are that King Over is marching south. He's called for all his troops. Even those normally left in reserve. You mean, even the Earl's guards? Lorik said. I can't believe they would leave the kingdom undefended. We had to run outlaws out of Paulson a few weeks back. And all the outlaws and pirates from Hasselpoint are out raiding. Yes, I've heard, but there's nothing I can do about it. The Earl left me in charge, but he took all the soldiers with him. I can hardly keep the peace here in the Shire, much less throughout the fief. They concluded their business and Lorik returned to the market. He sold the rest of the rice, getting a good price from several wealthy families who were hoarding food. He had planned to spend some time in Yorkshire, but once he had sold his cargo he decided to go back to Paulson. He didn't expect Stone and Vera to still be there, but he could at least send word to his friends about the king's orders to march south. If the outlaws had been bold before, they would be fearless now. He left immediately and rode through the night so that he arrived in Paulson not long after dawn. Once he had settled his account with the mill for the lumber he had taken back to Holist's farm, he stopped by the inn and found two familiar faces. Roran was drinking ale and telling stories with some of the other men from the village. Most of the people who had been sent out raiding had returned soon after Thurik had been killed. Roran seemed happy to see Lorik again, but Griff was not as amicable. That's dire news, Roran said, when Lorik told him about the Earl leaving with the army and taking all of his soldiers. There could be another raid. You should count on it, Lorik said. Have you put a defense force together yet? No, not yet, the candlemaker said. Well, you'd better make that a priority. You won't get any help from the Earl. Lorik turned to Griff, who was drinking cider all alone in a corner of the inn. What are you skulking in the corner like that for? He asked. I'm not skulking, Griff said irritably. Well, I have work for you. What kind of work? I need you right after Stone and Vera. Take them a message for me. Can you do that? I don't have a horse, the young man said. I'll get you one, but you have to deliver my message. I wouldn't trust him, Roran said. He's a thief. He'll take your horse and anything else you give him and disappear. Shut up, candlemaker, Griff said. I'm not a thief. I don't care, Lorik said. Let's get you a horse and some rations. I don't have time to wait. They left the inn and found an older horse for sale at the livery stable. It wasn't a fast horse, but it was dependable, and Lorik thought Griff would be able to catch up with Stone and Vera in a week or so. Here's some coin, Lorik said, giving Griff a small pouch of silver marks. Get some rations and then ride northeast until you come to the coast. Stone is in a wagon and has a woman with him. Tell them about the king's order and let them know I'm okay. Tell them I'm going back to Hasselpoint if they need me. How much do I get paid? Griff said. Whatever you don't spend on the journey is yours to keep, Lorik said. All right, thanks. Just be sure and find Stone. You owe him that much. All right, I'll find him. Finding things is what I do best, Griff said. Without a load to haul, it took Lorik only 5 days to get home. He left the Maska G-wagon in the brush at the edge of the marshlands and rode his horses through the swamps. He stopped at Holist's farm and gave his client the money that was left over after having paid for the lumber. It was more than either of them expected, and Lorik had used his own portion to pay Griff. When he got back to Hasselpoint he went to his house. It seemed more like a crypt than a home. There were scorch marks on the grass like livid wounds from their fight with the riders. Everywhere Lorik looked he saw memories of people who were gone. His parents had died, and Vera and Stone had left the marshlands. He was alone. He spent the evening with Chansey, but he couldn't hold back the cloud of depression that was hovering over him. Nothing made him happy, not good food or drink, not his friends' company, not even the thought of visiting one of the wenches at the nearby bordellos. The days that followed passed slowly. With news that the Earl was gone from Yorkshire, none of the farmers were in a hurry to ship their rice tax, and Lorik found himself idle. He was bored and depressed. He thought about leaving the point, but he had nowhere to go and couldn't muster the motivation. Chansey worried over his friend, but there was nothing anyone could do to lift his spirits. He had been home a week when Yulver returned. He hurried into Chansey's inn, where Lorik was deep in his cups. "I have news," he said eagerly. "What is it?" Chansey said. "We are in sore need of news here." "I hope it's good." "I'm afraid not." "The Norsec are invading," Yulver said. "They're marching through the wilderlands by the thousands." "Who's holding the border?" Chansey asked. "There's a militia force, but they're calling for reinforcements. I'm taking a shipment of supplies north. I was hoping I might get some rice while I'm here and see if any of the young farmer lads wanted to join the cause." "I'll go," Lorik said. "You?" Chansey said. "Why do you want to go?" "Why not?" Lorik said. "I've got nothing better to do. I'll even help you get the rice you need." "So you want to be a sailor now?" Yulver said, teasing. "No, I want to fight." "You mean you're going to the wilderlands to fight?" Chansey asked. "Why on earth would you do that?" "You heard him. The Norsec are invading. The locals will be more inclined to go and help if someone leads them." "I can do that," Lorik said. "Look, Lorik," Chansey argued. "I know you've been a bit down lately, but that's no reason to go rushing off into danger." "It's my patriotic duty," Lorik said cynically. "Besides, I've got nothing left to live for." "What time are we leaving?" "We sail tomorrow, with the tide," Yulver said. "Good," Lorik replied. "I'll see what I can do to get you some rice. And then I'll hitch a ride north. We'll kill the Norsec bastards or die trying." He gulped the rest of his mead and then slammed his cup on the table. "Goodbye, Chansey," he said, dropping a coin on the table. "Make sure my horses are seen to." Lorik walked out the door into the late afternoon sunlight and went to fetch his battle axe. I hope you have enjoyed reading Lorik, Book 1. This story is set in the Five Kingdoms, which was introduced in my best-selling novel Wizard Rising. If you'd like to read more about the Five Kingdoms, please utilize the links below. The first 3 books of the Five Kingdoms series compiled into one book. Wizard Rising, The Five Kingdoms Book 1. Magic Awakening, The Five Kingdoms Book 2. Hidden Fire, The Five Kingdoms Book 3. Crying Havoc, The Five Kingdoms Book 4. Look for the epic conclusion to the best-selling Five Kingdoms series in April 2012. You may also join the mailing list to get emails whenever a new novel is published at http://www.tobyneighbors.com/contact-me.html. And don't forget to like the Toby Neighbors author page on Facebook at http://www.facebook.com/pages/tobyneighborsauthor/210621225652500. Table of Contents. Title page. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. I hope you have enjoyed reading Lorik, Book 1. This story is set in the Five Kingdoms, which was introduced in my best-selling novel Wizard Rising. If you'd like to read more about the Five Kingdoms, please utilize the links below. The first 3 books of the Five Kingdoms series compiled into one book. Wizard Rising, The Five Kingdoms Book 1. Magic Awakening, The Five Kingdoms Book 2. Hidden Fire, The Five Kingdoms Book 3. Crying Havoc, The Five Kingdoms Book 4. Look for the epic conclusion to the best-selling Five Kingdoms series in April 2012.